Pardons. I'm the Lieutenant Governor, and I'll preside over the public hearing session today. The other 4 board members are also participating, and I'll now introduce them and just ask that they acknowledge their presence. First, we have Attorney General Dave Sunday.
Present.
Thank you. Welcome to your first meeting. Excited to work with you.
Thank you.
Corrections expert Harris Gubernick.
Present. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning. Psychiatrist Dr. John Williams.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. And victim representative Marsha Grayson.
Good morning. Present.
Morning. While it may appear that some of the matters during the sessions today are handled quickly, I wish to confirm that there's been extensive preparation for the session done by each member of this board. This session will likely last until about noon. If you wish to have an agenda, it's available on the Board of Pardons website. We'll first take up under agenda item 2, the public vote on 6 calendar cases that have been excused from appearing because after careful review, the board has no further questions. Secretary Watson, will you please call the vote?
Yes, Governor. On the excused cases, Ms. Grayson.
My apologies. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Sunday.
Yes.
Governor Davis.
Yes.
Applications recommended. Governor, this concludes the vote on this morning's excused cases.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll now take up under agenda item 3, the 24 calendar cases we will be hearing this morning. There are 3 possible outcomes for these cases. 1, an application is recommended, which means that we are recommending to Governor Shapiro that clemency be granted to an applicant. 2, an application is denied, which means that a recommendation for clemency will not be granted at this time. The board could vote to hold an application under advisement. This is similar to a continuance and could be done for various reasons if the board is not prepared to vote on a case. I want to stress that the ultimate decision to accept or reject the recommendation of this board is solely at the discretion of the governor. In addition, the governor is not required to act on a recommendation within a specific period of time. We'll now take up the first case to be heard by the board this morning, Jason E. Dorr.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you please turn your camera on for me and we can get started?
Yep, I'm trying to do that now. Okay.
Yep, I can see you.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. We'll start with Mrs. Grayson.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Congratulations on your accomplishments that you've made. One of the things you said regarding the DUI in the first case was that you were stressed and you had just broken up with your girlfriend. My question to you is, what tools do you have now that you use when you are stressed, when you're in stressful situations?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually completed some stress management counseling outside of any court mandated counseling. And really a lot of what I do now is just exercising. I love to run. I spend time with my wife. I have a 2-year-old son. I spend time in nature. I find work to do around the house. So I found much more positive and constructive ways to handle stress than I did, as a young 20, 21-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The information provided states that you previously used drugs. What drugs did you use in the past?
Just alcohol.
So there were no other drugs, no cocaine, marijuana, nothing of that nature?
No cocaine or marijuana, no.
Okay, just alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And given your previous 2 DUIs, and the DUIs were almost back to back, You stated you engaged in counseling? Is that correct? Did I hear you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And with that, you said you still consume some alcohol. What are your thoughts about your previous back-to-back DUIs and then your use of alcohol?
Yeah, it's a fair question. If I consume any alcohol, it's very rarely. It's only really on special occasions. So it can be nice sometimes to have a glass of wine with my wife for a special occasion. Or the only alcohol I've consumed at all this year, I think I had a beer when I was watching the Eagles win the Super Bowl with my dad. So those are really the only times when I have alcohol, and I don't ever have more than one or two drinks. And I don't have any issue controlling that or maintaining the consumption at that level. So I will also say that I don't really have a physical desire for it, and I don't have a desire to have anything more than that. So I don't actively seek it. It's not an active part of my life. But there are some times when it can be a nice just treat to celebrate something, and those are the only times I allow myself to consume.
And how often do you drink outside the home?
Almost never. If I have to drive, I don't consume anything at all. And my wife typically likes me to be the driver, so very rarely. We stay at home a lot. We have a 2-year-old son, so there's not a lot of there's not a lot of socializing outside of that. So almost never.
Okay. Is one of the reasons you are seeking this pardon is to gain gun rights?
Yes, that is a piece of it. I'm a lifelong, or was at least a lifelong hunter. I grew up doing that with my grandfather and my father. My grandfather passed on, and my dad's 75 years old, and it's something I would love to spend time with him while he's still here doing. And I also have a young son that I would like to pass along what was passed along to me. So as a hunter, that is a piece of this. Yes.
And can you tell me your thoughts about how alcohol and guns mix?
They don't. There are no circumstances where you should ever consume any alcohol if you're utilizing a firearm. It's just like driving a vehicle. They do not mix. There are no permissible scenarios where the two should go together.
Okay, and then my last question, sir. I want to know what your thoughts were about your DUI, specifically in the 2006 case that was at approximately 11:51 p.m. on a Saturday night. And have you ever thought about the number of people that could have been killed or badly hurt, including yourself, with you drinking and driving?
Absolutely.
And if you did, what were your specific thoughts?
My specific thoughts were that I thank God I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't have control of myself at the time, and it's scary to think about what could have happened. And I don't worry so much about hurting myself, but I'm very remorseful of the fact that I put other people at risk and could have hurt someone. And I just thank God that I didn't do that. But I'm fully cognizant of the risk that I imposed on people with behavior of that level of recklessness.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, Ms. Grayson has asked many of the questions that were on my mind, but I want to ask you specifically, both of these DUIs were third-tier DUIs. They were sort of the highest level of alcohol consumption. How is it possible to go from, and I'd like to just hear your experience here for you. How is it possible for you to go from being someone who would drink to such excess and then get behind a wheel to being someone who could watch the Eagles game and just have one beer and stop there? What has allowed you to transform yourself from person A to person B?
Yeah, I'll be glad to go through that with you. A lot of it's been a journey just through life. I mean, that behavior, I was a young man. I was trying to fit in at a school where I didn't know anyone. I was around a lot of wealthy people, and I don't come from privilege, so I was trying to fit in. And that behavior was, I'm sorry to say, all too prevalent at the time. And I didn't, I fell into that trap. And so the transition to move beyond that, I mean, there's a number of steps to that. I think the first one is just understanding the damage I did to my life and my career by engaging in that behavior. That was one of the first things. And then also by not being able to, have a good job or even working through some of the community service that I had to do. I got to work around people who truly had destroyed their lives with alcohol and drugs, people that were divorced, were in jail, continue to struggle with abuse. And and I found that that path and that lifestyle leads to a very destructive end. And as someone that's always been ambitious and wanted to do things with my life, it was a wake up call. And then I think the biggest piece, honestly, is my family. I got married to the love of my life. I got a blessing from God in that case that I certainly don't deserve, but I thank Him every day for it. And then having a son, a young 2-year-old son, I have responsibilities as a husband and a father that preclude behavior that even comes close to that. So it was a journey over a long time. These incidents happened quite a while ago. And there's been a lot of stops along the way, but I think much of it stems from, I would say, my responsibilities as a father and a husband, my faith in God. As a Christian, I don't believe engaging in drunkenness. I believe that's sinful. And yeah.
Okay. How many Alcoholics Anonymous meetings have you ever attended?
I attended a number of them when I was in counseling between the DUIs. So I'm going to say 8 to 10, something like that.
Okay. And when is the last time that you participated in the program?
It's been a while, sir. I haven't gone to a meeting in a while.
Okay. Final question. You mentioned you used a word which I think is very relevant here. You said that alcohol is you referred to alcohol as a treat that sometimes you can enjoy. Did you remember saying that about 5 minutes ago? Does that word suggest that you still look at alcohol as something that really gives you a lot of pleasure? And if so, should we as a board be concerned that you may want to get a lot of that pleasure and have more than one beer at a time?
Sure. No, that's a fair question. No, to be honest with you, I don't really find that much enjoyment in it. And that's another part of that journey that maybe I should have mentioned. There's just times when, like I said, it's a nice way to just spend some time with my dad watching a football game or have a glass of wine with my wife, celebrating an anniversary. But physically, it means very little to me.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good morning.
Morning.
Both sentences ended up with intermediate punishment sentences. What exactly were the conditions of those sentences?
They involved house arrest. I believe 90 days of house arrest for the second DUI, and then some concurrent probationary sentences, as well as fines, mandated counseling, community service, to my recollection.
And that's on both of them?
Well, the original one was in ARD, and then because of the second DUI, it was removed. I was removed from the ARD program, and it was treated as a first offense. So, I think going backwards on all, I think they both involved certainly loss of driving privileges, certainly in probation. I think the second one was the only one that included house arrest or incarceration of any type, but certainly financial penalties for both of them as well.
What about treatment?
Yes, treatment for both.
And where did you do that?
The first one, the treatment was at a facility in Gettysburg where I went to school, and the second one was at Kutztown University.
Okay. What, just briefly, what did you learn from that treatment experience?
The dangers of alcohol, the effect of the drug, the ability, the amount that it impairs you. I think the danger of developing a tolerance and the effect that that can have on the volume that you consume to feel the same effect as someone who's not drinking to that level. Yeah, so I think, you know, a lot of that I think a lot of that came out, but really just the effect and the dangers of abusing that drug.
Okay, and you are working?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I manage the continuous improvement quality project portfolio and the corporate problem solving systems for East Penn Manufacturing.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been in this role about 2 years. I've been in East Penn for 14 years.
So you've been in the role for 2, but you've worked for them for 14?
That's correct, sir.
No issues in terms of work, alcohol there, nothing?
Not at all.
No contact with law enforcement since?
No, the only contact with law enforcement since any of these incidents was a single traffic citation that happened about 8 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
General Sunday.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Two questions for you. They're sort of related. With regard to the DUIs, how has that impacted your career over the course of your career? And then part 2 to that question is, you said that you have an interest in obtaining a PhD. And how would a DUI in any way hinder that?
Sure. So I went to undergraduate school I majored in history and I minored in political science. And the intent at the time was to either attend law school or teach. So the impact of these 2 DUIs on those records really have made it so that I didn't even apply for graduate school because of, I think, the inability to pass the bar examination, at least that's how it was presented at the time, or being able to pass a background check for teaching. So it derailed my career completely. And I had to work a dead-end job for a few years on a golf course after I got out of college. And then I made my way to East Penn, where I started as a machine operator, and I did that for 7 years before moving through the quality world into the position that I'm in now.
Okay, so the DUIs with back, you know, again, when we talk about a PhD, you said here that, you know, you have a let's see, you're seeking clemency to pursue a PhD in history. So would a DUI preclude you from obtaining a PhD in history?
I think it's my understanding that you know, that has to be disclosed on an application for graduate school and maybe held against me at the application process.
Now, do you know, and I don't know the answer to this, like, do you know for a fact that that would be an issue in applying for a PhD?
I can't speak to how the graduate school admissions process would evaluate it, but I know you do have to disclose those crimes on the application.
Okay, but you don't know if disclosing those crimes would in any way impact your acceptance into a PhD program. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't answer how the admissions process would work, but I'm quite certain it would affect the background check if I wanted to teach with that PhD, or again, if I wanted to pursue a legal career, I'm sure it would negatively impact that route as well.
Okay. I appreciate it. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. And with that, you're free to go, and we'll move on to the next case.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, board.
Next case, number 2, Robin Allen. Miss Allen, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we're going to jump right in with questions from board members, starting with Mrs. Grayson.
Good morning, ma'am. I do not have any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, can you tell me how you got into this situation?
Yes, I can. So several years ago, I was in a custody agreement with my son. I was to pick him up from the daycare, and when I went to pick him up, he was not there. My understanding that his father had came to pick him up. All through that night, all that evening, I called them to try to have my son returned unto me, and to no avail, no answer. It progressed into the next morning, and I talked to the police, and the police said it was a like a family court matter that I would have to go to court. They weren't going to be able to assist me. So I, the next day, went to their home and knocked on the door. No answer. I actually anointed their door.
Sorry, anointed?
Yeah, I used oil and anointed their door.
Like in a religious sense, you anointed.
Yeah, I did. And then I went back into my vehicle. When I got back into my vehicle, I was going to leave, and my ex-husband came out the door. I've always been very fearful of him. He used to beat me, used to fight me. I had a gun in my trunk, not knowing that you had to have a like a carrying license for it. I thought like to have it with you. I thought if you were going to, like a police officer carries it, I thought that then you would have to have a license if you were literally strapped with it around your waist. And so when he came out the door, I went to my trunk and got my gun and put it in my console of my car. The gun is broken. It was did not work, and also there was no bullets in it. And so then there
were no bullets. Excuse me, I'm sorry. There were no bullets.
There were no bullets in the gun. The gun was also broken, so it was just kind of like a scare tactic. So in any case, then his wife came out, and she came over to my vehicle. I was sitting in my car, and she saw the gun sitting on my console. And then she proceeded to leave from like the area. She looked into the vehicle and she went over to the other side of the parking lot. And when she proceeded to the other side of the parking lot, he got on his phone. I guess she told him she's got a gun, and he got on his phone, called the police, and then he stood in front of my vehicle. And I drove around him and drove on some of the lawn area of the area where they lived at.
Ma'am, can I just redirect you a second? Sure. Is that okay?
Sure.
Did you wave a gun at anybody?
I did not.
Did you point a gun at the ground?
I did not. I never picked the gun up.
Did you strike anyone with your car?
I did not.
Final question. If the gun was not loaded, why did you plead guilty to firearm not to be carried without a license?
That's what my attorney advised me to do. I had never been in trouble with the law. I've never done anything wrong. Like I said, was not aware that you had to have a license unless you had it strapped around your waist. I just did what my attorney asked me to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good morning. Well, I guess when you were talking with the investigators about this, you said you didn't remove the gun from the box or point it at anyone. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So it was in the box in the console?
It was.
So where did the notion come up that you pointed it at someone?
I guess that just came from the story that she gave whenever they questioned her.
And you never hit anyone with a car?
I did not.
Did you try to?
I did not. All I was doing was getting out of the parking lot and getting away from them. I did drive in the lawn area. I drove around the person that was trying to get in front of my vehicle to stop me from driving, and I drove around him.
So the person was in front of the car or near the front of your car.
Exactly. He was trying to stop me from leaving the parking lot area. Exactly.
Any violations of probation?
No.
So you did 2 years of probation. Was there any treatment recommended?
She came to the home for like, to counsel or whatever have you.
But you've never been in counseling?
For a short time period, for several months, she did come to the home and meet with me. There was a probation officer that for several months that did come to my home and meet with me. Yes.
That's fine. But did they send you to any outside counseling, a therapist of any kind?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
General Sunday.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. And with that, you're free to go, and we'll move on to the next case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Case number 3, Carla Barham. Ms. Barham, if you can hear me, can you unmute yourself and turn your camera on, and we'll get started.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for appearing here today. We'll just jump right in with questions from board members, starting with Mrs. Grayson.
Good morning. I had previously recused myself from this matter. The company that I work for does business with the company that Ms. Barham works for. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Williams.
Ma'am, when is the last time that you distributed any illegal substances?
When I acquired the charges that were acquired.
Okay. And before the charges for which you're appearing today, how long had you been distributing any illegal substances?
Well, okay, if I can clarify, I wasn't a drug dealer. I had found myself in an addiction, which of course, that's how I got into the situation that I found myself in. Yeah, I wasn't out here trying to sell drugs to make money.
But did you? I want to make sure I understand the facts. Did you sell crack cocaine to an undercover agent?
I sold in the presence of an undercover.
Okay.
He was with a gentleman. He was with a gentleman who was an informant that I didn't know was an informant. Of course, they're informants for a reason.
Right.
And he was an acquaintance of mine through the addiction. And yeah, kind of set me up, to get himself off of whatever was going on with him.
Okay. And so just I understand that you were suffering from a from a substance use disorder at that time. But my question again, before these charges, like approximately in years, like how long, had you been, selling or distributing illegal substances?
I had.
Sorry, I lost you there.
I wasn't selling prior to. I was using drugs. And then a gentleman that I was in a situationship he was more of a street drug dealer. We connected. Of course, I'm the user. And because of that dynamic, I would and had sold to other users. But before I got those charges, I was just buying.
Okay.
For my own habit.
Got it. Okay. And what is your clean date?
12/27/07.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. When did you get off supervision?
Excuse me, supervision?
Yes. Probation?
Gosh, so I don't even remember the dates. I know that I was sentenced 6 to 12 months alternative housing and 5 years probation after that. I'm going to say I believe my probation was over, let's say, 2008, 9, 10, 11. I'm not even sure, 11. Like, I don't hold on to that type of dates because it is in my past. I successfully completed everything, but that was the consequences I was given for my actions.
Okay, were
And
there
I
any
successfully,
violations of probation?
excuse me?
Were there any violations of probation?
No.
Were you drug tested during that period of time?
Yes.
And you did your treatment where?
I went through Power. I went through Sojourner House. I went through a couple different treatment facilities during my 5 years. I was in active addiction for 5 years, and it's a journey. So when it was all said and done, I went to the House of Hope in December of 27. I stayed at the House of Hope, and I was actually pregnant with my youngest, he'll be 17 in a month. So I went from the House of Hope. I stayed there until I had Devin. Then I went to Sojourner House, and well, actually the Sankofa House, excuse me, Sankofa House. And I stayed there from April of '08 until I want to say the end of that year of '08 or beginning of '09. I then moved to Sojourner House Moms. I was actually one of the first moms to move into their townhouses. I was there for 4 or 5 years. From there, I was able to purchase my own home where I still am currently. I've been in my home for 10 years now. I do sit on Sojourner House Board of Directors. So I definitely, and even my first 6 years in recovery, I worked my program. I went to meetings regularly. I worked the steps. I have a sponsor, and I did everything that I needed to do to ensure I had a strong foundation to move forward in my life.
Do you go to meetings at all?
I don't. I
You go to
don't.
support system?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't. Maybe around 5 years ago, I got what I needed from the rooms. Me and my sponsor are still close. We still do communicate and talk. But, I came to a realization of my own, that, when you're dealing with substance use disorders and any type of addiction, yes, there's a foundation. There are things that needs to happen, and you need to be consistent with those things for quite some time. But there were some things within the rooms of NA that I didn't necessarily agree with. Once I got to a certain point, and what I was seeing in the rooms, staying clean is a personal decision. Nobody can tell me that this is the only way I'm gonna stay clean. You got to go to these meetings every day for the rest of your life. No, it's a personal decision, because within that same environment, I seen people that had 15, 20 years clean and still make a decision to go pick up again. So, I know what I need to do. I'm comfortable and confident, and I've been doing that successfully, uninterrupted for the last 17 years, just about.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have a couple questions for you. Can you walk me through how these convictions have impacted your life in a negative way? Like, how have they impacted your ability to get a job? How have they impacted your trajectory for your future. Can you walk me through that, please?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's affected me greatly. I'm pretty sure you guys, read my, overview of the account of events that occurred and how I ended up in the situation that I ended up in, so having a bachelor's degree, I do have higher education and graduated successfully with honors, with a degree in biology. Never expecting, never that I would end up in this situation. I tell people never say never. However, through that whole experience, and then when I finally, got myself clean, got myself stable, and was restored to sanity because I was out of my mind, I'm going on job interviews, and I'm very open about my past. I have nothing to be ashamed of because I know that was something that I needed to go through for my greater good, for me to learn and understand a lot about people, life, and adversity. And I would be upfront and honest about, my past. The interviews would be going great. I would know that I had the job. And as soon as that part would come up and they would look at the application and see, oh, I see that you have some, a criminal record. Can you tell us more about that? And it's like, soon as I begin to share that part, I could feel the energy. I could see the expressions on their face where they were so welcoming to me in the beginning. And then when I share that part of my life, it's like, oh no, we can't have that around, and I went through that more times than I can count, which kept me stuck in an industry that my salary cap, I can only make but so much money. And I know that I'm so much greater than that. I know I have education to support that. I know I have the skill sets to support that, but it's like, soon as they see that on paper, your whole character, everything goes out the window. And it's very frustrating and it's very hurtful to be judged for something that you're assuming a lot from what you're reading on paper. You're judging me by what you're seeing on paper. And it's just not fair, and I feel like I deserve that to be no longer associated with who I am, because that's not who I am. It's never been who I am, who I was. It's something that happened to me.
Do you still find yourself around people that are using crack cocaine?
No, the only reason why I found myself around the people using crack cocaine is because I took myself to that place. You know what I mean? I didn't grow up in a household of active users of any type of drug. I mean, social drinkers, that's about it. That I didn't see that in a home. Those wasn't my role models around me in my immediate family, nor my extended family. So yeah, no, I don't. Unless because like I said, I did make a lot of friends and associations within the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. So those are the times that I only cross paths with those individuals if I find myself going to an event through, somebody that I have a relationship with through the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance here today, ma'am. I don't have any additional questions for you. And with that, you're free to go. We'll move on to the next case.
Thank you so much. You all have a wonderful day.
You too. Case number 4, Cheryl Bay. Ms. Bay, if you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on, we'll get started. Can you hear me, Ms. Bay? It looks like you're trying to turn your camera on, but All right, we'll move to the next case and come back. Case number 5, Guy Catone. Mr. Catone, if you can hear me, can you just unmute yourself and turn your camera on? Thank you. Thank you. And we'll just jump right in with questions from board members, starting with Mrs. Grayson.
Good morning, sir. I do not have any questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson.
Welcome.
Sir, how much do you drink now?
I don't drink, Dr. Williams. I quit drinking 12 and a half years ago, and I discontinued using marijuana 18 and a half years ago.
Okay, great. So do you have like an actual clean date on the alcohol?
Yes, I do. I was sort of foggy about it because it was so long ago, but I was certain about the marijuana use because it was the April after the incident and the arrest. But in terms of the alcohol, my father had a heart attack on my birthday in 2012, and this was fall. It was late summer. That's when I discontinued drinking because it turned into a 13-month event. I was able to resuscitate him using, CPR in my training. And I was able to get him stable. EMS arrived, and it just was a real change in my life. I realized that, I can't behave like that anymore. And in terms of who I am and what I represent, I just felt like I was needed by my family. And that type of behavior is just extremely odious to me. Consuming alcohol, drinking excessively is just wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Have you had any contact with law enforcement since all this?
No, Mr. Gabarnik, I've had no contact.
Okay. And you're not working right now? You're a caregiver?
No. I'm right now I'm caretaking for my mother. In 2000, my father became very sick, and he was in Shadyside Hospital during COVID-19. He had multiple surgeries, and this turned into an 83-day stint in the hospital. Upon leaving the hospital, I became his primary caretaker. He died in the summer of 2023. After that, my mother required hip surgery, and there are only 2 of us now in Pittsburgh. And it took her a year to recover from the hip surgery, and now I'm her caretaker. And she's been upstairs for 3 weeks during February. It's been a very challenging time for both of us, but I'm optimistic that she's doing better. And I've had no interaction with law enforcement, not even a traffic incident.
Your plan is to return to the healthcare field?
Well, actually, I'd like to be able to pursue a purposeful career in public service in various fields, such as healthcare, government, or perhaps attain a physician's assistant degree or law degree, for which this incident might prove to be disqualifying. I also considered law enforcement, and it also may hinder my ability to obtain housing in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. A couple questions for you. The first one is, when was the last time that you were employed?
2020 is when I stopped working with my father. I was his physician assistant, his office manager, the IT person, and patient coordinator. I basically ran the practice, and that was a 17-year experience where we performed oral surgery on patients.
Okay, and you indicated about the impact of this, like moving forward.
Absolutely.
Have you looked into, or have you applied to any types of higher education, any master's degrees or anything like that? Is that something you've actually taken steps to do?
No, not yet, because I was working with my dad, and I, you know, I was kind of thrown into this caretaking situation. And so my focus remained there, but I really want to pursue higher education because I believe that that's what I'm geared towards in terms of like a graduate degree. And I feel like these events could be disqualifying, like that event in particular, that incident that night. That's the only offense that I've had in my life that evening.
So, and you mentioned housing. In what way do you think that this would impact your ability to obtain housing?
Well, I think that if you're going to rent rent a place to live, it could be proved to be disqualifying. But I haven't had to. I live in my home. I live here in Shadyside with my mother, and I haven't had a need to move. I've been taking care of our property. I have a considerable garden that I care for. I'm very proud of what I've done here in terms of service to my family and really the service to the community as well. The work I did with my father, I was very passionate and it was very purpose driven. And I really miss that purpose. I miss being able to engage with, patients and people, that I could help. It means a lot to me, Attorney General.
I appreciate that. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any additional questions for you. Thank you for appearing here today. And with that, you're free to go.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you. The next case is number 6, Keisha Dickerson.
It doesn't look like Ms. Dickerson has audio, so we can reach out to her, but you could circle back to number 4.
Okay, Cheryl Bay. Miss Bay, if you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on, we'll get started.
I don't have any other apps running.
Can you just turn your camera on? It's just like a video button.
It says her video is running.
We cannot see her.
Sorry, I think we should move past her again. My apologies.
All right, number 7, James Dunn. Mr. Dunn, if you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on, we'll get started. Can you hear me, Mr. Dunn? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. We're going to jump right in with questions from board members, starting with Mrs. Grayson.
Good morning, sir. 2 years before your first DUI case that you're before us, that you are before the board with, you received an ARD.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. You received an ARD. I understand that this was a long time ago, but can you tell me what you thought the meaning of the ARD was? Mr. Dunn, are you able to hear me?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, he seems to have an audio issue. There's like a delay, and I think his screen's frozen. So we're going to have to put him back out and bring him back in or move on to the next one.
Okay, we're going to try just bringing it back in real quick.
Yeah.
We'll get back on the phone with Mr. Dunn. We can move past him for right now.
Okay, Anthony Goki, number 8. Mr. Goki, if you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on, we'll get started.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep. Good morning. We're going to just jump right in with questions from board members, starting with Mrs. Grayson.
Good morning, sir. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, how much do you consume of alcohol presently?
Presently, it's seldom. It's definitely not the way I used to drink, the way I would abuse alcohol. For example, last Friday, I had a old fashioned and a stout beer. It was my cousin's celebration of life. He was 27, and we had drinks. Prior to that was New Year's Eve, having a champagne, and then within the mix, I occasionally will go out into the backyard with my dogs, play fetch, have a Guinness and a cigar. I refrain from going to bars, socially drinking, and public places for a few reasons.
Do you feel like alcohol played a role in the offense that you're before us today to discuss?
Did alcohol play an offense to the?
Did it play a role in the offense that you're seeking a pardon for?
Oh yes, that was part of it. Alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I abused alcohol. The way I was drinking alcohol at the time, I didn't know what I was doing, but I was masking my trauma. I was numbing my fears, my insecurities. In hindsight, after going through several years of various types of therapy, CBT, IFS, men's support groups, I've realized and uncovered how I was abusing alcohol, what I was using alcohol for, which did play a huge part with what led me to that situation, along with the things that I was running from, insecurities at the time for being that age.
You've admitted that you, in the past at least, have had an alcohol abuse problem. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
How is it possible for you now to drink moderately or mildly or minimally when in the past you have consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes. In the past, I would drink a bottle of Jameson Friday night, go to work the following day, drink a bottle of Jameson Saturday night, go to work, go to bars, spend $300-400 a night at a bar, just living irresponsibly. To the point now, post jail, as I mentioned, going through the therapy, understanding why I was drinking, really understanding the fundamentals of what I was running from, and not running from those, but facing my trauma and my insecurities was a great deal in helping me transition. The other fact of getting old, where I can't drink like that, some one drink, then the following day I'm out of commission, which then I there's a lot of negative self-talk when that does happen, that I'm not as active and proactive as I need to be. And then overall, it's my wife, it's my future daughter, it's the support that I'm bringing to my family as a male, as a soon-to-be father, a husband, that there's a lot of people relying on me that I cannot act in those childish ways.
When is the last time you became intoxicated?
Like stumbling, can't move around.
Yes.
Um, I would say the last time that I was intoxicated was probably around my father's death, where the family got around and we were all drinking.
What year was that?
I think he passed in 2020, 2021.
Okay. And when's the last time you had a blackout? In other words, you consumed a fair amount of alcohol and then had parts of the timeline that you can't remember.
No. Self to get that extended. I usually cap myself at one, two the most.
No, I'm sorry. A blackout is when you consume alcohol and you just, you stop remembering what happened, the next morning or whatever. So when is the last time that you had an episode like that?
Before jail was the last time I've had like a blackout, is what you're describing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can you just briefly tell me what was your role in this?
Within the situation of why I was arrested?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Halloween, went out to a bar with some colleagues. Fight got started. Um, when the fight got started,
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Henry Scott Mortenson. Mr. Mortenson, your offender number is 215423, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be committed to your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. It doesn't look like Agent Tran is signed on as of yet. We'll just go ahead and get started with the hearing. If he joins us, then we can swear him in at that time and take information from him. In the meantime, Mr. Mortenson, I do need to put you under oath. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mortenson, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Did.
All right, very good. Looks like we were last here in November. At that time, Mr. Mortenson was facing a couple of charges in cases ending in 0414 and 0480. Court has resolved both of those cases with guilty pleas to property damage or destruction, and then the unlawful detention and the assault was dismissed. So with that, so I'll take judicial notice of those 2 new convictions. We do have the 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, how do you want to handle those today?
Well, I was hoping Agent Britton would be here because what I'd like to do is handle them how they were handled in court, which is basically to admit and take judicial notice of 2 and 4, and then strike 1 and 3 as they weren't charged or they were dismissed. So 2 is the unlawful detention, and then 4 is the property damage. So that was the plan.
Okay. So we're going to maintain denials on those 2 with the motion to dismiss, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, and even without APNP present or Agent Tran present, we do have Agent Heath who volunteered to join the hearing. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't move forward with that, with dismissing allegations 1 and 3. Agent Heath, are you there? Are you present?
Yes, I'm still here, and I was listening.
All right, so we did have, and I don't know how comfortable you feel with this. So there were 4 allegations, 2 of which were assault. 1 was an aggravated assault, which I don't think was ever charged. And then there was just a simple assault. The case that was filed was assault of a pregnant person, or the charge that was filed. That was dismissed. So we have no assault that was convicted. So Ms. Conyers is moving to dismiss allegations 1 and 3. Do you have any issues? Would you foresee any issues with that, considering that's how it was handled by the court?
No, I think if that's how the courts handled it, that's an appropriate way to handle it here as well.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. Okay, so with that, Mr. Mortenson, before I accept your admissions to allegations 2 and 4, I do need to make sure you understand that even though the case has been resolved in court, you still have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. The standard of proof in an evidentiary hearing is lower than that in the criminal court. It's the preponderance of the evidence, which means the APNP would have to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw a negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Mortenson?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly and voluntarily entered. We'll take judicial notice of the new convictions and revoke your prior parole dates. So, Mr. Mortenson, I'm going to have a little conversation with Ms. Conyers. Agent Heath, you're here, but you don't really know much about the case, so I don't know that there's a whole lot to get from you, but we'll give you a chance if you want to. And then Mr. Mortenson, you and I will have a chance to talk, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation or additional information?
Yes, we do. He's been in custody for some time now. We'd ask for credit for time served and ask for 180 days and release him back give him another chance at parole. He may be able to return home and live with his mom. And if he can't, he will go to a halfway house. He plans to do the same job at Treehouse Foods, pardon me. And he did 2 programs last year, and so he could do aftercare and anger management if that's something AP&P thinks he needs. One of his drives and opportunities he'd like to do this time is get into school for business management, but his main priorities are working and taking care of his family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Heath, do you have anything you want to add? Understanding that, well, first, let me put you under oath. If you could please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Anything you want to add, Agent Heath, knowing that you're not terribly familiar with the case?
No, I don't really have anything to add. It looks like he's been down for pretty good amount of time there. So I think the way Ms. Conyers wants to handle it will be good.
Okay.
Where there was talk of assaults with this case, anger management might be a good thing to do. But again, I don't know anything about the case, so I would recommend something like that, but I don't really have much grounds to stand on with that recommendation.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for that. Appreciate you being here, and we only want to jump in. All right, Mr. Mortenson, now's our opportunity to speak. You were on parole for about a year before this incident. Wasn't the best year. Looks like there was some drug use throughout. So let's talk first about how things are going on parole overall.
For the most part, I was doing pretty good. I did have a few relapses. That's why I went back to the halfway house to do the PVP program. And while I was there, I did have one incident of drug use, but throughout the year, I did mostly good. I maintained my job for about a year. I was able to take care of my family. I completed 2 programs, both in Nuke, and was starting to do aftercare once I got out. But then, unfortunately, this event happened. But I had a pretty good handle on things for the most part. I did have a couple slip-ups, but I know that, I was doing pretty well, and I think I can continue to do pretty well when I come back home.
Okay. Let's talk about the incident, the assaults. Sorry, I've read a few cases this morning. I just want to make sure I'm taking of the right instance. So let's talk about the instance with your girlfriend. Were drugs involved?
No drugs. I was completely sober. I'd been working graveyard shifts at Treehouse Foods, a lot of them. They were giving us overtime at the time. So I'd woken up, I was asleep, when I was woken up and the arguing and stuff happened. So there was tired. I don't really have a good excuse for you what happened, but I was tired and overworked but there was absolutely no drugs or alcohol involved on.
All right. So let's talk about let's get into the details. So what happened?
So I had fallen asleep in the car. We were just in the parking lot. She was playing her games on her phone, and I'd woken up and wanted to go in the house, and she didn't want to go in, and I kind of made a comment about her games being more important than taking care of responsibilities, and it started an argument that went from the car into the house. I tried getting out of the argument a few times, but the argument continued, So as far as I remember, everything was verbal. There was no assaults that took place. So it was just all yelling after midnight, really loud, between the both of us. So, but I do take accountability for my part. I was, not very nice and did say a lot of hurtful things and mean things to her.
So you don't remember, is there a possibility that it got physically violent?
No, I know there was no physical violence. Okay. So, and I believe that reflected in the court. That's why the charges weren't filed, and also because they got hospital records and everything from the court, and because she claimed to have went to the hospital, but she did go to the hospital, but they were prior to all these events for the pregnancy. So, and she tried to use those as her means for going to the hospital that night, but they proved that otherwise. That's why my cases were dismissed and otherwise not filed.
Okay. So when looking at your relapses overall, what were some of the things that led to relapse on this parole attempt?
So when I first got out of Nuke, the first relapse, so at my job, they have, after the holidays, they have a slow season where the cookies kind of slow down and they start laying people off or not having a lot of work. So I had a lot of free time on my hands, and I just gotten out of the halfway house, and I don't think I was actually prepared to have that much time on my hands, and didn't really know what to do with myself. So I kind of fell back with a couple old friends and relapsed, and then after that, there was just some influence like in the halfway house that I'd fallen into. But otherwise, every relapse unfortunately, I was caught every time. So I'm actually kind of thankful for that, because I think it otherwise could have turned, into what it normally does, me running and violating my parole that way. So.
Okay. I mean, there is a pattern of behavior. Not only is there running, but there's also, in all of your parole attempts, there have been new charges filed. I mean, this was your 5th attempt overall. A lot of absconding, new charges. This one has become violent. So there's seems like we're going in the wrong direction. That's what it looks like. So talk to me about, if I say that, looking on paper, that's the only conclusion I can draw, is that things are kind of escalating, going the wrong way. The only good thing is you were out for a longer period of time and you didn't abscond this time. But again, we have this, this not assaultive, but this aggressive behavior with your girlfriend. So talk to me a little bit about that.
So there was, if I can say, there was more good than there was bad. Yes, this incident did happen with her. And again, once again, it happened once I got out of the halfway house. We had a really good relationship while I was in the halfway house. I'd met her while I was in the halfway house. So most of our relationship was in the halfway house. And I think that's just something, again, maybe I wasn't prepared for. I don't know on her end what she was prepared for, but I think maybe just I jumped into something too quick that may have already not been a good situation. I don't know. I didn't really take the time to see that through or think about it prior. So I know in the future, I got to be, more good on my thinking ahead and for situations such as that or my relapses, I just got to, think through it first before I'm impulsive sometimes. So I think maybe those are.
Okay. So it sounds like we've got some impulsive issues. There's also a question of being easily susceptible to negative peer influence. There may be an anger. I mean, this sounds like you were pushed pretty hard. Maybe some anger that needs to be addressed. So there are some things to address still. Where does your mother live? What city does your mom live in?
Heber.
in Heber. And your attorney, Ms. Conyers, mentioned that that was a possibility. Is there, what would keep you from being able to go there?
Nothing that I'm aware of. I think APP or whoever would do, I mean, or the board, I guess, if they wanted me to go to the halfway house, I don't know. But there's nothing on my end or her end that would prevent.
She's willing to have you. She's willing to have you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have any, are you being treated for any mental health issues? Any medications, diagnoses?
When I was out, yes, I have depression and anxiety and PTSD and so I get treated for those, but I haven't done like mental health, like programming or classes, at least not in a very long time. So those are probably possibilities as well.
Okay. And then any physical health issues, anything that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
None.
Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
No, I believe that's everything.
Okay. All right, I'll take my report to the board. They'll take their time to deliberate, make a decision. Once they reach the decision, they'll send you a letter in the mail. They also post it online. So you can follow that, you know, either learn by talking to people who can look it up online or just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you.
I appreciate it.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing from Mohammed ALFATLAWI. Mr. ALFATLAWI, your offender number is 219516. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Heath from AP&P. Agent Heath has already been sworn in today. Mr. ALFATLAWI, I do need to put you under oath. If you could please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. ALFATLAWI, did you receive at least 7 days notice? You can put your hand down. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you get your disclosure packet?
I did receive that, sir. Yes.
All right. And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, excellent. All right, Mr. ALFATLAWI is facing a felony charge in case ending in 0190, which is the same as the one allegation we have against him. So Ms. Conyers, how are we handling that allegation today?
What we'd like to do is we'll just need to enter denials and continue for 30 days. He may even resolve that today here in court. I guess we'll see. So, however, I did want to handle one thing after we handle the allegations.
Okay, well, with the denial, there's nothing else for me to do.
Sure, I just, he made a note that I'm not sure I'll have next time, although I'll try. I will make a note that he said in his packet, it didn't suggest that he completed ankle monitor successfully, but he did, so he just wanted to mention that about his packet. Anyway, you're right.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Agent Heath, any response to that?
No, I'm good with the continuance.
All right. And then did he complete his GPS monitoring time successfully? Do you have that?
I would have to look that up really quick, but as I recall, he did. I do remember him being on ankle monitor and us cutting it off successfully. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Heath. Thank you.
All right, I've noted that. So what'll happen is I still take my report to the board, but they will just continue this. We'll bring you back on the next available calendar. If that, well, we'll put it on for a paper review.
Okay.
So when the case gets resolved, make sure your attorneys let us know. The court sends us paperwork eventually, but
okay.
If the attorney handling the criminal case later today can get the information to us, we can get you back on the appropriate calendar.
I appreciate that, sir. It's very understandable, and thank you for your time today.
All right, well, I'll note the denial and then take judicial notice of the pending case, find probable cause to continue hearing, and then we'll just set this for the next available calendar, okay?
Yes, sir. And it's good to see you, Mr. Heath, and thank you for everything you did for me out there, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mohammed. It's
All
good
right.
to see you too.
Good to see you. Have a good day.
You too.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Justin McKenna. Mr. McKenna, your offender number is 224181, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent McKernan from AP&P. Mr. McKenna and Agent McKernan, I do need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McKenna, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looks like Mr. McKenna submitted a PV waiver back in September. Looks like there was still a chance that whether the charge was being screened. The board received note that those charges had been declined for allegation 1. So Mr. McKenna entered a denial to allegation 1 and a no contest plea to allegation 2 without any charges. And with the prior conversation, Ms. Conyers, how are we handling these allegations today?
He will plead no contest to both of the allegations, and I know he wants to explain what happened with number 1, but that's how we'll handle them.
Okay. All right, Mr. McKenna, and you'll have a chance for you and I to have a conversation toward the end of the hearing. But right now, with respect to your pleas, there are some things that I need to make sure you're aware of. There are some rights that you are waiving, so I'm going to go over them. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Insofar as your parole violation is concerned, that those two are seen as the same with regard to revoking your parole and moving forward in that regard. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. And then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence and they bear the burden of proof. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yeah.
And do you understand that by entering these no contest pleas, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll accept the no contest pleas as knowingly and voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. So now I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, brief conversation with Agent McKernan, and then you and I, the balance of the hearing will be a conversation between you and me. Okay, Mr. McKenna? Sorry, we record audio only, so if you could just acknowledge.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation, additional information?
So I'll leave it to Mr. McKenna to explain why it was in this, why he had this substance that he had a prescription for, why it was in the packaging it was, as he has a better handle on that. What we want, our recommendation is that for a termination, he insists that he will not send another agreement. Although it sounds like he does have some things on the outside when he is released, he has a place and transportation and he'll have treatment set up and he'll have what he needs. But for now, he's asking for a termination. He will note that it sounds like he's been making some really great use of his time while in custody with classes. He's been really productive. And in fact, there may be a letter from a sergeant about his good behavior and his leadership. So it sounds like he is doing really well right now, but just kind of doesn't want to deal with parole any longer. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Agent McKernan, any recommendation?
Yes. On the termination, the concern I have with that is the behavior he's had lately while being incarcerated. He has some disciplinary actions, and he's recently on disciplinary restriction for having, it looks like unauthorized possession of property. Pretty sure what that consists of, but the other two, there was one on 11/30/2024, which he was found in possession of 3 pills of Suboxone during the
not
strip
guilty of.
search. And then the most concerning one was on 10/30/2024, a reckless endangerment that he was being a lookout. His charge for being a lookout while 2 guys were beating up an inmate in a cell, and that inmate was actually transported to the U of U hospital.
Okay.
So, what I really think he needs to do is complete, like, if he hasn't done MRT yet, I would say he would complete MRT before he is considered for another parole.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McKenna, let's talk about, sorry, Mr. McKenna, let's talk about the incident that brought you back. I know that's burning, so let's get that out there. What was going on with the Suboxone in the halfway house?
I left that morning to go to my mental health evaluation, and when I had talked to the officers about getting my to-go medicine, which was like multiple things, I was told that I was not allowed to leave with my medicine because I didn't have another pill bottle made for them. And I was like, well, I wasn't aware of that, because in Fortitude, you're allowed to leave with your medication in a sealed envelope. And they said, okay, well, that's not how it works here, and that's what I have to do. And I said, so am I supposed to go my entire day without my medication? And I was told, well, if it means that much to you, then I don't have to leave the building. So then I left without it. WeBe Human Services is where I had my prescription refilled. And when I left there, they were supposed to give me 1 strip of Suboxone and then have the rest of it picked up by APMP. But I never picked up that 1 strip of Suboxone. So I got a hold of them and said, hey, I have an appointment with you guys later today. Is it still possible I could pick that up? And they told me, yes, I can. So WeBe Human Services gave me that 1 strip of Suboxone. And then to make it last all day, I was taking it in the increments of eighths. And I just happened to have that 1 little eighth left folded in a piece of paper in my wallet. So that's why and how I had it in my wallet. And when I was coming back from the evaluation, I totally spaced it and forgot that it was in there. So that's. And
Okay.
I got all my prescriptions from WeBe Human Services and everything like that too.
So you had taken it out of the packaging.
At WeBe Human Services gave it to me outside of the packaging. It was my one dose I was supposed to take the day of picking up my prescriptions, but I was misunderstood. When they told me that APMP had to come pick them up, I assumed that they were picking them all up. So I never took that 1. But when I called them that morning, I said, hey, I still have this 1 that I never picked up. They told me that I could still come and get it, and they gave it to me like that. But they opened it up and handed it to me. I just took half of it, and then I took another half of it at noon, and I forgot that last half of it in my wallet. It was an eighth, like the size of my fingernail.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the write-ups. I show there was the 1 conviction for the disorderly conduct, and then there's a pending disciplinary for 2 tablet batteries that have been taken out of a tablet.
Okay, so the first one, it was 2 days after I got out of R&O. My friend was being assaulted by 2 inmates up in his cell. His cellmate came down to get me to let me know what was happening. When I got up there, everything already was done. But I seen that my buddy was sitting in the back of the cell, sitting on a toilet, and the other 2 dudes were sitting there yelling at him and talking. And I told him, hey man, I won't leave until they're done. and I stood and waited on the railing. I have a signed letter from both the dude who was assaulted, my friend, and his cellmate, stating why I was there and what they would come testify on my behalf. And when I explained that to the IDH officer, he still just went off the officer's report, what they thought would happen. But I said, hey, I gave you signed testimony, and I even sent you guys in a copy of it because I have it right here. This is from the gentleman who was assaulted, who happens to be my friend. And he still found me guilty, and he says, well, I apologize for that. Like, he tries to give me some kind of fair and biased or what, I don't remember how he said it, but I said, I proved right here that I was there on his behalf, and he still found me guilty of it.
Okay. The 2 tablet batteries, that case is still, that write-up is still pending. If you don't want to talk about it, you
Well,
can
no, so,
reserve.
and then on the one that Mr. McKinnon just mentioned about the Suboxone tablets, I was found not guilty of that because they didn't find enough evidence by that same officer, didn't find enough evidence to sustain that report. So I was found not guilty of that. On the 2 tablet batteries, I had just talked to the officer who wrote that up last night, who gave me the positive C note for my good behavior and participation in the program. He said that he will go on my behalf in front of the IDH officer and make sure that that would be dismissed because they weren't my batteries, but my cellmates. So Mr. McKinnon wants to say that I have just demonstrated bad behavior, but honestly, it's been the exact opposite of that. I've gone out of my way to make sure I've done good behavior. I've sat in a class. I've been doing the living and balancing class. And you can see by the sergeant, I just received my positive C note last night. Oh, and then as regards to the MRT, I graduated MRT December 2023, right before I got out. Down in Gunnison. Or anything like that. I wanted to do it because I wanted to participate in the class.
Okay. Are you still associated with the gang?
I've never been associated with the gang.
Well, according to the DOC, Department of Corrections, you are associated with the gang. It may just be a prison thing that you have friends who are.
No, so when I moved here, I don't live with sex offenders, and I just don't happen to live with black people. So when I came here, I told them that I don't live with black people and I don't live with sex offenders. They mislabeled me as a pecker would. Well, years go by and I've been fighting that. And they said, oh, well, the only way you could take it off is by modifying. I said, well, I shouldn't have to do that because I'd never sit there and told you I was affiliated or did associate with any gang. King, who was the STG sergeant back in 2019, told STG Wood that he had made the mistake, and then anybody who he thought was a white boy or anything like that, he automatically labeled that. And I said, okay, cool. Well, since I'm not that, how do we fix that? And he says, well, I can modify. I said, well, that makes you just look like you're check-in and all kinds of other things. And he says, well, what do you want me to do about this? And I said, well, I just don't live with sex offenders and I don't live with black people. And he says, well, we could just label you as a white supremacist. And that's what they labeled me as. So I've never affiliated or been with a gang.
Tell me about your drug use on this parole.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your drug use while you were on this parole.
So he keeps saying that I was using illicit substances, Suboxone and THC. I've been on Suboxone since December of 2023. I was on it until I came back to prison. I was on it the entire 6 months while in prison. I was on it while I got out, and I've been on it since. And the THC, I told him multiple times that I was on it, and I kept getting the impression that I wasn't believed. I sent you guys a screenshot of the email I sent to him 7 days before he filed the report that I was still using that illicit substance. And it was of my medical cannabis card. This was on July 30th. I emailed him this. And then on August, 5th, I was told that I was still using illicit substances. Or THC and Suboxone.
Well, I showed that there's a positive test for fentanyl.
Yeah, and truthfully honest, and I know everybody wants to use this as an excuse. I never used fentanyl. I've been taking Suboxone for 12 months. The active ingredient in Suboxone is naloxone. Naloxone is an inhibitor that stops you from getting high on any type of opiate opiate basically. And there's been absolutely no reason to even try to use it. I've been on it for what, 8 months prior to that. So when I was at Weber Human Services, I was smoking a weed cart that wasn't mine. It was somebody else's. And that's the only thing I could think of, because when I got back, I tested positive for fentanyl and THC on a Friday. And when I tested again on Tuesday, I tested negative for THC, but still for fentanyl. I don't know how I would test positive for a drug that stays in your system for 30 days and one that's out of your system in 3 days. I never used fentanyl. I know it sounds like an excuse, but it's the God honest truth. Done a lot of stupid things in my life, but I didn't do that.
And then, so you would refuse another parole, is that correct?
Well, no, so I don't want it to make it sound like that. I just honestly, when I got out this time, I really wanted it to work. I was going to do everything I had to do to just do good. I did all my mental health evaluation. I was set up in all my classes, and it just made it appear like I didn't do nothing positive, nothing mitigating on my behalf. I was caught up in all my classes. I did all my assignments, and I was going to my mental health evaluation, which I was coming back from. But just seeing how it was worded just threw me out. I just don't feel like APNP has it in my best interest to succeed on it, or that you're willing to help me. I just proved that I did good while I was in here, that I wasn't guilty of that first write-up. I beat the second write-up, and I'm gonna now beat the third write-up. But yet he still wants to address my behavior while in prison, and that I didn't even do none of my, just nothing positive is going in my behalf, even when I proved that I was doing positive. I just want to get out and stay out. My grandfather is sick and dying, and he wrote me a letter today too. And I just want to be able to get out and stay out. And I just know that if I get out again, and if something small were to happen like this again, I'm going to come right back. And I can't handle another 3 months in R&O, because every time I come back, that's about what I'm in there for now. I lose something every time I come back, and it's just, I'm to the point where I have nothing, and I don't want to keep doing this no more. I just feel it's in my best interest to do whatever time you guys feel is necessary to do a termination, so I could get out and start my life over. I don't want to get out and have a house and a car and do this, and then something small were to happen and I get sent back, and it's an automatic 6 months. Like, look, right now, it's been almost 7 months and I'm still here before I even got a chance to explain myself to you guys. I just want this to be over.
Okay. So the issue is this. It's possible. I mean, your sentence does not expire until 2045. And obviously there's a difference between refusing and then what you've told me. But there's a possibility the board says, well, it's fine. If he doesn't want to do parole, then we'll just make him wait until 2045. You're not willing to do that. Is that correct?
Well, no, but like I said, I just don't want to walk out of here and have the fear of being sent back. And then, like I said, after reading what APNP said about me this time and what he just said about me a minute ago, I just know that they're not going to have my best interest at heart.
Okay. All right. How is your mental health currently?
I just, other than just being extremely depressed and having PTSD, I don't have any problems. When I went to my mental health evaluation on the 2nd of August, that lady told me that there was nothing that she could find that would warrant me to have any type of classes. I said, well, other than that, because she asked me about my medical marijuana card, I said I have PTSD. And she said that I might have to do a class about that. And honestly, my PTSD results from just getting out and coming back and with law and authority and things like that. And this place has been really hard on me as well.
Okay. Physical health, any issues?
So I have really bad, I have problems I had supposed to see a urologist on. I'm currently seeing a specialist, but it's becoming extremely hard to even do that, because now I have to go and do these procedures with shackles, chains, and guards and everything like that. And it's making me not even want to do that, because it's getting really embarrassing. And I've been filing griefs and motions against that as well. But other than that, like I have, extreme urination difficulties. and prostate problems.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you for all the information you've given me. I will take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, they're going to send you a letter in the mail letting you know what they've decided. They also post it online, so you may learn faster by talking to people outside who can look it up on the board's website. Okay?
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Kelvin Gilliland. Mr. Gilliland, your offender number is 133692. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I will be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you will see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Britton from AP&P. Mr. Gilliland, Agent Britton, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gilliland, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
I did.
All right, very good. Before we go further, I just want to acknowledge that you do have a friend in attendance at the hearing out in Salt Lake. Appreciate her presence today, willing to show some support for you, Mr. Gilliland. All right, it looks like during this parole, Mr. Gilliland did plead guilty to a use or possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class B misdemeanor. The court took his plea and held it in abeyance. Looks like that's going to be reviewed next month. So that's not related to anything that we're dealing with today, just noting that for the record. We do have just the one allegation against Mr. Gilliland. How are we handling that today, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, he'll plead no contest on that sole allegation.
All right. All right, Mr. Gilliland, before I accept your plea, I need to make sure you understand the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where AP&P would have to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they have alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You would be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Gilliland?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering this no contest plea, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept the no contest plea as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. So I'm going to have a little conversation with your attorney, then with Agent Britton, and then you and I will have a conversation. Okay, Mr. Gilliland?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation or additional information?
Yes, thank you. He's asking basically for credit for time served and an immediate release. Is an Ogden, an address in Ogden. I think it needs to be submitted, but it shouldn't be a problem because he's lived there before. He plans to complete therapy in Utah for 3 months and then do his exit polygraph as part of his SOTP and work on his established goals. Then once he's done with all of that, he plans to interstate compact back to Colorado to help his brother. And he's will once again should be receiving SSI for his medical conditions so that he can financially care for himself. But that is his problem. That's his plan at this point.
Thank you. Agent Britton, any recommendation?
I'm okay with the recommendation. So I feel it's appropriate at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Gilliland, now's our opportunity to speak. Talk to me briefly just about that drug paraphernalia charge. What was going on there?
I had a pipe. I have a medical card, and the device that the facility sells, according to state law, for incinerating flour, it was outside my financial means, and so I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I purchased a pipe and I was putting flame to flour, and I pled guilty to that.
So it was the device you were using to burn.
It was a marijuana pipe.
It was a marijuana pipe that fell outside of the law, and that was here in Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I didn't think it was possible to get a medical card where you could burn marijuana.
You're not allowed to put flame to flour, but they sell a device. Like I said, it's expensive. It's like $175, but it incinerates it, so you just inhale the smoke.
Okay.
Oh, I heard that.
All right. And then talk to me about what's going on with treatments.
I've spoke to my therapist here, Stephanie, with Alpha, and we've set up a plan for me to get back into therapy for 3 months and then to retake my exit polygraph and be done with therapy. And then I wanted to put in a request to get off parole early. I currently have a date set for May of 26. And then I could return to Colorado not on parole and just be able to take care of my brother.
Why were we struggling with, I mean, you're back here because of failure to or a refusal to do treatment. What was going on there?
I was enrolled in therapy. They had trouble receiving all my paperwork from Utah. It took them like 4 months to get all the paperwork. When they finally got the paperwork, they reviewed it and said we were going to sit down and establish a treatment plan moving forward. And I was an individual speaking to my therapist that morning and went back later in the afternoon for group. And they just told me that the state didn't want to pay for my therapy anymore and they were going to send me back to Utah. And I said, okay.
How long were you in Colorado?
I arrived in Colorado on March 26th of last year. And I was extradited back to Utah on the 29th of October.
So, I mean, the allegation is that you were removed from treatment for being argumentative, you were not receptive to feedback, and you did not appear to be internalizing concepts or mitigating your high risk of reoffending. That was the reasoning that Colorado was having a hard time with you and their program. Can you respond to that?
In Utah, I wasn't considered high risk. Also, I guess all I can say to that is if you review all of my quarterly reviews from therapy in Utah, you'll see that there's never a single instance where I was argumentative or refusing to do therapy or to internalize the concepts. I've actually been using the tools that I learned in therapy a lot over the last 2 years. Before going to Colorado, I was homeless for 8 months, living at the Lantern House in Ogden, and I had a lot of challenges and a lot of situations that came up, and it was helpful for me to be able to lean on my parole officer, Mike Arnold, and my therapist also to help navigate those difficulties. And I think that I did very well. As far as what they're saying in Colorado, I think they just didn't want me there because all the sex offenders in that state are on lifetime parole. And I wasn't on lifetime parole. They even told me, I said, "You're the only client we have that has an expiration date." And so I just don't know why they didn't like me.
Well, they're saying you're argumentative, and not receptive to feedback. So we know why. I'm trying to figure out, so if you look back, because that all comes from Colorado, that's not from Utah, it's from Colorado.
Right.
If you look back at your experiences in therapy in Colorado, can you think about reasons why they would have that response or that input about you?
The only thing I could really think of is that I had 3 different individual therapists over the 4 months that I was in therapy. And my first therapist had lied to me. And I asked her, I said, how can we have a trusting relationship if you're going to lie right to me? And she says, "What am I lying about?" She had told me that she spoke to my therapist here in Utah and that she had given me a negative discharge report from therapy. And so I contacted Stephanie and I asked her, I said, "Hey, my therapist here says that she talked to you and that you gave me a negative discharge report." She says, "I haven't spoken to anybody from Colorado and nobody has received your report yet. I just barely sent it to APMP." And so when I met with my therapist again, I told her I spoke to my therapist in Utah. And she says she never spoke to you. And I don't understand why you would lie to me about that.
All right, sorry, we're just running out of time. So I'm just trying to, so the first, you changed therapist the first time because you felt that she was being dishonest with you about having received your stuff from Colorado.
Yeah.
So then you got a second therapist. What happened with that therapist?
She said that I didn't fill out any of the paperwork that they needed to get my paperwork from Utah. And I said, "I've actually filled that paperwork out 3 times now, but I'll fill it out again if you need me to." And I think the biggest thing is they were just having trouble getting a hold of my records from Utah. And I don't know what more I could have done to help them speed up that process. I had contacted Alpha, the director of Alpha, and my therapist, and asked them to forward all that information to me so I could just give it to them personally. And it was just a slow process, and they wanted it faster.
So then you ended up with a third therapist.
Yes, and she was actually the director of the program, and her and I had no issues at all. We got along just fine. And then they received my paperwork finally, and she said they were going to sit down and review my paperwork. And then that afternoon, when I went back for a group, they said that the state didn't want to pay for my therapy anymore because they didn't give me a reason. They just said that we're going to put you on hold. And then my PO called me later that afternoon and said, "We're going to send you back to Utah." And I said, "Okay." Really nothing I can do about it at that point. I was trying to return to Utah of my own accord, so you guys didn't have to extradite me, but I wasn't able to get in contact with anybody to be able to make those arrangements.
Okay. So if you're granted a parole, do you have a place that you have an address in Ogden? Who lives there?
Bernice Falls. She's my friend that's there at the hearing in Salt Lake.
Okay.
She's been a very good friend and a very good source of support. And she's passionate about how she feels. And like I said, she's been a very good support system for me. Even when I was homeless, if before my SSI was available to me, if I needed gas money or something like that, she would help me out. And going back to live there would be a good place for me to stay because she'll help me as far as financially until my financial assistant kicks in for the period of time that I'll be back here in Utah, and then I can start paying her monthly rent. She'll work with me until that point, and I'll do her yard work for her and stuff like that. Things that I can handle doing around the house, and then work towards achieving the goals that I was working towards in Colorado. Personal goals I set in therapy.
Are you being treated for any mental health issues currently?
Yes, I have PTSD, major depressive disorder, and anxiety.
And you're on medications for all of those?
Yes, I take duloxetine for my PTSD.
I don't need the. I just need to know you're on medication.
Yes,
Those are working for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've answered all of my questions. Is there anything that we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
No.
Okay. All right, well, we'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report back to the board. They'll deliberate, make their final decision. Once they've made a decision, they post it online, and they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can wait for that letter to arrive, or if you're in contact with people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website, you can find out a lot faster that way. Okay?
All right.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Britton and Miss, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
That's okay, it's Kate.
Okay, thank you, Kate.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Winch. Mr. Winch, your offender number is 174425, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and then we have Agent Dalton here. We don't have a video for her. We have her by audio. Agent Dalton and Mr. Winch, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do. I swear.
Great, thank you. Mr. Winch, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes,
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, I was.
All right, very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, we have 5 allegations. Looks like 2 of which are criminal charges. I didn't see anything filed. How do you want to proceed this morning?
In fact, number 5 is still pending. That one was filed. I was going to ask Agent Dalton about number 4 to see if they plan to go forward with that charge.
We are still waiting for it to be filed. I spoke with the supervising agent who believes that it will be filed. And I can have him send an updated report.
Yeah, is there anything that we can do to speed that up a little bit?
I will ask the supervising agent if he can reach out to the agency and see where we're at with the process.
Okay, I guess with that information, we will just we'll enter denials at this time, and I guess we need to seek a continuance unless AP&P is willing to strike number 4.
We would like a continuance as well.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, do you have a case number for number 5?
Let me find it for you. Just one moment. I know
I'm
I
sorry,
found it the other day.
I've looked in Exchange a couple of times. I don't see anything. So I don't know if I'm misspelling the name.
Yeah, my name's actually spelled Michale. I don't know why the state has it misspelled, but it's been like that since 2007. So they told me that they wouldn't change it. They just put my actual name down as an alias, which makes it really hard because people out on the streets try to look me up and I am not in here.
Yeah, that would be.
Oh, it's case number 241 300100.
All right.
And he's right. The name is spelled ALE on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There it is. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I will take judicial notice of the pending charges. I'll note the denials. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. Where are we at with that? Is that there's an arraignment scheduled for that next week? So Mr. Winch, if you get that resolved quickly, just let us know. I know that there's still a chance of some other charges being filed according to AP&P. But if that court case does get resolved, then we'll get you back here as quickly as possible so we can handle this. And then Agent Dalton, if you'll just make sure you kind of with the one charge being filed and not the other one, it makes me feel like things are progressing the way that they will. But if we could get Agent Arnold to update the board as quickly as possible so we can handle this matter, we would appreciate it. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. And then Mr. Winch, just if you get that case resolved, let us know and we'll get you back here as quickly as possible.
Which
okay?
one, both or just the one?
The one that's pending, if you can get it resolved and let us know. I mean, it'll take some time to get you back on a calendar, but we'll try and get you back on a calendar. And if nothing else, that'll put a little bit more pressure on AP&P to make sure that we get any new charges filed.
Can we just put in for an evidentiary hearing on the fourth PV?
Ms. Conyers, how do you feel about that?
I mean, sir, I do want to rush this as well. If I thought that we wouldn't have any updates within the next month or two, I'd also request an evidentiary hearing. But if this is going to be filed, then they just cancel your evidentiary hearing anyway. So, I guess we can set up for an evidentiary hearing. If Agent Dalton, do you have any idea how long that's going to take? I mean, if we were going to get an update within a couple of weeks, setting it for an evidentiary hearing would be kind of a waste of resources and time. But if it's going to take several months, we should absolutely set up for an evidentiary hearing.
I don't. I would be inclined to set for an evidentiary hearing, if that's how you guys want to proceed.
Okay, we'll set up for an evidentiary hearing.
Thank you.
All right. So, but even still, Mr. Lynch, if you do resolve that case, let us know.
Isn't that it's a Class B misdemeanor though? I thought that wasn't recognized by the Board of Pardons. It's only a Class B.
It's not, we don't take jurisdiction over Class B misdemeanors, but because it is one of the allegations against you, you need to preserve your rights, your legal rights, by waiting until that case gets resolved. So if we set for an evidentiary hearing, then we'll get everything resolved. We still want to know when that case is resolved.
Yeah.
We'll find out through court sooner than later, or sooner or later. Just you let us know.
Okay.
All right, so we'll set this for an evidentiary, and then as things progress, if we get charges filed, then we can address those. If not, then we'll just proceed with that evidentiary. With that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation here for Timothy Ruiz. Sorry, Timothy Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, your offender number is 238427. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Downs from APNP. Agent Downs and Mr. Ruiz, I do need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ruiz, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. Looks like we were last here. Let's see. Sorry, Mr. Ruiz was facing charges in allegation or in cases ending in 3170 and 2359. Some of those are related to the allegations, some of them are not. Looks like those cases have been resolved, however. And Mr. Ruiz, of course, since Mr. Ruiz time started to close the cases. So we've got Ms. Conyers. There are 7 allegations currently pending. How do we want to handle those allegations?
Oh, I didn't see that we had any pending. I thought they had all been resolved. I know that we were.
Sorry, allegations. It's just the.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry,
Well,
pardon me. So he did plead guilty and we could take judicial notice. Those guilty pleas should attach to numbers 1 and 4. We were going to ask to enter denials and strike the other allegations 2, 3, 5 through 7 that were dismissed in that criminal case in exchange for plea. We're asking to do the same thing here.
All right, Agent Downs, any response to the motion to dismiss allegations 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7? Oh, you're muted, Agent Downs.
For the most part, because it does coincide with his guilty plea in court. But number 7, I have a hard time with because of intox. He started drinking since he was 16. He's been in and out because of alcohol problems. And he's had substance abuse treatment program before. And we need to do something with his alcohol abuse.
So, Agent, what I hear you saying is you'll dismiss all the 2, 3, and 5 and 6, but then you'd like him to admit or plead no contest on the intox charge?
Correct.
Mr. Ruiz, do you want to talk to me about that, or do you want to plead no contest or admit on intoxication?
I'll admit on the intoxication.
Okay, if we could do a no contest on the intox.
Certainly. Okay, and then I'm just based off of this information, I'm just gonna amend it to a technical violation since I didn't see any charge filed for intoxication. But
thank you.
Any issues with that, Agent Downs?
No.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, before I accept your pleas, I need to make sure you understand. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you do have the right to require APNP to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APNP would call witnesses to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You would also be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by entering these pleas, the admissions and the no contest plea this morning, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir, I understand.
All right, very good. I'll accept those pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denials to allegations 2, 3, 5, and 6. Recommend dismissing those based off of the stipulated motion. I will take judicial notice of the new convictions. With all of that, we will revoke your prior parole dates. So, Mr. Ruiz, I'm going to have a brief conversation with your attorney, then with Agent Jones, and then you and I'll have a conversation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, it sounds like Mr. Ruiz was doing well on parole for a while, and then just this happened. What we're asking for is 180 days and another attempt at parole. He will be living in Roy in an apartment in Roy with his girlfriend. She should have written a letter to the board talking about that situation. He's fortunate that he also has a friend who has a welding business and can train him. He also still has a job at Western States Rebar, and he plans to continue and complete his treatment at Alpha. He says he was almost done. It sounds like it may be appropriate for him to also do some substance abuse treatment. So that is what we are asking for, is another attempt with that plan.
All right, thank you. Agent Downs, any recommendation?
I agree with 180 days. I would encourage that something be added to while he's incarcerated, if he can complete a substance abuse program while he's waiting for the 180 days to expire.
Okay. So just to be certain, Agent Downs, I mean, he was arrested in the end of November. So I guess we still have 3 months. I don't know that there's a program, a substance abuse program that he could complete in 3 months at the prison. So APP is not recommending that he stay down for an additional 6 months from today, or is that what you are recommending?
If he wouldn't be able to be complete, then I'm good with 180 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ruiz, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me about what was going on this parole.
So on this parole, I believe I got a lot further than I was before. Every time I come out, I get a little bit further and I progress more. This time I was just on that day, I was just focused on wanting to go back to Texas so bad, and I wanted to be. I applied for an interstate compact and it wasn't going through as fast as I would have liked it to. I wanted to be home, but for the holidays, and that time was already passing. So I was kind of dwelling on the things that I didn't have, and I used that as an excuse to, drink that night, and that's what happened. I know that doesn't excuse my actions or anything that I did. That's just an explanation of what happened. I was just focusing on, going home with my family, and I felt really depressed and sad. That's pretty much it. And I chose to drink.
How much did you drink?
I drank a whole bottle of, almost a whole bottle of whiskey, 1 liter.
And then tell me about what happened that night.
All I remember was I was watching a movie with my girlfriend, some movie on Disney Plus. I don't remember what movie it was. I was taking shots and then I blacked out. And if I were to say that I knew what happened, I would be lying, because I have no idea what happened that night. It's just like glimpses of what happened. That's all I see. And then I woke up in jail and that's it.
And the glimpses that you have, what comes to mind?
I just remember I think the roommate from across the way was calling the police, and I was just like kind of freaking out. And then that's pretty much it. I don't remember anything else. I remember waking up in the hospital and kind of freaking out too, because I didn't know where I was at. I didn't know what was going on, and that's pretty much it.
Have you been violent with your girlfriend in the past?
No, sir.
Are you usually a violent drunk? And when you get drunk, do you get violent?
Not usually.
So this is an aberration. This is something that's completely out of the norm for you.
Yes, sir. This is an isolated incident.
Okay. Let's see. Just looking back at looks like we had wasn't a DUI in August.
A DUI?
Oh, sorry, not DUI, but you were pulled over when you, let's see, I'm just looking at this was handled through a 3-day rim. You were driving without a license or without insurance, without a license. And then you were taken to jail and you became kind of aggressive with the officer who's arresting you. Can you talk to me about that?
I didn't, yes, sir. My girlfriend picked me up so we can go have lunch, and we ate, and I drank a lot of soda, and I was in the car. I needed to pee, and there was nowhere for me to pee. I called her to ask her if she can get off of work so she can take me to the restroom so we can go to the store or something. She said she was really busy, so I didn't want to pee outside in the parking lot in the public, or I didn't want to pee in the car because there's cameras or somebody can pass by and see me peeing, and that wouldn't be good either. So I decided to take the keys and go down the street to the Maverick, and I used the restroom. When I was pulling out a Maverick, the police pulled me over because I guess the registration was expired, and he pulled me over, and I let him know that I wasn't supposed to be driving because I don't have a license. As soon as I made contact with him, I let him know that I wasn't supposed to be driving. I let him know my situation, and I guess he pulled up my record and he found out that I was a sex offender or whatever, and he arrested me for failure to register, and that's pretty much it. But I ended up, so I guess by law, you're not required to register a vehicle if you don't own it, or if you don't regularly use the vehicle. So none of those things apply to me. So they dismissed the charge of failure to register.
Right, and that's what I'm mostly interested in is your interaction with the officer. The officer indicates that you were verbally aggressive toward him.
Yes, sir. I was verbally aggressive when I started to get in the car because I was trying to explain to him if he can just let me go, and he said no. And then, like, all these thoughts started flashing in my head about, man, I'm gonna have to start all over again. And I was just emotional. I wasn't like, I don't know. I know there's no excuse for my actions, but I was really emotional at that time because I just felt like I was gonna have to start all over again. And I felt like I was doing good, so that's pretty much it. I don't.
Okay.
But I understand that no good. I should have just been quiet. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just went to jail and not said anything. I know that was wrong of me to do. He was just doing his job, and I understand that. And I apologize for doing that.
But just looking at patterns of behavior, and I completely understand. Like, that's overwhelming. You make a small mistake, getting in the car, you get pulled over, go to jail, you think the world's crashing in on you. But then we have the same, you're not getting your interstate compact, you're not getting your way, you get drunk, not only do you assault your girlfriend, but then you assault the police when they come. So we kind of have these patterns of behavior. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Whether you're sober as you were in August or drunk as you were in November, we kind of have the same reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on there?
I think maybe the drinking probably pushes me over the edge to actually assault, but when I'm sober, I would never do anything like that. I would never assault an officer. I know how foolish that is, even to just be verbally aggressive. I know that's wrong, but I don't know, sometimes my emotions get overwhelming, and I voice my opinion out, I guess.
So there may be some need to address some emotional regulation especially where that, there was some self-medication with respect to drinking when things aren't going your way with the interstate compact. Does that sound reasonable? Does that sound like, or do you disagree with that assessment?
That I self-medicate?
No, just the idea that you need some help regulating your emotions, kind of keeping things in check a little bit.
Yeah, I believe that I was getting that help, the emotional regulation at Alpha Counseling, because they take care of all those things at the counseling.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Agent Downs, does APNP have any issues or any hesitation with Mr. Ruiz paroling to his girlfriend's house?
As long as this was an isolated incident, I'm okay with it. I'm surprised she didn't file a protective order for what he did to her, but if there's no issues there and she's on the same page as being a cooperative victim in that previous case, then yeah, we can go forward with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Agent Downs. Mr. Ruiz, are you being treated for any mental health issues?
I have been diagnosed by Tropical Texas with bipolar depression when I was about 20. Well, actually, when I was probably like 12 years old, but the place is called Tropical Texas, and I was diagnosed with bipolar depression.
Okay.
But I'm not on any medications with that because I don't want to become dependent on medication. So I've been trying to deal with it without medication.
And that was when you were 12, is that right?
Yes, 12 and around age 22. So I was a patient at Tropical Texas for a long time.
I see. Okay. And then any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No, sir.
Is there anything we haven't discussed today? Anything else you wanted to say on your behalf?
On my yeah, I wrote a letter. If that's okay, if I read it.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, it says, honorable members of the board, I want to express my deepest and most sincere apology for my actions. I take full responsibility for what I have done, and I make no excuses for my behavior. I deeply regret the harm I have caused, and I carry the weight of that remorse with me every day. I understand the seriousness of my actions and the impact they have had on others. I am truly sorry for the pain I have caused. And if I could undo the harm, I would without hesitation. I recognize that my actions were wrong, and I am committed to taking responsibility and making amends in any possible way. I know I deserve to be held accountable for what I have done, and I accept the fact. However, I am humbly asking for your mercy and compassion in determining my future. I ask that you consider giving me a chance to redeem myself, a chance to prove that I can learn from my mistakes and become a better person. Please don't lock me up and throw away the key to my life. I genuinely believe that with your mercy, I can become a positive, contributing member of society. I want to right my wrongs, not just through my words, but through my actions moving forward. Thank you for your time and consideration and willingness to hear me out. Regardless of your decision you make, I will continue to work towards becoming a better person every day. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Very well written. All right. Well, I will take my report to the board. They'll deliberate. Once they've made a decision, they post it online and they send you a letter in the mail, so you can learn either by waiting for that letter to arrive or by speaking to people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website. That can happen a lot faster than waiting for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
go ahead and go on the record. This is the time place set for a parole violation here for Selena Morales. Ms. Morales, your offender number is 230542. Is that correct?
452.
Sorry. Yes, 230452.
Yeah.
I apologize. Okay. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and then we have Agent Previdel from APNP as well. Ms. Morales and Agent Previdel, I need to put both of you under oath. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do. I do.
Great, thank you. Ms. Morales, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
All right, and did you get your disclosure packet, the blue packet?
Yes, I did.
And then you've had a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers this morning in preparation for the hearing today. Do you feel ready to move forward with today's hearing?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Very good. All right, Ms. Conyers, looks like we have 13 allegations, but some of them were duplicated accidentally. So how do we want to handle these allegations today?
Thank you. She'll admit on 1 through 5, 6 through 9, we'd like to amend to what she pled to in Nevada. Unfortunately, because I don't have access to that system, I can't see what those are. So maybe her agent knows. And then 10 through 13, we're asking to strike.
Just to be clear, yeah, so 10 through 13 were all duplicative. So we're entering denials. We should strike those. Agent Previdel, do you know what the result was in the cases in Nevada for 6 through 9?
According to Miss Morales, they gave her the 5 months in the Clark County jail. She communicated with the 2 agents that brought her back from Nevada. They extradited her. And when I reached out to Nevada to get the actual sentencing documents, I still have not received those as of today, but Miss Morales claimed that they gave her time, then released her to the Utah detainer.
Okay. Ms. Morales, do you remember what you pled guilty to down there in Nevada?
I know one was obstruction, possession of stolen property. But I remember it's only 2 charges. But I did my time out there, and then they extradited me out here.
Okay. So based on that, it looks like allegations 6 and 7 would cover what she was convicted of.
That's right. So we'd ask to strike 8 and 9 based on her representations.
So Agent Previdel, any issues with that? Striking 8 and 9?
No, sir.
So. Okay. All right. So I have admissions to allegations 1 through 7, and then allegations 8 through 13, where denying and then moving to strike. Looks like we have a stipulated motion to dismiss those. Is that accurate? Okay. All right, Ms. Morales, before we proceed, I need to make sure you understand you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where APNP bears the burden of proof and have to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as the calling of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yeah.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. Take judicial notice of the convictions in Nevada. Note the denials to allegations 8 through 13 and recommend that they be dismissed based off the stipulated motion. From all of that, we will revoke your prior parole date. All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, we had a brief but good conversation about that. She, on this last parole, had an opportunity to be more involved in her son's life. So it sounds like that's going to motivate her to get off paper as soon as possible. and join him in Idaho. She is looking into interstate compact to Idaho, or looking into a termination, whichever one will allow her to go and be involved in her son's life sooner. So that's our request.
All right. Thank you. Agent Pervidel, any recommendation?
Yes, if I could just comment for the record. You know, I had high hopes for Miss Morales. I've supervised her sister on parole, and she was very successful. She paroled to her sister's house, and we kind of thought things were going to turn around for her. But once again, she has a serious drug problem, and once she starts using drugs, it leads her right back down that negative path that it has during her last 3 paroles. She's absconded during all 3 paroles. We honestly worry about her safety because she knows how to survive out there, as addressed in the report. I don't need to beat that dead horse to death, but you know, we do worry about her. She has the potential to be successful, but rather than address her problems, she just runs away from them. She's currently being supervised on a 2nd-degree felonies with a final expiration date of 2036. So a termination is certainly something that we considered, but then with the length of time that Utah still has her, we feel that she needs to do some serious work on herself. Then she can put her life back together. Possibly an interstate compact might help her do that if she's held accountable. If not, or until that compact can be approved, we would submit our recommendation as is. We feel that she could really benefit from Orange Street and complete the women's program. And then that way that could prepare her to go and be with her son. So we'll submit that recommendation that was submitted to the board in the amended report.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Morales, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me about what was going on this parole.
So as Miss, she hit it pretty dead on. I have had this addiction since I was 11 years old. I'm 29 now, and it's been a part of me for a long time, since I was just a child, you know. And so I tried to go parole with my sister. However, my sister was these are traumas that I have with my family too. She wasn't being completely honest with me about certain things, and I'm not gonna sit here and say things about her that it's not my place to say. And to me, the quickest and the most logical to me at the moment thing to do was to run. I didn't want to deal with any of it. It was, and unfortunately I was already high at the time. So of course my logic isn't logical thinking either. I was already high. And then on top of that, the things that I was discovering with my sister, it was too much for me. And so I ended up cutting off my ankle monitor, and I did what I know how to do, which is run from my problems. And so I do like what Ms. Karen said. I do feel like I have a lot of potential, and I know that if I put my mind to something, I will do it. I can do it. Obviously, I can do it in my addiction. Why can't I do it in good ways, you know? And so I know I could benefit from what parole has to offer me. I do. I know I could. But it's just like, it's been 5 years since I was actually last able to be in my son's life, actually, since I came out to this prison. So me being able to have this opportunity to be back in his life, I want to do anything in my power to make that happen. I want to, and so whatever route we take, I know that my expiration's a long ways, but if we could do a year termination, or, you know, if I have to parole again, whatever is probably not the quickest, but best route for me to get to that boy. That's what I'm pushing for. It's really such a silver lining for him to be back in my life this way. And so, yeah.
All right. Tell me about your relapse. So you get out on parole. Were you able to stay clean for any amount of time?
Like I said, when I started finding out certain things with my sister that I could not believe, I immediately went to doing what I know how to do, which is to get high. And I reached out to somebody on Facebook, you know, somebody I knew in same town in Ogden, and I went and got high. So no reason, I'm not trying to justify my use, but that's just what made sense to me.
Okay. When did you abscond to Nevada?
That was in July, I believe. In July, I already knew I was gonna run, and I was like, well, why stick around? Why not even run farther from my problems and really not have to see the same people and do, you know, like, it's just what made sense to me. So it happened in July sometime. I was only out there about a month, and then I went to jail.
All right. Was there any time on this parole that you were able to stay clean?
At the beginning, maybe about 2-3 weeks the most.
And so the rest of the time, once you relapsed, it was just
Yeah.
just done. You were using multiple times a day, anytime you could, really.
Yep.
What were you using?
Meth. I was drinking, cocaine, marijuana.
Okay. Were you injecting or smoking?
Smoking.
Did you ever inject?
Well, I did it years ago, but
Okay.
yeah, it's not something that it's too much for me.
Gotcha. All right. And so your son's in Idaho. And so when did you have a chance to interact with him on this parole?
So I wasn't able to interact with him, but I called his family, and his auntie cussed me out, and those were hard conversations, really hard conversations actually, but it was the opening door to possibly me being able to be a part of his life.
And how old is he?
He's 8 years old now. Last time I was with him he was 3 years old.
Very good. So if you're granted a parole, so you wouldn't refuse to sign a parole agreement,
I
right?
wouldn't refuse, no.
Okay. Do you have a place to go, or would you need to go to a halfway house?
Orange Street, yeah, I would do Orange Street.
And what do you do for work when you're out there?
I kind of just go by, I roll with the punches, you know, I kind of go based what's probably the best for me, what's going to work around my schedule, what's the better pay, you know. And so when I was at Orange Street before, I had 2 jobs. I had one where I would work at an actual factory, and then I had where I was waitressing. And yeah, so it was kind of like, it was perfect. This time around, I don't know what would work the best. I don't know what classes I would have or whatever, you know. And so I need something that's going to be lenient with my schedule, because of course my recovery and Orange Street is going to have to be first before anything, you know.
Gotcha. Are you being treated for any mental health issues?
I don't think so.
No medications?
No, I kind of go back and forth from wanting to get on medication, but it's scary for me. It's scary for me to want to get on pills, but I feel like sometimes I do have a couple loose screws. I don't know.
All right. Well, it sounds like you've had a lifetime of addiction that's, if you didn't have them before, then that would help loosen some screws. And so there may be something that needs to be addressed, but I imagine the board will order a mental evaluation just to see if there's anything any diagnosis that sticks out that we can maybe hopefully get you a little bit more help to address some of the demons that are bouncing around inside there that may be able to get you closer to recovery with your addiction. Okay.
Okay.
Any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful?
No, I'm pretty healthy.
All right, very good. Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate all the information you've given me today. I'm going to take my report to the board. They will deliberate. Once they've made a decision, they post it online almost immediately. And then they do send you a letter in the mail, so you can learn either by waiting for that letter to arrive or if you're in contact with people on the outside, they can look it up on the board's website and let you know what that decision is as you visit with them. Okay? All right. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Take care,
Good luck.
Selena.
Bye, Karen.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Brian Faust. Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
FOUSE, sir.
FOUSE. I apologize.
Yes,
Brian FOUSE. Mr. FOUSE, your offender number is 145410. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. And then we have Agent Dalton, who's here with audio only. And Agent Dalton has already been sworn in this morning. She remains under oath for this hearing. Mr. FOUSE, I'm saying that it is FOUSE, right?
It's FOUSE, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Also, I second guess myself. Mr. FOUSE, I do need to put you under oath. If I can have you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. FOUSE, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
We briefly did.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, do you feel ready to move forward this morning?
Yes, thank you.
We learned just before coming on the record, Mr. FOUSE was facing a misdemeanor DUI charge in case in 3326. I think we had all anticipated that case preventing us from moving forward, but it looks like as of yesterday, Mr. FOUSE was able to resolve that case. There was a guilty plea to the drive with measurable controlled substance, Class B misdemeanor. The failed to operate within a single lane was dismissed with prejudice. Is that your understanding, Mr. FOUSE?
Yes.
All right, and it looks like was there a sentence entered?
It was closed.
Yeah, case.
So the sentence was, oh man.
Credit for time served. There it is. I see.
Yep, there it is. The one line, credit for time served. Thank you.
Yes. All right, with that, how do you want to handle the two allegations?
Yes, so we would like to amend number 1 to a driving with measurable controlled substance. That is still a Class B misdemeanor. And we would ask to strike number 2 as that was dismissed as part of the plea.
Sorry, let me get that language. Measurable controlled substance. Oh, Agent Dalton, any issues with amending allegation 1 to the drive with measurable?
No.
All right. And then any response to the motion to dismiss allegation 2? Agent Dalton?
Yes, we can dismiss that.
Okay. All right. Sorry, just wanted to make sure. All right. So we have an admission to 1 as amended, and then a denial to 2. We'll move to dismiss based on stipulated motion. Correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Excuse me. Sorry, just 1 second. All right. Mr. Foose, before I accept your admission to the allegation, I need to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APP to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where APP would have to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine APP's witnesses, as well as the calling of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
And do you understand that by entering this admission today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admission as knowingly voluntarily entered and will revoke your prior parole date. All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, I know that this is probably very disappointing for Mr. Foose, and I know that he's happy that nobody was hurt as a result of using these prescriptions in this way and driving. Mr. Foose was in custody for quite a while before given this opportunity at parole. I know that because we talked multiple times, and I know that his main priority is his family. So we're going to ask for 90 days and another attempt at parole. This was his first attempt at parole. I'm sure he will acknowledge that this is a mistake, but I know that he has some good support and that his family is his priority. It looks like he's already completed the treatment that he needed to do, but it sounds like he still has a place to live. So we would ask for 90 days and another opportunity at parole for him.
All right. Agent Dalton, did you have any recommendation?
Yes, this is a pretty serious allegation. It looks like he was driving pretty recklessly on the freeway, almost hitting several vehicles, and he actually hit a barrier. He really could have killed somebody or himself. It's a serious risk to the public. We would ask that a public safety be imposed and he serve 180 days before the board considers him to be released. It looks like he'll need some additional treatment as well. And if we could also add DUI conditions, that way there's an interlock before he has access to a vehicle.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Foose, now's your opportunity to speak.
I just recently got out of RSUT from Fortitude. I'm doing good. I had a job at Flying J. As what happened to this situation, I just on Thursday, so this situation happened on a Monday. On Thursday, I just barely got done seeing the McKay Family Center for medication treatment. They put me on Adderall and Xanax. I was fine. I was on my way to work on Friday as to what was happening. I drove all the way from 2700 North Pleasant View. I made it to 2600 North West Bountiful or North Salt Lake Bountiful area, and a vehicle veered into my lane. I dropped my lighter is why I looked down off the road. I dropped my lighter. I looked down. I seen a vehicle veering into my lane. I haven't drove for 7.5 years. I'm not the best driver at the time. So I don't want to, credit myself as a good driver anymore. I used to drive CDL Class A's, but so as I looked down, I seen a vehicle out of my side view and it was wavering into my lane. So I turned my steering wheel to the right, my fiance's vehicle. I don't own a vehicle. I probably won't for many years. So, but anyways, I veered to the right, and as I did so, I hit the concrete barrier. As soon as I was able to get off the road, which was, like I said, this happened after I-15 northbound, 2600 North, or yeah, I think it's north or south, whatever, right before Beck Street. I got off at Beck Street. I called my fiance. I let her know what happened to the truck and what was going on. As I was sitting there, a police officer pulled up. I put my hands up. I said, I just hit a barrier. I'm not on any drugs. You can go ahead and breathalyze me. You can take blood work, whatever. I said, I do take medication that I just recently took. Not recently, I took medication that morning, about 7:30 to 8 o'clock. I took my medication, and this all happened after 12 o'clock. So I honestly was good to go. Like I said, I looked out of the vehicle. I looked down and misperception is my view, is what I did. And that's why I hit the lane. I Other than that, like I said, I've done my classes. I did 7.5 years of multiple different programs here in prison. I was on ankle monitor. I got off ankle monitor. I just met my fiance. I was doing good. I got a job at Flying J. Flying J is willing to take me back. Like honestly, like I'm doing good for a change, to be honest. And if APNP wants me to take an alcohol, I don't mind taking classes. I don't need it, honestly. Like I said, this is over my medication that I was just barely given. And the only reason why it was in my system is because I am required by APNP to take as a stipulation my medication. So I was taking my medication versus I would rather not take medication, to be honest with you, because of these reasons, because I've seen too many situations like this happen. But due to previous mental health issues, I am required by stipulation to take medication. So that's why I went to Family McKay Center, like I said, that Thursday, and this all happened Monday, right after I was given a new prescription, 2 new prescriptions.
Okay. So when you say you don't want to take medications because you've seen these things happen too often, what are you talking about?
As to, with people getting in wrecks and stuff like that. I've seen people get in wrecks and have DUIs. I had a CDL Class A. I pride my license like I had nothing on my license ever for my whole life. I've not had a single drip. I've had a criminal record, yes, but my license, I pride my license as if it was like the Holy Quran. Like, you know what I mean? So this is already affecting me having this driving under a measurable amount, you know, like, and it's already affecting me personally, to be honest with you. So anything further than that is extreme, to be honest. Like I don't own a vehicle. I was operating a vehicle that was my fiance's that I was going to work as I am supposed to do for APNP, as I am required.
So okay. I feel like, I mean, I'm not here to play gotcha, but the allegation is that somebody called to complain about your driving.
I'm sure when I swerved, that's the call that happened.
But that's not what people don't call because somebody swerved to avoid getting hit by somebody. People call. I mean, we've all seen people drive dangerously. Very rarely do we call the police. So somebody called the police. Then when the officers came up to you and you said that you had taken your prescribed medication.
Yes.
The officer conducted field sobriety tests.
I passed the first one. I failed the second 2 because I was shooken up. As I told him, I said, I just hit a barrier. I cannot stand still. As to my medication, I was shaking, as I shake even now with the medication that the prison provides me with. I get nervous really easy. I have high anxiety. I wish I didn't, but it's what I deal with.
Okay. All right. So what are you being treated for mental health wise?
I have schizophrenia. I have learning disability. I hear voices. Yeah. Bipolar.
Do you, and you're taking medications for the schizophrenia?
Yes.
And does that mute the voices? Does that tamper
Yes.
them down? You still hear them?
It mutes them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do the voices give you different commands, tell you to do certain things, or are they just there?
They're just there.
Okay.
Just obnoxious chatter.
Gotcha. All right. Any physical health issues the board should be aware of?
I have an ACL tear in my left knee, which I also let the officer know that when he was trying to do the field sobriety, why I could not stand is because I have an ACL tear that I've had ever since I was 17. I do have valid, I did let the highway patrol know that I had medical issues. I have back problems and stuff like that. And so after a really short time, he just turned into a jerk, to be honest with you, and said, well, I'm just going to give you a DUI. Called my agent, and that was it.
Okay.
Took me in. I tried to call my agent to let him know what was happening, and he never answered to me. I was just brand new. I never even met the gentleman. I was supposed to meet him the following day. Like I said, I'm new to Pleasant View, and it was because I've had a lot of issues in Salt Lake. That's where I'm familiarized, and that's where a lot of my drug hanging out and stuff like that. And I moved out of that area so that I don't have that no more. Like I was doing good. I'm still doing good. I'm not doing bad.
All right. If you're granted a parole, where would you go?
To my fiance's in Pleasant View.
And back to work at Flying J.
Yes, they're willing to bring me back. Yes, sir. Is
And
what they
then
said.
you'll do whatever treatment's asked of you. Is that correct?
If I need to, yeah. I've done a lot, but if I need to counter some treatment with my work schedule, I gotta do what I gotta do, sir.
Certainly. Okay. Well, and it always start with that evaluation first, right? So we'll see what needs to be done, and we'll go from there. All right. Well, thank you for all the information you've given me today. I'm going to take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. They'll post it on the board's website almost immediately after it's made, and then they'll send you a letter. So it's faster to learn if you can contact people on the outside who can look it up on the site. Otherwise, wait for that letter to get to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Zachary Talbot, offender number 2284641. Is that you, sir?
Yes, yes, it is.
All right, Mr. Talbot, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and then you'll be able to hear Agent Dalton. Our video is not working, but you will be able to hear her, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Talbot, Mr. Talbot, I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Dalton's previously been placed under oath this morning and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Talbot, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
I did, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, it looks like Mr. Talbot has a few pending cases. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, we'd ask to enter denials at this time and continue for 30 days. He has a prelim next week and thinks he may be able to resolve it by that time.
Okay. Agent Dalton, any objection to that?
No, we would like to continue as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Talbot, what I will do today then is I will take denial simply as a placeholder, recommend a paper review in approximately 30 days. What that means is the board will conduct a hearing simply administratively, just to check your case and see if it's resolved. If it is, they'll get you back on a calendar. If it's not, then they'll just kick it out again until that case is resolved. If in the interim you do resolve your case, write us a letter so that we can get you back on the calendar sooner than later, okay?
Okay, I will do that.
All right, any questions about anything?
No, sir.
All right, any questions from anybody else? Hearing
No,
nothing,
thank
I'll
you.
conclude the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good day. Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Johnson Angel, offender number 236549. Is that you, sir?
Yes, that's me.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Cook, or excuse me, Agent Hernandez.
Yes, I'm just using this computer.
Sorry, what's that, Agent Hernandez?
I'm just using Agent Cook's computer.
Okay. Mr. Angel, are you able to see each of them?
Yeah, I'm able to see them.
All right, Mr. Angel, Agent Hernandez, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Angel, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. I am.
All right, and it's my understanding that your mom and siblings are there in attendance. We welcome them today. Ms. Conyers,
Okay,
I'd
thank
like to proceed.
Yes, thank you. There are 2 allegations and he will admit to both of them.
And your recommendation?
Yes, this was his first attempt to parole. We're asking for credit for time served for approximately the 2.5 months he's been in custody, to give him credit against a 90-day recommendation and give him another opportunity of parole. He'd like to start that parole at a halfway house. Although he does have some financial support, he does get tribal money. So he should, and that should be plenty for him to get a place once he's stabilized. But he does need and recognizes that he does need a program to get back on his feet. So between the halfway house and hopefully a program, he should be able to stabilize, and then he'll have the financial means to do what he needs to do and continue his treatment. So that's our request at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Agent Hernandez, your response recommendation.
I've never had a chance to meet Mr. Angel yet. I have worked with his family pretty closely. I would agree. I would think this is his first violation. I would like to see him be released into a treatment center or a halfway house to a treatment center because of his drug use. I would like that he completes that treatment center as part of his parole. But if I see no reason why he couldn't be released to a halfway house and then a treatment center after.
Okay. You're recommending residential?
Yes. Or yes, residential treatment.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to know, Agent Hernandez?
Excuse me, sir?
Anything else you'd like me to know?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Angel, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Tell me what happened with the violations, and then we can kind of work our way forward.
I was struggling with addiction when I got out recently. I walked away from my rehab to go get high, but I know that was a big mistake. And I hope you know that I want to let you know, Your Honor, that my intentions is to do good right now, and I want to get back on my feet. I want to go to a program, and I want to do good. I want to complete probation. My first time I violated probation just this last year. I regret it. I regret doing it, and so I was just hoping that you guys give me an opportunity to do parole again, probation again, because I regretted it. I regretted every time I got high out there. I didn't want it. So I'm really looking forward to trying again, and I'm hoping you guys can give me the opportunity to try probation again, because I regret messing up. And
So you were out for about a month, right?
I was out for about a month. Yeah, I was out for about 2 months. 2 months.
During that time, was anything going well, or was it all pretty much a struggle?
Everything was going well. I mean, I was in rehab. I mean, everything was blessing, but I walked away, and I should have never walked away. I should never walked away.
And you say you walked away to go get high?
Yeah.
What drugs did you use while you were on parole?
Meth.
How frequently? How frequently did you use meth?
I did it like at least 3 times a week.
Okay.
Times a week, and then I was afraid to come back. So That was my big mess up.
Okay. And so then you
Yeah.
were a fugitive for about a month, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Where were you at during that time?
I was out in Salt Lake City at my friend's house, and then I went from my friend's house to a motel, and then they picked me up at my motel because it was in my dad's name. Oh.
When you were arrested, were you just arrested on your warrant or are there any
I
other
was
charges?
arrested on my warrant violation probation. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no other charges out there that we need to worry about?
No other charges, no.
Okay. So meth was the only drug you used while you were out?
Yeah, yeah. I was using that when I was out there when I relapsed.
Any gang involvement?
No gang involvement.
Okay. How's your mental health? And I know you previously had a diagnosis of anti-personality disorder. Is that being treated or?
It's being treated. I'm doing good. I take medication for my schizophrenia.
Okay.
And you know, I'm in population right now. I'm in the highest level for mental health.
Okay.
So I'm doing pretty good right now. I'm on the highest population, and my treatment's going good. I mean, I'm not acting out. I'm not getting upset. While I'm here, I'm just doing my time and being normal, trying to be normal as possible.
How about your physical health? How you doing physically?
I work out a lot.
Okay.
I do like a couple hundred push-ups a day, 200 or 300 push-ups a day.
So,
and then
sorry, go ahead.
Then I'm done. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I apologize for interrupting. No issues that would keep you from being able to hold a job or be active, get to where you need to go, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your plan if the board were to grant you another parole?
Say that one more time. Repeat that one more time.
What is your plan if the board grants you another parole? Sounds like you need to go to a community center initially.
I need to go to a treatment center, and I need to get my schooling done because I want to try to graduate high school, and just about it. Just work on my schooling and my probation and the program stuff, and a job. Give me a job, of course, and place to live.
Okay. And it sounds like you're at least willing to look into treatment and go to some kind of a treatment program.
Yeah. Yeah, where I'm at right now, my population area, they don't have that much opportunities. So hopefully, if you guys do give me that parole probation, I could take the opportunity to go to school, go back to adult ed,
Okay.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Would you go back to Red Pine or would you go to a different program?
I go to a different program.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the program.
Okay, well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, Your Honor, no.
Agent Hernandez, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, so he does have other family that's on probation. I think a sister and a father. They're doing amazing. He's got support from his family.
Okay.
And so, if that was to play into things, I know they're very supportive with APMP. And actually, when he first went fugitive, his dad came down and talked to me about it also, that he was trying to help find him and get him things taken care of. So he does have a strong support, family system type going on.
Okay. Ms. Conley,
Treatment would be, his drug use is his biggest downfall, and he definitely needs some kind of treatment.
Okay. Yeah, so it sounds like that might be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Agent Hernandez?
No, sir. That's it.
Ms. Connors?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Angel, what I'll do today then is I'll accept each of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, and I'll recommend your parole date of October 8, 2024 be revoked. What will happen today is I will write a report that will include Agent Hernandez's recommendation as well as council's recommendation. The board members will review it and they'll make a decision. Once they've reached a decision, you'll receive a copy of the order through the mail. But for your family that's there in attendance, they can check the board's website. The decision will hopefully be posted sometime next week, bop.utah.gov. They can go on there, find out what the decision was, and then let you know, Mr. Angel, so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Anything from anybody? Okay, hearing nothing. That'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Excuse me, are we allowed to say anything?
Sorry, family. No, you're not during this hearing. So I apologize. That'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Ian Golden, offender number 225105. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Golden, Agent Anderson, I'll be taking some testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Golden, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Yes, I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
All right, thank you. No, your mom's there in attendance, so we welcome her to the hearing today. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you. Yes, he will plead no contest on everything but number 3, using methamphetamine. To that one, he will admit.
An admission to 3, no contest, please, of the balance, correct?
Yes.
Agent Anderson, any objection?
No.
Ms. Conyers, recommendation?
Yes, this was his first attempt at parole. We're asking for 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he served and then a second attempt at parole. This first attempt, he was only out 27 days, and it sounds like maybe he didn't know what to expect. This time he does know what to expect. He knows what is expected of him and how he can successfully complete parole. He hopes to start that opportunity at parole at Fortitude. He has a job lined up at a temp agency and plans to do treatment at Cornerstone, the intensive outpatient treatment program at Cornerstone. Sounds like he has some very supportive family, clearly those who are here as part of this hearing today and otherwise, and they're going to help him with the transportation and other things that he needs so that he can be successful. He also plans to get Medicaid to help him with that treatment and anything other medical needs that he has. So it sounds like between his family and knowing what to expect and planning on success, that he ideally will be successful this go around if given the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agent Anderson, your response to recommendation.
No response.
All right, recommendation.
I support the recommendation.
All right, Mr. Golden, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations. What happened there, and then we can work our way forward.
Okay, so as far with the violations, I pled no contest to quite a few of them, but guilty to the being dirty for methamphetamine. That was I was dirty for methamphetamine. The rest I pled no contest to, mainly because I feel like some of them I didn't have like a full opportunity with given the amount of time I was on parole to be able to complete or do.
Sure.
So those are like those things that and I just want to I was but yeah, so I'm ready to it's kind of like my attorney said, I feel like I kind of wasn't maybe prepared for maybe exactly what was going to happen. But now that I have a better idea of what I need to do, and I've spent the last 2.5 months pondering that and thinking on that. This all stemmed from a violation. I mean, the violation stemmed from mainly from a relapse. I relapsed on a pass. I called pretty much right after it happened. I pretty much stopped myself in the middle of a relapse and stopped myself and got out of the situation. I called. I was waiting for the bus at the track station, and honestly, I fell asleep. I woke up and it was already past the time for the buses. They already stopped running. So I spent that night at the track station, freezing my butt off and waiting for the next bus. So, and then that morning I called my mom, who is my approved sponsor and my biggest support. And I called her and she brought me back to Fortitude. So that's pretty much what happened with the violation.
Okay.
I didn't, after I relapsed, I wasn't in like the mind or the mindset of wanting to run or take off or not deal with parole. It was just a bad decision, a bad mistake, and it put me in a bad spot. I realized that, and I just wish I just hope for the opportunity to be able to do better this time. And I have a better plan of what I'm gonna do. I'm getting involved with USARA, as well as getting involved with some things there at Fortitude, maybe with the Solid Out program. I was talking to them about that, and then doing treatment at Cornerstone. That's where I prefer to do treatment because it will work out with where it's at, the location, and things like that. And then if I'm not able to go there, there's a lot of other opportunities and choices to pick from. But that's the one that I'm really like kind of set on right now.
Okay.
I wanted to do that and making that happen. And then I'm signed up at All Trade, so I'll be able to work. And then as far as my center fees go, my parents are going to be able to help me with that. So that will be taken care of. My supervision fees, I'll continue to work on those. I've kind of accrued those over the last few years. I'm AP&P, so. But yeah, I definitely intend on taking care of the things that I was lacking on and moving forward and definitely staying away from meth.
So was it meth that you relapsed on then?
Yeah, it was.
And were you with friends or how did that come about?
So I went on pass. I ran into somebody at the bus stop. And I kind of had a stressful day that day. And I was it was just the wrong place at the wrong time type of thing. People, places, and things. And I ran into somebody that was one of an acquaintance that I know that was using, and I just I fell back on like some old behaviors, old patterns that I'm trying to work towards, not continuing as far as my sobriety goes and my recovery. And I had this blip chance, just that one bad little decision choice. But in the middle of that, I kind of just got up and left a little bit into it, but I did use. So
Any gang
I regretted it right away, of course.
So, and then, sorry, and then after you did that, you called the center, but you missed the bus is kind of what I got, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like I was at the Solid Tracks downtown, the one where the main one. And I was sitting there in a bus stall waiting for the bus, and I don't know if it was just I kind of had a panic attack and I kind of freaked out a little bit and my anxiety kind of got the best of me, and I ended up kind of just like falling asleep, I guess, and then 'cause I kind of came to and it was like about midnight.
Okay.
And so I ended up just sitting there like the whole night, freezing my butt off because it was like beginning of December.
Right.
So it was pretty cold that night. And then, so that, it's just one of those things that like with addiction and with the recovery that make a decision like that or a choice like that. And that's kind of the consequences of what happens. So, but yeah, so of course I'm sitting there all night pretty much and I'm just regretting the whole thing and figuring out what I need to do to not continue to make it a problem. Because normally I wouldn't have called and asked for help. I wouldn't have went back. I would have, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago, I would never have turned myself in. I would never have went back. I would have just took off and catch me if you can type of a thing. So for me, that was even though I relapsed but along the lines of
What do you contribute to that change?
to make sure it doesn't happen again.
No, as far as like you
No.
said, in the past, you wouldn't have turned yourself in, you'd have just ran but now you didn't. Was there something that?
I think it's just like due to the treatment and where I'm at in my sobriety and my recovery. I just, I've kind of gone down that path before. And I knew what the consequences would be. And I knew that if I continued to make another bad decision after bad decision, if I didn't stop myself and that when I did, that it would just make it worse.
Okay.
And things wouldn't get better. And then, I made it like a blip of a bad decision to use, but I wasn't really in that mindset of wanting to go that route. And I really like wanting to do better, I guess
So-
is what it is.
No gang involvement, correct?
No.
And then you spoke a little bit about anxiety. Any other mental health like diagnosis?
Yeah, I do. I'm diagnosed bipolar 2,
Okay.
depression, anxiety, ADD. And I don't know, I did take the full mental health assessment and RNO this time. And I did that, talked with them. I'm pretty stable right now for the most part. I feel I've been on my medication for a while now, so that's very helpful.
You feel like
It's
they
just like, and then like with me too, with that, with the mental health part and recovery, having counseling, therapy, things like that is what I'm missing right now that really helps.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's pretty good. I don't have teeth. I haven't had teeth for a while. I got them pulled a couple of years ago. just due to the condition they were in and the problems I was having. And I haven't been able to get dentures yet. So with that, I am that's probably one of the biggest things I need to want to work on. And I have a program where I can get them, so it's just a matter of staying stable enough to do that.
So then it sounds like if the board grants another parole, you want to go back to Fortitude,
Yes, I do.
and then you've got a job with a temp agency. Is that going to be full-time employment, or what does that look like?
That'll probably be more along the lines of what treatment like a treatment schedule, I'm sure, with IOP.
Okay.
And then when I'm not in treatment, or work out my schedule to where I am able to work.
Okay.
So I have to figure that out with the treatment center.
Yeah, you'll need to work with Agent Anderson too to make sure that you're.
Yeah, with Fortitude as well, yeah.
Yep. Because I know they have some requirements when it comes to employment and things like that, so. All right, well, I think I've asked you all the questions that I have. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't, sir.
Okay. Agent Anderson, anything you'd like to add?
Just something real quick, something that Mr. Golden said. I want to remind you, Ian, that from the day one that you came into the building in November, we talked about you working with me and me working with you. And I said, and I will continue to say for every time that you come here, that as long as you're willing to work with me, I'm willing to work with you, right? So try to get out of that mindset of freaking out when you mess up, because if you had just remembered that and recalled on that, this whole conversation and you being where you are, it wouldn't be the case. There would be a violation, but we wouldn't be in this position right now. And your parole would have gone tremendously more successful than it did.
I agree.
Yeah, and I will echo that and state that, AP&P has a lot of options to work with you until you don't report. If you miss a report or you take off, then they really the only thing they can do is get a warrant at that point. So doesn't mean there won't be consequences, but what those consequences are can be vastly different than coming back to prison. So you're always better to just work with your agent and just know that, yeah, you might get some consequences, but that doesn't mean you're going to come back to prison.
Exactly.
You might go to jail for the weekend, but you don't come back to prison. So it's, a big difference. Agent Anderson, anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's it.
Okay, Ms. Conyers.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Golden, what I'll do today then is I'll accept your admission to allegation 3 and I'll accept your no contest pleas to the rest of the allegations. With that, I'll recommend your parole date of November 5th, 2024 be revoked. I know this is your first time through the parole violation process, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me just give you a little roadmap for how things are going to go, and then this is beneficial for your mom who's there as well. I'll write a report. That report will include Agent Anderson's recommendation as well as counsel's recommendation, which happen to be the same. The board members will review the report, and then they'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of the order through the mail. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way to you, but it will be posted online as soon as that decision's made. So your mom can go to the board's website, bop.utah.gov. Hopefully sometime next week that decision will be posted there, and then she can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, any questions about anything?
No, sir.
All right, anything from anybody else? That'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, it looks like the next one was removed, so we have a hearing at
On record.
All right, today's time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Charlie Thomas, offender number 247907. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Shaw. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Thomas, Agent Shaw will be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yep.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yep.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yep.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yeah.
All right, are you ready to proceed today?
Yep.
Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, what we'd like to do is enter denials at this time. Number 1 and 2 are pending charges. I wanted to ask Agent Shaw if I believe number 3 is probably not going to be filed because it wasn't as part of the allegations in 1 and 2, but I wanted to see if we could find out the robbery charge.
So, and I'm not sure what you mean by bind out.
Find out.
I said, sorry, find out. I'm not speaking very clearly. Do you plan to move forward with the robbery charge?
So there were no charges filed in that case, to my understanding, because the victim didn't fully cooperate. But there was significant evidence in that case, including video surveillance of the incident. So I'd like to. My comments wasn't given about that.
Sorry. Hang on, Mr. Thomas. Agent Shaw.
Yeah, I never was able to
Mr.
give my
Thomas,
statements
hang
about
tight.
that.
Let's have Agent Shaw finish, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, so those charges weren't filed, but there was evidence of that. There was security camera, and there were officers that reviewed the security camera. So I believe there's some factual evidence in there. I don't believe the language of a robbery probably is sustainable, but we would amend that to at least an assault charge. So I would rather not. I do not want to strike number 3. No.
Okay. Are you willing, just so we know what to do, are you willing to, I'm wondering if what is best is to have you amend that to an assault charge and then have us do an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, that would be fine. I'm happy to amend that to an assault as a technical violation. That would be fine.
Mr. Thomas, do you want to speak further about what this means?
Yeah, I don't think that is sufficient to call it robbery either, or even I would say go further to even say assault, because
Mr. Thomas,
like-
maybe let me have you pause there for a minute. Can I have a breakout session with Mr. Thomas for a quick moment?
Okay.
Ms. Conyers, you've had an opportunity to be with your client. We're back on the record. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, we'll enter denials on number 1 and 2. Now, we are informing the court that he's in custody so that those Salt Lake City Justice Court matters can get resolved as soon as possible.
Okay.
On number 3, we will take AP's amendment to amend this to an assault as a technical. We will say no contest. And on number 4, we will admit. So for numbers 1 and 2, we are asking for those denials and to continue for 30 days. And hopefully Mr. Thomas can get those cases resolved within that time. And then Mr. Thomas, if you'll write the board a letter, can get back here for disposition just as soon as those are handled.
Okay, so let me just make sure that I've got this right. Denials to allegation 1 and 2 because of the pending charges. A no contest plea to allegation 3 amended to an assault technical violation. And an admission to 4.
Yes.
Agent Shaw, are you okay with those pleas?
Yes,
And
I
that
am.
amendment? And
Yes,
that
I am.
amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. And then, counsel, your recommendation is a 30-day continuance?
Yes.
Agent Shaw, you're okay with that?
Yes, I am.
All right. Mr. Thomas, any questions about what we're gonna do today?
I'm just kind of indecisive about like in regards to the 2 trespassing.
Okay. So because those are pending criminal charges, we really don't want to address them today. We want to make sure we find out what happens in court. And so Ms. Conyers, I believe Ms. Conyers, you're going to contact the court to get a court date scheduled?
Yes, we've already emailed them.
Okay, perfect. So they're going to get a court date scheduled and then hopefully you'll be able to get that resolved rather quickly. And then we can bring you back and address everything once that stuff's taken care of.
Yeah, that was my concern, like why I hadn't been assigned court dates already, because I've been locked up for a few months already. It's like they just pretty much was having me serving time and didn't even acknowledge my existence.
Yeah, who knows why that wasn't done. They may not have been aware you were incarcerated. There's a million different things, but I can't give you the exact reason why. But hopefully now that Ms. Conyers has notified the court, they'll get you on a calendar pretty quickly, I would assume. So what I'll do today is I'll take those pleas as Ms. Conyers previously stated, and then just let you know, Mr. Thomas, that as soon as you've resolved that court case, write us a letter so that we can get you back on a calendar and can move forward, okay?
Yeah.
All right, anything from anybody?
No, sir.
Okay, that will continue the hearing then. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Or that will conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. SIONE PAUNI, offender number 179205. Is that you, sir?
That is.
All right, was I even close on your last name?
You actually did really good. I was thinking that you did a fine job.
All right. Mr. Pawnee, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Adams. Can you see each of them?
Yep.
All right. I'll be taking some testimony from you as well as from Agent Adams. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pawnee, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
All right, and are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Connors, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. He will admit 1, 2, and 3 and enter no contest on 4 and 5.
Okay. And your recommendation?
Yes, thank you. We're asking for 90 days and then with credit for the 2 months that he served and another opportunity at parole. This was his second parole. He spent 3 years on parole, so he knows what he needs to do to be successful. Unfortunately, he had a mental health breakdown and ended up losing his residence as well. He suffers from a lifelong illness that needs to be managed and knows that is kind of the key to his success. He is asking for another opportunity and plans to be successful this time. He's working with the Mormon Church to help him get a place. And then he will get back on disability so that he can pay his rent. He is very concerned that he would be sent to a halfway house first. That would be problematic for him because if he goes to a halfway house, he can't get disability. So he's hoping that the housing with the church will kind of align, the stars will align so that he can go straight to a place and then get his disability in place.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Adams, your response recommendation.
So this is Mr. Powney's second attempt at parole. His first attempt, he was out for approximately 3 years. The reason he was held on parole that time around was because he did start suffering from mental health issues as he did in this one. We attempted to get him back on track, but ultimately he ended up getting to the point where he absconded from me and was not located until after he wrecked a vehicle into a power pole or
No.
It was anyway, he wrecked the vehicle and was arrested at that point on his board warrant. This time around, he was only out 30 days and got back into mental health issues. Absconded from me, stopped all contact with his family. I was attempting to contact him through his family members to try and work with Mr. Powney, which ultimately was unsuccessful. APP is recommending that Mr. Powney remain incarcerated until he gets a mental health evaluation, placed on medications and ordered to remain on those medications with medication management on parole. APP would also like to see some sort of stabilization prior to him being released to community supervision, stabilization program at a halfway house or something to that effect. Each time he goes out to a residence, he ends up having mental health issues and we'd like to see that stabilized before he gets to that point.
Okay. I know Mr. Pawnee wrote a letter and has some concern about that. I'm sure he's probably expressed the concerns to you in the past about his inability to work, and if he goes to a community center that he'd be required to work. And I mean, is that going to create an issue? How does that work out?
If he can prove to them that he's not able to hold a job and can get stabilized there at the halfway house, it shouldn't be a problem. We can deal with some. I've got to have to look into some things and try and figure that out on that end. But there's been plenty of people that have been on Social Security at those halfway houses.
Okay.
While they're trying to get stabilized.
Okay.
Ultimately, the biggest thing is we want to get his meds managed before he gets out. That's the big concern on our end.
Okay. That's understandable. I just don't want to set him up if we're going to send him to a CCC and he's going to end up getting violated because he can't work and come back to prison. I don't want to set him up for that kind of failure.
For sure.
Yeah. So, thanks, Agent Adams. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pawnee, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know?
I appreciate Agent Adams' comments and I agree with him. mental health is an issue that I deal with chronically. It's a lifelong illness. There is no cure. Since my crime, I've known that it's been my responsibility to manage that illness. That includes ups and downs. In the past, when I've experienced mental health issues or episodes, I've immediately sought medical attention, and I've even gone so far as to check myself into a hospital. That happened on this last parole attempt. I set up for myself an appointment with a mental health psychiatrist who I saw the first day that I was out, and I had a licensed therapist set up to see a week later. I was experiencing a tremendous amount of mania, and I checked myself into the hospital. After I got out, I couldn't manage as a felon with no money during a housing crisis with skyrocketing rental prices. I couldn't find housing. I was stable after I left the hospital. I just couldn't find housing. I got overwhelmed. I did cut off contact with Agent Adams. I was struggling. I was floundering, and that's why I'm back. Since I've been incarcerated, I've elected to serve my time in Bear 2. I'm in the SOLID program. I'm teaching seminars and core classes. I'm hired as a full-time core class teacher. I'm seeing a psychiatrist. All my meds are stable. I'm meeting with a therapist. I'm doing everything that I need to do in order to manage my mental health. It's something I've done in the past, and it's something I'll continue to do in the future. So I can get letters from my psychiatrist or the mental health provider here that I'm seeing to seek a full-blown mental health evaluation. I think would be unnecessary and overblown. I'm more than happy to commit to staying on my medication, to seeing a therapist, and to seeing a psychiatrist while I'm out. The only other thing that I would add is that I've spoken to several, and I could be wrong, and maybe Agent Adams does know better than me, but I've spoken to several inmates who've tried to get disability while at the halfway house, and it's called double dipping. The state won't provide housing, money for housing while I'm a ward of the state. To pay for me to be in a halfway house and to pay my Social Security disability is double dipping, and they won't do it. So I would be stuck at a halfway house, not being able to work because of my mental health illness. And I've been a disabled citizen of the United States since 2011. Thousands of medical documents have been provided to substantiate my disability. I can do really well at a sober living house. I know how to do this. I did it for 3 years straight. I can do it again. I'm very certain that I can do it again. Thank you.
What are your diagnoses? I'm sure you've shared in the past, but I don't have them listed.
I have bipolar 1 disorder with psychotic features.
And you said you're on meds right now, right?
Yes.
And you're meeting with mental health providers?
Yes.
Do you know when your last evaluation was?
My last evaluation was right before my parole hearing when I was released from prison after my first incarceration. So all of that has been within the last, let's see, it would have been 2021 that I was released. So 2021, I received a full psychiatric mental health evaluation by the state and was released onto parole.
Okay. All right. Did they do any kind of assessment or anything while you were in R&O?
Yeah. Yep. They did do an assessment. I was found to be have the symptoms and past history of bipolar 1. I was immediately put on Abilify and Lamictal and hydroxyzine to manage my anxiety.
Okay. Agent Adams, is that something you guys have access to?
As far as his med list, or
As well, and even as far as an evaluation.
he would have to seek something out here. We do have some TRC staff, but most of them aren't mental health focused.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pawnee, how's your physical health?
Right now, I have a torn Achilles and I'm scheduled for surgery. I'd rather not do it while incarcerated. If I didn't bring it up because I didn't know if you would take that into consideration, but I have 2 herniated discs and a torn Achilles and I'm scheduled for surgery. I'm using a walker and a boot right now.
When are you scheduled for surgery?
They've scheduled it with the U. It could be anywhere between, I'm just being honest, to get about 6 months, anywhere between now and 6 months is what they're guessing.
Is that scheduled through the prison or you had that previously?
No, it's scheduled through the prison. I just got x-rays done. They put me in the boot. They saw that I have a torn Achilles. We need MRIs and then we can go into surgery.
Okay. All right.
But with, the last thing I would add is, with getting on disability, we talked about money. The only last thing that I would say is I get Medicare parts A, B, and C. So to go along with the money and the stabilization, I need that, the insurance. And with Medicare or Medicaid, TAMS, and Medicare, I would be set. I would have all the things that I need to do to be successful.
So but if you were able to say, this is what my plan looks like, this is what I'm gonna do. If everything was perfect, what does that look like?
So I would get out to a sober living house. I would get my disability reactivated because you can't get it while incarcerated or at the halfway house. I would get Medicare's Part A, B, and C, and Medicaid. I've thought about work. I've thought about what do I do to give my life purpose? And I need to meet with a therapist. I need to meet with a psychiatrist and really decide what is going to give my life purpose. I'm 50 and I'm starting life literally from scratch with $0. I'm going to go out into the world and try to recreate my life. And what does that look like? It may include part-time work. It may include community service, a service position for a while. These are things that I need to work out with a therapist and a psychiatrist. But as far as stabilization, just managing my mental health, staying active, staying busy, staying active at the gym. I'm a lifelong Buddhist, so that includes religious commitments. And that's done 3 days a week with morning meditation and then services on Thursday and Sundays. So I have a social component, an active component. I just need to figure out what my vocation is in life.
All right, well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
I don't really have any questions. I just want to tell Agent Adams, I'm sorry things didn't work out, man. He's been a big support. He's been an advocate for me. We work well together. If we have the chance to work together in the future, I look forward to that. I appreciate him and I appreciate my attorney, and thank you guys for being here today.
Thank you. Agent Adams, anything you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Okay, Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pawnee, what I'll do today then is I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, and 3, and your no contest pleas to allegations 4 and 5. I will recommend your parole date of November 5, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you have an idea of kind of what to expect. I'm going to write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to get back to you. So if you have contact with friends or family or anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted there, and then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
A parole violation hearing for Mr. Devin Brown, offender number 214811. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Nunez. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Brown, Agent Nunez, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed? Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. He will plead no contest on 1 and 2, and then he'll admit on 3 and 4.
Okay, your recommendation?
Yes, we'd ask for 90 days with credit for the 2.5 months he has already served. What he is expecting is housing in Davis County when he plans to continue treatment at Alpha Counseling. It sounds like he has a couple employment opportunities, either working a forklift or returning to DHL. And it sounded like one of the hardest times he had on a prior parole is getting employed. So he's trying really hard to hit the ground running with work so that he can have that and make his transition a little bit easier. So that's his plan at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Nunez, your response recommendation.
Yeah, so AVP's recommendation is going to be a lot more harsh than what was recommended. I was kind of looking at the totality of the situation, why he's on probation with us. This is his third attempt at a parole. What he has done the last ones to this one. And as I look at everything, he's serving a felony in 2 for sexual abuse of a child. The age of the child that he sexually abused was 14 years old. That's what originally placed him in prison and ultimately onto our caseload. The last couple of paroles that he has had, he's progressively getting worse. He's learning, every time he goes back to prison and comes back out, he's learning how to manipulate APNP. He's learning how to misguide APNP better every single time he comes back out. This is not the first time he was around this woman and her children. The last time we were here with the board hearing, it was because we arrested him because he was once again around these children who are underage, who he's having contact with. With this one that we told them both before not to have this type of contact was inappropriate. And Mr. Brown is continuing to disregard his conditions, group-based sexual conditions. He's continuing to place himself around these children. He's continuing to place them around this woman. He's not supposed to be around. And like I said, it's getting worse. This last time when he was caught, not only that he had concerning things on his phone that got remotely wiped, so we could not go into further investigations on that to see what he has been doing, which is something I'm sure he learned while he was in prison. But he also was a hold of this 13-year-old male's cell phone that had images of himself rubbing his crotch and, masturbating over his clothes. And there's other pictures on there of another child who was about roughly the same age, either being between 12 and 14 years old, was also doing sexual gestures. That he had this phone. Why did he have this phone? He couldn't answer to that. His girlfriend, Angela, could not answer to why he had this phone. We know it was taken away from the child, but why would he have this? This is very, very concerning. And we do think he is a threat to the community. So we're asking that he actually serves out his rest of his time while in prison, and also we go back into SOTP because he is not learning. He is not all the red flag scenarios that he has learned in SOTP, he is not using. And if we want to make sure when he gets out that he's not a threat to the community or to children, he needs to be in there. He needs to complete these classes, and before he gets released in 3 years, when he expirates on 10/2/28.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brown, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations, what happened there, and then we can work our way forward.
So violations, like my attorney said, I am admitting to having a cell phone. Not, yes, the cell phone was found in my possession. That was Ian's phone, but that when I get it is stupid, and I can't explain it other than while I was with her, and when it got confiscated, I took it in my possession to go drop it off in the house. And I went to use her restroom. A PMP did come into the house and was knocking on the door telling me that it was a PMP there to arrest me. I was in the middle of using the restroom. So that is why the phone was on my possession. I get it is stupid, and that's really all I can contest to that. I wasn't around her kids and everything, no matter what is being said. I was not around her kids. I know that in my blue packet slash blue, I call it police report that that we receive every time we leave ADC, that APMP gives us when we get transport to prison. When I was reading that, I know that there is pictures talked about me with Angie and children. That is not her children. Those are my nieces that I was around. I was seeing my nieces while out on parole this time. My older sister knows my situation and everything. She's on my support group. Yes, I understand at the same time that I cannot see them because Nunez did not know about it, but I was seeing my niece. So anything that says that there's pictures of me and her with children, it is not her children. It is my nieces that we are around that were taken, that pictures were taken of, whether that's my niece Sophie, my niece Danny, or, you know, just like that. There'd be pictures where it would be all four of us, both my nieces. Sometimes it would just be my niece and myself, or my niece Danny or my niece, me, and Angie in the pictures. So I was never around her kids. I know there was an anonymous tip put in. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's not true. I was not around her kids this time. I have not seen her kids since 2 years ago, my last violation, when I was around her kids the day that I got my hair dyed. I do not agree with having to do the rest of my time. I understand where everything is coming from. I don't feel like I have manipulated APMP whatsoever. Nunez told me the last time that I was doing good. Yes, he didn't know that there was contact between me and Angie. Yes, me and her have talked, and I understand where everything comes from. I have had this conversation with him multiple times, that I understand that it is meant for me to stay away from women who have children, but I would like to go on record and say that that woman helped me through a lot of stuff. I know that she wrote to you guys, and I know she wrote the board saying that I wanted to get into my old mentality and just say, fuck it. Sorry for the language, but I wanted to give up a lot in this parole. The whole time I was out, I wasn't getting a job. I was getting denied being a sex offender. And I was literally told from almost every job I ever applied for, we are denying you because you're a sex offender. I worked at Cormark, who I was told to hires felons, get a job. I try to apply for them, and then 3 months later I hear, oh yeah, we're not hiring because we feel you're unfit to be a forklift operator due to you being an SO. Like I wanted to give up, and I know that I don't have anybody here to, you know, speak for me, but I would have conversations with my mom screaming on the phone just because, you know, I get very animated when I'm upset. That 11 years, 12 years, shouldn't have to define me whether or not I should get a job just because of what I did 12 years ago when I was 18. I'm now 30. I've been doing this for 30 years and everything, dealing with this stuff, trying to move on and show people that that's not who I am. Yes, I have violations for this stuff. Last time was the same thing. Someone wanted to make something, or not really make something up, but yes, I was around her kids my last pro. I will own up to that and everything. But this time, no, I wasn't. Someone made up some false stuff, but I can't ever prove that just because I'm here and why I'm a convict, I'm whatever, but I don't feel like I was manipulating. I feel like this time I was doing stuff different. Yes, I didn't have those conversations with Nunez. There were times I would go in there and I was afraid he would arrest me, that he would send me back because I didn't have a job. And there were times that like I wanted to give up, and I would reach out to Angie, and he has told me to reach out to him. That's something I'm still trying to learn on, is to have that confidence in with my PO, and not just to say something when I'm seeing him. But there were times that like I would call her while she's at work, for her getting off work at 2 a.m, just bawling my eyes out saying, I feel like a worthless piece of shit. I feel like scum because I can't get a job because 12 years ago I fucked up, but here I am, sorry for my language. I messed up, and here I am trying to better myself and everything. So like, I don't agree with this at all. I don't think that I should have to do SOTP again or anything like that. I understand that patterns are different, but this time I had somebody that was support. I had somebody that I could lean on. I would have came back a lot sooner for dirty UAs, whether that's drugs, getting high, or going back to that mentality of fuck it, catch me if you can. And this time I had somebody that I could reach out to and everything and be like, hey, I really want to give up. I know you can't tell, but I got cut marks on my arm and everything because I finally I kind of gave up a couple of times, but there were times that I told her, I'm like, hey, I really want to cut right now. And like, we would talk. And then a few minutes later, I'd end up doing it. And it's a relief. It's like every cut that I did, it was just that weight of everything off my shoulders. I know I'm a good individual, but it's hard to get a job or try to get a job and have that not determine the job for you. Cause then I want to just be like, all right, well then I'm just some piece of shit and everything. What's the point? But she helped me not turn into that or go back to my old ways and everything. Or like I said, I would have been caught. I would have come back a lot sooner and everything. Cause I know my first violation there was.
Tell me, sorry, just because tell me again how you ended up with the cell phone in your possession.
So the day that I got arrested, me and her were out shopping. I was shopping for food because I was on food stamps, and she confiscated her phone from her oldest son and everything. And so I went into her house to go use the restroom before I was supposed to go check in with Nunez's supervisor. I'm sorry, I have a hard time saying his supervisor's name. But before I was supposed to go check in with him, I went to go use her restroom, and I took the phone to go drop it off in her house. So then she could eventually go pick up the kids. And then as she was leaving to go do that, that's when APMP showed up at her residence to arrest me. And that is why I had that phone in my possession. I get it is stupid. I will totally 100% agree that it was stupid on my end, but I just had to go. I grabbed it. I was like, whatever, I'll throw it in your room and everything. But I really had to use the bathroom and everything. And then next thing I know, APMP's banging on the door saying they're there to arrest me.
Where were you living at during this time?
West Valley, at Second Chance Flats in West Valley City.
What type of place is that?
It's housing. It's a housing for people, for SOs in my situation, just strictly SOs.
So you weren't living with her?
No, sir, I was not.
Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
No, sir, not this time.
Any gang involvement?
No, sir, never.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression?
Anxiety, depression. Yeah, I was on medication out there, not this time, but my previous parole, my second attempt at parole, I was on mental health or anxiety medication.
Any suicide attempts?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
I mean, it could be better.
I mean, are you
It's all
able
right
to-
for the most part.
You're able to be active, to hold a job. to-
Yeah.
Those, I mean, those kinds of just basic things of,
Yeah.
you know, your knees aren't blown out and you can't do anything, and you know.
Yes, I'm able to hold a job when I can find one. Yes, sir.
So then what would your plan be if the board were to grant you another parole instead of an expiration?
Just like how I advised my my attorney, I'm not trying to solely just rely this time on DHO because I know that it didn't follow through this last previous parole that I was on. But just something, so there's a course that we do on our tablets here that's honest jobs, and I know that's something that we can do on the streets, but I've been looking at a lot of jobs that would allow me to work there with, you know, my sex offense. And so I've been jotting down a lot of that stuff. And then after this, I was going to reach out to my mom and give her the info and see if she can like look these places up and maybe like prepare applications for me, like when I get out, or maybe like even like send them in or stuff like that. But there's a lot of courses here that I've been like looking more into on the tablet, getting more involved in. That was something that I didn't know that we had access to when I was just here this last time doing the Prevail program a year ago. So that's something that I'm looking into, not just, like I said, not to just Bailey, like, oh, I'm going back to DHL, because I know that's never a set in stone. But
where would you live?
Well, I know
Do you have an address, or do you need to go to a community center?
No, so I mean, right now I'm trying to see if I can get back in with Second Chance Flats. So I'm just trying to go there because, like I said, it's affordable housing for us. It's easier because like I said, it's just people with my situation, but also like the rent is really affordable. I either could pay weekly or monthly, and if I pay weekly, it's 160, or I can just pay monthly and it's 640. So it's been a little bit easier when I've lived there to kind of be able to like save up money and have like money for like myself and everything to do stuff, the fees, stuff like that. So I would try to like to go there because ultimately, like I said, I know it's easier. It's somewhere I know his rules. You have to be productive. You know, your bed has to be made. The 15th of every month, you have to submit photos of your room in all four corners. So like if there is, so like with the Salt Lake one, my roof ended up leaking because we had a really bad snowstorm. So something like that would be like, hey, I came back from work, this happened. So that wouldn't ding me and wouldn't increase my rent. But if like I got upset and put a hole in the wall, that's $50 that's now added to my rent to refix that. So it's just kind of, it's been able to teach me that responsibility because this time when I was in West Valley, that's the second time I've ever had an apartment. My first parole, I lived with my grandparents. So it's been able to help me with that, being that independence, learning, you know, money, because I'm not the best when it comes to money and everything. If I have it, I like to spend it. So I would like to try to go back there because like I said, it helps me more with kind of that responsibility of being independent and not trying to rely so much on family or other people like I used to do my whole life growing up.
All right. Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, sir.
Okay. Agent Nunez, anything you'd like to add?
I guess the only thing I would like to add is like I didn't know he was saying he had a fake out for the job or a DHL job. That reason why I'm saying he's manipulating APNP was because he keeps saying he has these jobs to go back to and he doesn't go back to them. Either not hire him or whatever's going on. So I don't know how you could say that he could go do these jobs if he already knows he can't get hired from there. And the reason why I'm saying he's manipulating us and misguiding us is because as he was saying earlier, like, yeah, APP did not approve him to be around these kids, but he's going to do it anyways. And the reason why we found out about this was from that anonymous tip. He did really well on projecting how that he was doing good on parole. I kept telling him, like, wow, you're doing pretty good this parole. You know, you're looking for jobs, you're holding stable housing, you report as directed, but behind our backs, he was going to this person's house and being around this person who he knows he was supposed to be around because she has children and things like that. And, you know, he's saying that the children he was around were his nieces and nephews. Regardless of his nieces and nephews or the children that this woman's been dating, he can't be around children. That's part of his group-based stipulations, and he knows this. This was his third attempt at parole. He knows his conditions. So for him, and then he also remotely wiped that phone, so we came and do a further investigation to see who these kids even are. So everything he's saying, he's covered his tracks already. That's why I'm saying he's manipulating and he's good at misleading and misguiding APNP, projecting he's doing well when he's really being very, very deviant. And this is very scary for the community and for APNP. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, what I'm going to do today is I will accept your no contest pleas to allegations 1 and 2, your admissions to 3 and 4, and I'll recommend your parole date of April 23rd, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know how things are going to work. I'll write a report. It'll include council's recommendation as well as APNP's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of the order through the mail. Could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way to you. So if you have contact with anybody on the outside, you can ask them to check the board's website. Hopefully next week, the decision will be posted. And then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Yes, sir. Can I say something?
Well, I mean, if you're, I guess if you can say something, but if you disagree with Agent Nunez, I understand that. I don't think we need to rehash it again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I was just gonna say I know remotely wiping a phone gets rid of it right then and there. So I don't see how I could remotely wipe a phone if I'm sitting in jail, because if I would have wiped that phone, you would have gotten a phone that looked like it was just brand new, that you just caught me buying a new phone. But anyway, so thank you, sir.
I'm not an evidence tech, so I don't know either. So that's beyond my experience. So that will conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Today is the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Vilaketi Bloomfield. Was I even
Yes, sir.
close? Was I even close on your first name?
No, you got it. You got it good.
All right, offender number 223922. Mr. Bloomfield, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Smith. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Bloomfield, Agent Smith, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bloomfield, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yep.
All right. Ms. Conyers, it looks like Mr. Bloomfield does have a pending case that's not related to the allegation. In fact, it looks like it's actually a case from 2023 during a prior incarceration that did not get filed until December or November of 2024. How do you want to proceed?
I think let's enter admissions on 1 through 3.
Okay.
And then I assume that the board will want to continue and watch what happens in this 2023 case in case they get jurisdiction for it.
Right. And I think Mr. Bloomfield does have court on Monday, so
I saw that.
relatively quickly. So admissions to the allegations and then a continuance?
Yes.
Okay. Agent Smith, your response, are you okay with that?
No, that's exactly what we were figuring was going to happen, is just a continuance based off the new case and pending board jurisdiction possibility. So,
Mr. Bloomfield, any questions about what we'll be doing today?
Yeah, I was just in regards to my new case, it was brought to my attention that 2 of my co-defendants, well, 3 of us were charged from the streets. I wasn't doing too bright on parole, obviously, so it brought me back due to dirty UAs and stuff. But I was wondering if you could consider allow me to fight my charges from the streets. I got a good support system. I've taken the initiative to get enrolled into treatment centers called Altium. I did a phone interview over the phone with them. So I was just.
What was the name of it?
Altium.
Altium Health, it's in West Jordan.
Okay. Is that a residential program?
Yeah, that would be my concern, Mr. Bloomfield, is as long as it's a residential program would be the only way we would even consider it. And I don't think Altium has a residential program.
Yeah, I don't really know for sure. I just talked to the therapist over the phone, and we did, I think it was like a little, I don't know what it's called, the ASAM, but
right.
I got a huge sober support system. And my girlfriend, I know I messed up on parole. I take full accountability for that. But I've changed a lot. 2 years ago, I would have ran on parole if I was dirty, but I never ran, you know?
So what happened this time?
This time, I went to First Step House. I got admitted to First Step House. I was in First Step House for almost 70 days. I went on a day pass and I was gone for too long, so they kicked me out for 30 days. And then I had my bed. They gave me my bed back on December 8th, but I ended up going to check in on parole on December 3rd. And then I was clean for so long. And obviously I made the wrong mistake by trying to go check in and used a rig on my parole officer.
Okay.
But I was clean for 60 days. I didn't want to give that up. It was my first time ever being clean for so long. And I just felt embarrassed to have to admit that to my parole officer. Obviously, it was the wrong thing to do because this is more embarrassing coming back to prison. But yeah, I got a huge support system out there. So
What drugs did you use while you were out?
Methamphetamines.
How often?
I used for about the first month I was out.
Okay.
Probably a couple times a day, and then I got checked into First Step House and I stopped using. I had like 8 or 9 clean UAs when I was at First Step.
Okay.
But I wasn't using too heavy.
So did you use during that 30-day period when you were out of First Step?
Just that last week on the last week of the 30 days. I was checking in every week with my parole officer. I had like 1 or 2 clean UAs during that time.
Okay.
And then I fell back into my addiction like the last week, and that's when I went and tried that little thing.
How often did you use during that last week?
Just a couple of times. I used like a day or 2 before I was supposed to check in.
Okay. What's your status with the baby regs?
What's my status?
Yeah, are you still active or are you unmodified?
Well, I'm trying to modify. They don't give me the paperwork. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I still live in the active section.
Okay.
But I'm still good with my homies, but I'm not really gang banging like that.
Okay.
I wasn't gang banging on the streets. I wasn't committing no crime this time.
Okay.
I didn't abscond, you know?
AT&T would agree with, he wasn't really involved in the gangbang and the activity that out here on the community. His main issue was the drug use.
Yeah, it's just mainly, I don't really gang bang no more. I got 4 kids. They're getting a little older now. My girlfriend doesn't let me gang bang.
I was gonna say she probably won't put up with it, right?
Yeah, she's the one that emails the board. She's pretty hard on my case. I appreciate it though. I love her to death for it.
Any mental health concerns?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
All my physical health is great when I come back to prison. It's awesome. Work out every day.
So you'd be able to work and you're active and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I got a job too. If I am released, I got a job with J-Rock Construction.
Okay.
I have an address to parole to. It's in Kearns with my uncle, and that's where he works. So he said he can get me a job there as well. I didn't turn in my release plan because my case manager told me not to. Should I turn it in?
No.
Yeah, you're probably.
I will tell you no.
I'm gonna take notes of all this anyway, so you're probably okay.
Okay.
So, Agent Smith, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and the main reason why we want to keep you locked up for the time being with this case, because I don't want to get you out into the community, back into a program, a place to live, a job, and then you get convicted of this new case, and we turn around and have to send you back.
Well,
I don't want to set you up for failure, right, by doing that. And that there is that potential. Not saying it will happen. Most likely you will plead it down. It will not be a board jurisdiction case, but there is that option. And we don't want to set you up for failure.
Well, I've talked to my attorney
Right.
already. I've talked to my attorney already, and she's told me for sure that even the people that are found guilty, they're going to get people that aren't found guilty, they're going to get their case dismissed, and whoever is found guilty, the worst punishable crime they're going to charge us with is a Class A or Class B misdemeanor. Credit for time served,
Right.
case closed.
But until it's set in stone, we can't bank on that, right? Yeah, that's probably what will happen. And I agree, it probably is.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to start and get all this process going just to get it taken away, right?
Yeah.
I get why you want to get out. And I think, honestly, you probably deserve to get out, but I don't want to set you up for failure by starting all the process and then by some sheer chance of fate, you get screwed at court and you're right back to where you are right now.
Okay.
That's
so
not
with
fair
that-
to you.
With that, I appreciate that. Thank you. With that being said, though, so court's on Monday. If I do
Yeah.
take a plea deal on Monday, how do I contact the board?
Yep, and
Yes.
and so let me tell you what I think we'll do today, is I will accept your pleas to allegations 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna take the case under advisement. What that means is, I think I'll recommend that we continue this case until that charge is resolved. Exactly for what Agent Smith has said. I think the worst thing we could do is, let's say they let you out to fight it, and then for whatever reason, the court doesn't accept the plea or something happens and they commit you to prison, and now we've got to pick you back up, bring you, and we start all over again. So it might be worth a couple of extra weeks of a headache now to save a lot of time down the road, if that makes sense.
Okay. So my question is then, if I do get it adjudicated
Yep.
on Monday, right? Excuse me.
Yep. Write me
Do I send you a letter?
Yep, write us a letter and then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible.
And then my girlfriend can email you and we'll go about it that way?
Yeah, so yeah, let us know when it's done, because you can let us know a lot quicker than the court will. and let Ms. Conyers know as well, and then she can, between all of us, we can get you back on the calendar rather than waiting several weeks.
Okay, so and then how long would it take to get back on the calendar? Sorry, I'm just really nosy.
No,
I'd like to know.
No, but I think you're all fair questions. I don't know what the calendar is. My guess is it's probably at least a month out, just knowing
Okay.
the way things are. So,
Okay.
and we'll see where we're at.
Okay.
Okay. And that's why, I asked a bunch of questions, and hopefully that information will be able to help us move things along a lot quicker too, once that case is resolved.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Agent Smith, anything you want to add?
Nope.
Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, all right, Mr. Bloomfield, good
Guys
luck
have a
to you.
good day.
Thank
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ronald Howard, offender number 126035. Is that you, sir? Thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Jessup, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
For briefly, yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board may use when making their decisions. So currently, there are 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he does waive formal reading of the allegations. I'll just go through one at a time. Number 1, he will admit to.
Okay.
Number 2, we're wondering if AP&P will amend to the allegation worded failure to be truthful in all dealings with AP&P rather than what it's currently listed as. Number 3 through 7, he will deny, and we're hoping AP&P will strike those. He says that he did not go into those parks. As for 4 through 7, and/or he did not know that they were parks. So basically, we're hoping to resolve number 1 and 2 and move forward with those 2 admissions.
Okay, so AP&P, do you want to amend allegation number 2 as requested?
No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna stick with the original sexual stimulus condition violation.
Okay, and on 3 through 7, what do you want to do about those?
We've also, I mean, we've got evidence on his phone that shows photos that he was in these protected areas, as well as some of them being selfies. So we're gonna continue with those as well.
Okay. All right, so in regards to number 2, since AP&P is unwilling to amend, what plea do you want to enter?
I suppose, unless Mr. Howard wants to talk further, we will enter denial on number 2.
Okay.
Sounds like
Okay.
we need an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, AP&P, right now, the option is evidentiary. Is that what you're interested in doing?
Yeah, we can go forward with that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Howard, so due to the denials to allegations 2 through 7, and AP&P stating that they don't want to dismiss those or amend allegation number 2, what we'll do is schedule you for an evidentiary hearing. At that hearing, you'll be allowed to bring in any witnesses or any proof to prove that you didn't do the allegations that have been lodged against you. On the other hand, AP&P also has that same option. You will be provided an attorney to help you with that. And I don't know the schedule right now for evidentiaries, but we'll try to get you on the calendar as quickly as possible. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and notify the board of AP&P's request for evidentiary. Thank you.
Trujillo.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Rodney Trujillo, offender number 150461. Is that your offender number, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Laycock, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Brian.
Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information the board may use when making their decision. Now, you currently have 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
We'll wait formal reading of the allegations at this time, and we'll enter denials. I understand that Agent Laycock is still planning on filing on number 1. So we'll make a motion. It sounds like a stipulated motion to continue for 30 days.
Okay. APMP, do you have anything to add?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay. Okay, sir. So this is what's going to happen due to the potential new failure to register charges. I'm going to stop the hearing here, go back to the board, notify them that APMP is in the process of filing or submitting charges to be filed. What the board will do is they'll track it in the office, and if charges are filed, we'll wait until they're adjudicated in court before we see you again. However, if charges are denied or not filed, we will bring you back and pick up where we left off here today. Do you have any questions for me?
The board attorney said that one of those allegations is striked from the record.
We will deal with that at the next hearing, just because right now the biggest issue is this pending case. So when we bring you back, we would discuss, I believe it's number 3. So a denial was entered on that on your behalf.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, I don't believe.
Okay. So at this time, I'll conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for John Womack, offender number 195694. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Proctor. So before we start, I do need to swear you in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers? Your attorney?
Yeah, I talked to her.
Okay.
Amen.
And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board may refer to prior to making their decision. You currently have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations? Oh, Ms. Conyers, you're muted.
Yep, sorry about that. There, we'll waive reading of the allegations and he will admit to both of them.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your April 23rd, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you. What we're asking for is 180 days with credit for the 2 months he's already served in custody and another attempt at parole. Sounds like he has an opportunity to live with a family member in Salt Lake City. He has his own business, which is actually helping other people start their own businesses. He's a beauty supply tech. He also does have his flagging license. So it sounds like employment is not going to be a problem for him, that he has a lot of opportunities. And then he'll do treatment at Valley Behavioral Health. He plans to go to school at, I think he said Adams State. Is that right, Mr. Womack?
Yeah, Adams State
I'm not
University.
sure where Adams State is, but
It's in Colorado.
perfect. To Adams State for small business courses. So a lot of opportunity there, but his top priority is taking care of his children and being there for his family. So that's his request at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, APMP's recommendations would be 100 days in prison with credit for time served like they request as well. However, we'd also recommend that he complete stabilization since that was in his agreement last time and he failed to complete that, along with having a GPS on for the first 120 days of his parole.
Okay. Agent Proctor, did you recover the last GPS?
He was being supervised by the Fortitude Treatment Center at that time, so I have no idea if they did retrieve it, but I could look into it and find out. If we get a hold of it, then there won't be any restitution pursuit for it, but if we can't get a hold of it, he'll be screened for restitution on that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That's it on our end.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Womack, I have some questions for you. So from the report from APMP, it states that you signed out at FTC to go to the emergency room at the U. You didn't return at the assigned time. Your GPS showed first that you were at 4th Street Clinic. APMP attempted to locate you, no luck. Then there was a strap violation at Gateway Mall, and they couldn't find you. So what was going on? Why did you end up absconding?
Well, I went to 4th Street Clinic to refill my meds, and then I had an appointment at the UAU. But what happened was my daughter, she called me and she was crying because she had, I want to say not mental health problem, but she was going through a manic episode. And she was just like, Daddy, I need you. And me being a family man, and that's my only daughter, I went to her aid. That's how that happened. I knew that I wasn't supposed to run. I accept accountability for all my actions. But me picking a halfway house in a family emergency at that time, I chose my family.
Okay, so at that time, it shows that we've added 171 days total time. So during that 171 days, did you think to check in, call your agent so you don't end up back here?
I didn't, because I didn't want to come back here at the time. And like I said, at that time, my daughter was going through some problems. So, and I felt like she wanted me there. So I had to be there for her. Unless her grandma was gonna be there for her. But that's daddy's girl, so I
Okay.
chose my priorities.
Well, and I agree that, of course, you have to be there for your family, but unfortunately now, if there's an issue, you're not, what
Yeah.
can you do from prison, you know?
I really can't do nothing for prison, but motivate her to be strong, like I've been doing over the phone and through her grandma. Like I always talk to my relatives, and that's where she's at with my grandma, her grandma right now. But it wasn't like I was out there committing any crimes. I mean, I was still working. I mean, I was just being a family man.
Yeah,
They got me. I was at home, Christmassy, the dog. Nothing. They told me to apply. I applied and did everything they told me to do, and no resistance, just in handcuffs.
So, we got a letter from, your wife. You were married December 12th, is that right?
Yeah, we was getting married, but I didn't think it went through.
Oh, okay. Okay, are you still
That's
with
the day I actually got arrested, that same day.
December 12th?
Yeah,
Okay, and, are you guys still together?
she's around. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
well, I
But,
didn't want to call her like your fiance if
yeah.
you're still not
I mean,
planning on
we got
doing
kids together, so she's around.
that. Okay, so your child's mom,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
it's my daughter's
Just,
mom.
I'm going to refer to the letter in my report, and I didn't want to say the wrong thing, so.
Okay.
So your child's mother, how many kids do you have?
I have 3.
Okay. All right, and in this letter, she also stated that you have your own company, just like your attorney said, and that you were doing traffic control. Is that your plan to continue that upon release?
Yes,
Okay. And also go to school?
yes. I was going to school at Adams State University doing small business decision making and small business ethics.
Okay. Now, is that a degree that you end up getting, or is that a certification?
No, that's a degree.
Okay.
That's bachelor's.
All right, so a BS. So let's see. So in the report, it says, this parole, you had 6 of 12 positive UAs. The board did issue a warrant previous to this one. It was recalled. In previous paroles, you have absconded. This is your 4th overall parole. And, you expire in October 6, 2037. So, when the board looks at all of these things and weighing that along with all the positive things you're doing, why should the board lean towards giving you another chance at parole? It would be your 5th overall.
Because I haven't committed any crimes in the last 3 years. I haven't gotten any new charges. I just absconded. I know I was wrong, and I take accountability for that. But all I just wanted to be was home. And I was out there still working. I was out there being a community man. I was out there taking care of my kids, trying to be positive for them, even though I was in a negative situation. But I feel like it shouldn't dictate my past for my future.
Okay, and if the board orders GPS, is that something you're willing to do again?
Yeah.
Okay. And then tell me about, since you've been back, what's your mental health been like? Have you reached out to mental health at all?
Yeah, I reached out to mental health, but they haven't. Well, when I was up north at the new prison, I talked to them. They ain't got me. Well, I was taking mental health pills like Zoloft and Remeron. And hydroxyzine, but since they came here, I haven't been taking any pill. They started me off, and then I asked for a blister pack, and then I got to see the therapist again. And I've been taking CBD life skill classes on a tablet. I signed up for classes while I was waiting on the new enrollment, but I talked to my caseworker and signed up for classes like anger management, impact of crime.
Okay. And you're enrolled in those now?
Yeah, I'm enrolled in them right now.
Okay. And then if you had to gauge your mental health, what do you think it is? What's it like right now?
Just taking it one day at a time.
Okay.
I really can't sleep at night. It's a hard time sleeping. That's why they put me on Remeron, I believe. And it's just a high anxiety.
Okay. So are you on medication now?
Remeron.
Okay. So in regards to the drug use, you've had half of your UA's last parole were dirty. So what do you think you're going to do to not violate your parole for drug use upon release, if the board releases you?
Stay away from drugs. That
I know, but how are you gonna
occurred
do
at
that?
the halfway house at, you know what I mean? But when I was at home, it was none of that.
Okay.
You did have a drug use before the halfway house.
Yeah.
Okay. So of course, that's the simple answer, right? You're just not going to use. But do you plan on doing any treatment? Do you?
Yeah, Valley Mental Health.
Okay. So Valley Mental Health will be for drug use, and would it be also mental health?
Yes.
Okay.
2 for 1.
Got it. Okay. And then what's your gang status right now?
My what?
Gang status?
I'm not active. They
Okay.
got me under active for some reason because they said it. Because I told them that I don't have no problem with nobody, but I tell them that I'm not active every time I
You're
come
listed
here.
as active because you declined to be modified.
Yeah.
Got
So
it.
if you choose to be modified, it would make you inactive on no track.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and I did see that on November 27th of 23. You said you were inactive and
Yeah.
that you denied being modified. So I saw you had a disciplinary January 2nd for being out of bounds and using another inmate's PIN for the phone. Have you appeared for that?
Yeah.
And what was the outcome?
$20 fine.
Okay.
That was my first. I didn't use nobody's phone. It was just entered somebody's cell.
Oh, okay. So the out of bounds, you were, you got the fine for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I dropped
All right.
my level.
And so in regards to living situation, where do you plan on living upon release if the board doesn't grant stabilization? I mean, order
In Salt Lake
stabilization.
City,
Okay. And are you going to live on your own or with people?
I'm gonna live with a relative.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
I said I'm gonna stay with a relative.
A relative. Okay.
Yeah, with my child's grandma.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else you want to tell me about the violations or your plans for release?
Well, the violation. Talking about the parole violation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened was that I left the halfway house, like I said, and a family emergency occurred while I was in, had a medical appointment. So that's the reason why I absconded, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And upon my release, I plan to be positive in the community once again, go back to work, continue working, continue being a family man, continue my own business, and continue to start my courses over or continue my courses.
Okay.
Because I was halfway through them.
Okay. So just so you're aware, if the APMP comes back and lets the board know that the GPS wasn't recovered, the restitution on that would be $850.
Checking the
So-
notes, the staff at Fortitude said that they were not able to find the GPS.
Okay, thank you. So I will notify the board of that. You'll most likely be ordered restitution for that GPS unit. So if you're placed on GPS again, don't lose it because there's another $850, okay?
All right.
All right, so at this time, if you don't have any questions, we'll conclude this hearing. Is there anything else?
No, I'll just be leniency with my sentence and your decision, and God bless.
Okay, well, sir, thank you, and I wish you the best of luck. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
Let's conclude the hearing. Thanks, Agent Proctor.
Yep, no problem.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for TREVON SEARLE, offender number 239494. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Adams, but before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board can use prior to making their decision. So currently you do have 7 allegations. However, before we start, I am going to note a pending case number 2413-00723, failed to stop or respond at command of police, 3rd-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 7. Looks like on March 17th, 2024 is your initial appearance in that case. Like I said, we have those 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive reading of the allegations. We were aware of the pending charges that attached to numbers 6 and 7. So at this time, we'll enter denials and continue for 60 days. I did speak with Mr. Searle on Monday and let him know once that allegation is completed, once that case is closed, to let us know and we'll get him back on the calendar.
Okay, thank you. Agent Adams, is there anything you want to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, sir. So at this time, I'm going to stop the hearing. We'll continue it. I'll notify the board of this pending case. And like your attorney said, it does speed up the process a lot. If you send us a letter once this case is done, you're in the courtroom, so you'll be the first one to find out what happens. Once we're notified, we will go ahead and put you back on the calendar and we'll pick up where we left off here today. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, that sounds good, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I wish you luck in court. Let's conclude
Good
this
luck,
hearing.
sir.
Awesome. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Agent.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. See ya. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Dwayne Dreamer, offender number 84328. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Okanowski, so I do need to swear you in. Agent Okanowski, can you hear me? Okay, Mr. Dreamer, let me swear you in. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board may use when making their decisions. So currently we have 2 allegations. Let's check back in. Agent Okanowski, can you hear me? Okay, we have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, thank you. We do waive a reading of the allegations and he will admit to both of those.
Okay, thank you. Sir,
Thank
based
you.
off, you're welcome. Based off of your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, I am going to recommend the board revoke your November 21st, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. This was a second attempt at parole and he is asking for another opportunity after he serves 120 days with credit for the 2.5 months he has served. He does have verifiable employment, maybe at 2 different, maybe mainly working as a flagger for Labor Max. He can live with family in Salt Lake City, and he's open to doing any treatment that APMP thinks he needs to do. His main focus is to maintain steady employment, and it sounds like he can do that with the opportunities offered at Labor Max and in the construction area these days. So that's our request at this time.
Okay, thank you. Agent Okanowski, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you. Maybe we can have him call in. Okay. Oh, there's a message that Sergeant Scott sent you about calling in. He sent you the number. Okay, while he's doing that, oh, Agent Okanowski, I think we can hear you now. Oh, no. Okay, Mr. Dreamer, I'm just going to go over these allegations and then we'll circle back to APMP. So it looks like the first allegation was absconding on December 4th. Tell me about what happened. It looks like you absconded after you had a positive UA at APMP. It looks like your agent went to try to figure out some options for you for treatment. And then when he came back out into the lobby, you had absconded. So what was going on?
I don't know, really. I just panicked and didn't come back like I was asked to. I don't know. There's really ain't got an excuse or a reason. I just panicked. That's all I could really come up with. I just panicked.
What were you using during that time to get the positive UA?
Meth.
How long were you using it?
I had got out of the halfway house on Friday and got high on Saturday and then checked in Monday.
What day did you check in?
On Monday. The 2nd of December, I believe it was.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like the board has, you were only gone for a short time. The second one is for using meth, and we've discussed that. So, did you participate in any treatment this parole?
I did the halfway house treatment. I completed the halfway house in like 100 days. And then I got out on Friday, like the 30th of November. just panicked out. I had been out a whole year, something I've never done in all my time. I don't know, it was just overwhelming, I guess. And then I checked in on Monday. I got high Saturday and checked in on Monday.
So it sounds like you didn't really have time to set up any treatment. Now, I will say,
I did have aftercare set up because I'm not sure if the board's aware or not, but in order to leave the halfway house, you have to have verifiable aftercare set up. And they got to be able to call that, and they got to agree with that. And if they don't agree with that, then they make you go somewhere else. But I did have aftercare set up through Sacred Circle, but I didn't have time to do any of that. Because I relapsed.
okay. Now, I did want to point out that you received several letters from friends and your employer stating that you did a good job while working and you're welcome back. Your fiance, your child's mother, and then you did send in several letters yourself. So it does show that you have a lot of support in the community. There is one thing I wanted to point out. In 6 of the letters that you had sent, you were requesting a waiver. I just wanted to let you know that in regards to waivers, it's the board's decision whether or not to offer you one. So someone requesting one, you don't get a waiver that way. The board has to decide to send you one, just for future reference, okay?
Okay.
So when you're released, do you plan on going back to work as a flagger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it be at Labor Max as well?
Yeah.
And where do you plan on living?
In Salt Lake in 309 North, 900 West
Okay, is that by yourself or with other people?
with my fiance.
Okay. Okay, tell me what your gang status is.
Haven't been a part of the gang since I testified against them in July 12th of 2012. So I haven't really, in Weber County, that's verifiable through, I mean, you could call Brandon Miles, the district attorney down there.
Yeah, we don't do investigations. I just was asking a question.
I
So,
haven't been a part of that since 2012 pretty much. And well, here at the
Okay.
prison, I got an SL4 at the prison that keeps me away from them. So
okay. All right. And let's see, did we get a hold of Agent Okanowski?
Yes, I'm here on the
Oh, there you
phone.
are. Okay. So just to recap,
Yeah.
APM, I'm sorry, Ms. Conyers recommended 120 days credit for time served. So I'll turn it over to you, APMP.
Awesome. So I do not know Mr. Dreamer at all as his agent because he was a French transfer to me. And the first time I met him, he tested positive and he absconded. So I do not have a lot of details like from my own side about him, but I did ask his previous agent and I looked about his previous history, and he has been committing crimes and been in a system since 1995. His previous paroles were so that's his 7th parole overall. Seems like they are unsuccessful, and he's been committing 2 robbery charges, absconding, DUIs, and many drug charges in the meantime.
Okay. We lost him, so hold on one sec. Okay, are you there, APMP?
Disconnected, but
I can hear you now.
can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
so like I said, like his history and what he's done in the past, it's not very promising. What he was granted parole this time, and he was just released from the halfway house, and the first opportunity he had, he got high again. In the meantime, when I issued the warrant for his arrest after he absconded, received a phone call from Salt Lake PD promising a youth project, and I was asked about the Mr. Dreamer by the caseworker over there, and they said they have a active investigation about Mr. Dreamer and his fiancée and their son about child abuse. And when apparently Mr. Dreamer found out about, when they confronted him about it, he was threatening using a gun in a retaliation. So him coming back to his fiancée and to the son, it should not be allowed. That investigation, I called the Salt Lake PD, and they still have this investigation apparently in process. Like, not sure exactly where they at. There's no criminal charges, but they said that they are still investigating that with detectives, and I tried to find out more, but I couldn't find out more. But I spoke with them. I would highly recommend Mr. Dreamer to terminate from prison. I don't think he's a candidate for parole at all.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, so based off of the two recommendations, they're vastly different. So APMP is recommending a termination directly from prison. Your attorney is requesting 120 days credit for time served. And what's going to happen now is I'll turn this all over to the board to make their decision. It'll come to you in the next in the next 7 to 10 days. It could be as long as 2 weeks, but you'll find out through inmate mail what their decision is. And at that time, if you are released, it'll also include your special conditions of parole. Is there anything else that you'd like to add, Mr. Dreamer?
No.
Okay. And then I just had one other question. If you are released, do you plan on going back to Sacred Circle?
Yeah, because it's free for natives.
Okay. All right, got it. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to conclude the hearing, sir, and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, APMP. Good. Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Angelica O'Connor, offender number 225986. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Tevin. So before we start, I am going to need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yeah, I met with her on Monday.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board may use when making their decisions. So you currently have 2 allegations, but before we start, I am going to note a couple things. The first one is a case number 241914057. Aggravated assault was attached to allegation number 1 on the warrant. Looks like it was dismissed without prejudice on January 28th, 2025 due to victim issues. And then on January 17th, the board received information from the Division of Prison Operations stating they're investigating incident relating to possession of a controlled substance, and the criminal charges are being submitted to the district attorney. We haven't received an update in regards to that. So as far as the board's aware, that's still pending. So at this time, we do have 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, what we'll do at this time, we will waive formal reading of the, we only have 2 allegations as they stand. We'll watch for that amendment. We will enter, well, I actually have a question for the agent on this one. Agent Tevin, were you going to strike number 1? Because I know we have another issue already, but while we're here on number 1, are you going to be striking that? It sounds like it was dismissed in the criminal court when she, sorry.
Yes, I will strike that, the victim when it comes forward.
Okay. I think we are planning on saying no contest on number 2, but I'm not sure that exactly matters anymore. So if we can strike number 1, and then we'll say no contest on number 2, and then if we'll wait for those new charges. It sounds like we probably need a continuance of about 60 days.
Okay. Thank you. So just to kind of keep that ball rolling, based off of the no contest plea to number 2, when I submit this to the board, notifying them of the potential new case, I'm going to let them know that you did plead no contest to that and recommend that they revoke your July 9th, 2024 parole date. But I will let them know that your attorneys requested a continuance, and then this new case that's potentially going to be filed. Agent Tevin, is there anything that you want to add?
Well, I mean, my concern is her pattern of behavior. I mean, she did great 2019. She completed Elevate while she was incarcerated. Since she's been incarcerated, she's had 4 write-ups, 1 for fighting. She has had multiple paroles. She does well while she's in Orange Street in residential treatment. But as soon as she gets out, she spirals out of control. She was on 12/13/24. She pled no contest to assault, threat against a healthcare provider. It was Class B, case closed. We're kind of at a crossroads here because it was just showing this pattern of behavior, and even while she's incarcerated now, she's continuing with this same pattern. And so, I mean, if I was to give a recommendation at this point, and I can wait until we decide if these charges are going to be filed, but honestly, with this being her 6th parole, APMP recommends she just terminate from prison in 7/8/27. And if she can prove herself good, then she can terminate at that time. Otherwise, she can be held out longer because her expiration date's not till 2032.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Ms. O'Connor, what will happen is I'll tell the board about this pending potential case and then let them know what your pleas are. I will include in the report the 2 recommendations. So continuance, which the board will most likely do because of the new pending case, but also Agent Tevin's recommendation. If charges are not filed, we'll be notified by the prison. We'll come back and pick up where we left off here today. If charges are filed, once that case is done in court, then we'll come back and pick up where we left off. So either way, the ending's the same. It's just how long will it be before we see you again? Okay. Do you have any questions about this process at all?
No, I mean, I've talked to the officer in that incident, and as far as I knew, the charges weren't being, like, I wasn't gonna get charges. I did show the officer with the incident report that's attached to that. And she looked it up also and told me that charges weren't being filed and that was weird, but she said that she couldn't look it up because it was LEB.
Okay.
However, when she pulled it up on O-Track, she told me that charges weren't, so that is kind of like concerning to me.
Yeah, the board, I checked this before the hearings today and I didn't see anything.
Yeah, so she told that, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, charges weren't, but I agree with Shannon, like, I did complete Excel twice. I've completed Orange Street 4 times. I've completed Odyssey House. I feel like I do good in residential treatment and I feel like I do good when I leave. I mean, the charge that, Shannon was talking about, the Class A misdemeanor, the acts of threats against a healthcare provider. I did plead to that because I was under a psychosis. My cousin just passed away and I was having a really hard time. And I was like suicidal and I submitted myself to the hospital and I was verbally threatening to hurt myself and like the doctors. So I did plead to that charge. However, the charge that I just got in trouble for, which was with my wife,
Yeah.
I didn't do any, I never once touched my wife. And Shannon, like, I do love my wife a lot. And like, I'm not going to sit here and say what happened. However, I was going to take it to trial. I've never took anything to trial because I take responsibility for like what I do. I could own what I do. And like, I've always just like took a plea agreement or whatever and said guilty because 9 out of 10 times I've done something, I have been guilty of it. However, I've never put hands on my wife. And that was just an altercation that happened. And that's just all I'm going to say. I was going to take it to trial. They didn't have enough evidence and my wife exercised her marital rights not to testify against me. So they did get dismissed. Now, as far as like it goes, I feel like I've came back to prison a lot, like, you know, and I have done parole a lot. So like, if I were to get like a year or 2 years terminate, like I would be okay with that. I would try to maybe take the opportunity to go to graphic design out here. I mean, I did graduate high school out here and like I said, I've graduated the program. Like, I feel like I've learned a lot here at the prison. Like, and I believe that I have became a better person. Like, I've done 10 years already on these charges that I came out here originally. So I feel like if I were to terminate in 2000, what did 27, I feel like that's a little intense. Like, it's a stolen vehicle. My original charge is a stolen vehicle and falsifying identifying documents. Like, I've never had an assault. I know that I did get in a fight, but it was self-defense. The write-up that I got, it was self-defense. It's a BO4, so I will plead guilty to that. I have not seen IDHO yet.
Oh, then don't talk to me about it.
Okay. So I haven't seen IDHO on my thing, but it was self-defense. However, I mean, I feel like, so I was looking at my board packet and I did the math. So I've already at 9.5 years. So if I were to terminate, and so like, I'm going to do what, 10 years? I'm going to do 10 years on a stolen vehicle. I feel like that's a little intense.
Well, your sentence takes you to 2032. So that's the window that the board can work with.
Absolutely. And I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not trying to like be snotty or whatever, but like, I just feel like people do less time on vehicular manslaughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've done 10 years on a stolen vehicle. Like, that's a little intense to me. However, I mean, I did it. I did steal that vehicle. So if you guys want me to do 10 years, 12 years, even the whole 15, like, I'm going to have to pay for what I did. So I mean, if I do terminate, I'm going to try to not get write-ups, try to stay out of trouble and maybe go to Davis Tech and hopefully get a degree in graphic design or go to culinary arts or something. I do want to better myself. So
Well, there is one thing, if for some reason these charges don't get filed and, you do get a termination or even a parole date, I'll tell you that the fastest way you can get that date pulled is more disciplining.
yeah, I'm really trying to keep my nose clean. Like,
Okay.
I like I said, one though I have 2 pending write-ups. I haven't seen IDHO. I know one will get dismissed, and I am guilty of one of them. So
Okay. So, again, don't talk about anything that's pending. So that's what's going to happen. We've kind of taken care of the parole violations. You pled no contest. Agent Tevin agreed to dismiss the other one. And I'm going to recommend your date get pulled. That we revoke your parole date. So really all that's left is this pending thing with corrections. So we'll see. They notify us, and then once that's done, then the board can either decide to just make a decision or have another hearing. It'll probably be another hearing.
would it be like a paper review or would it come back?
We would set it for a paper review right now as we're waiting to see what corrections tells us. Then after that is up to the board.
Okay.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Shannon.
Good day.
I'm not. Which agent is that? I'm sorry.
So let's see. He's not coming.
Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Katie Nielsen, offender number 167456. Is that your offender number?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you, so I need to swear you in. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Okay. And before we start, I am going to let you know that the board was notified in the last couple days about the new conviction.
Okay.
And I'll take judicial notice of it on the record. But what this means is that between now and the time that you appear before the board on that, we need to collect any information from APMP, like your PSI, any paperwork, receive an IPR, it's an institutional progress report, along with recalculating your matrix to include this new conviction. So we have to reschedule this hearing for what's called a parole violation original hearing. So we will be dealing in the next hearing with your parole violations and this new conviction connected to the violations. So I just wanted to put that out there. So we're going to have a very short hearing today.
Okay, and they did say that I wasn't going to need to do a PSI again. So I don't know that.
Usually if that's what they decided, the board will order what's called a post sentence, which is just kind of like what has happened since your last PSI until now.
Okay.
And it's just kind of filling in that gap.
Okay.
But let's get on with this. So did you meet with Ms. Conyers prior to today?
I did.
Okay, and did you get at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I did.
Okay, so you know, when the board deliberates on decisions, they sometimes use what's in the blue packet to help them come to that decision, just so you're aware. So right now we have 4 allegations. I am going to take judicial notice of that new conviction. It's in case number 241300709, forgery, 3rd-degree felony. You were found guilty on February 14th, right?
The 3rd.
February 3rd, 2025, and you were sentenced to 0 to 5 years in prison. Counts 2, 3, and 4, which were associated with allegations 2 through 4, were dismissed with prejudice. And at this time, I am going to take judicial notice of that. Ms. Conyers, I'm just going to turn it over to you if you had any motions or anything you wanted to add.
Other than the ones you've taken judicial notice of, I guess we'll strike it this time or deny it this time, and then we'll wait for her PVOH hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you want to add before we wrap it up?
I don't know if there, do I do it next time too?
Yeah,
Is that-
it's usually next time because the board will take judicial notice of this and then set it for that next hearing.
And do we know how, is that going to be another 3 months?
I don't know. So what we do is called smart scheduling. So the board reviews every single case now prior to scheduling it. And so they'll look at this new conviction and then determine when you'll see the board again. I have no idea what they'll decide. It's by board vote. So it's 3 of 5 board members will make that decision, but you'll receive pretty quickly their decision in inmate mail.
Okay.
And when we have the next hearing, they'll just pick up where I left off here and deal with both the parole violations and the new conviction at the same time.
Understood.
Okay, so if you don't have any other questions, we'll conclude this hearing. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, so I wish you luck and we'll see you at the next hearing. Okay, thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Johnny. How do you say your last name?
Cueva, ma'am.
Cueva. Okay. Offender number 244143. Is that your offender number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Cervantes. So before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today is truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board can access when making their decision. So currently, we do have 5 allegations. Before we start, I am going to take note of a case. It's case number 241914789, aggravated assault, 3rd-degree felony. It was attached to allegation number 1 on the warrant. And property damage, destruction, loss, $500, less than $500, Class A misdemeanor. Both of these charges were dismissed without prejudice on January 28th, 2025. So currently, we do have those 5 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, thank you. He is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. When we discussed these on Monday, he was prepared to, well, actually, I had a question for the agent about number 2 about the aggravated assault that was dismissed, if how the agent is planning on handling that.
I'm okay with dismissing that one since it was dismissed, so I'm okay with striking that one out.
Okay, so we would enter a no contest on number 1 for failure to report, and then number 2, it sounds like we have a denial and a stipulated motion to strike that allegation. Mr. Cueva, however, is denying 3 through 5. He says that he was doing the treatment that he needed to be doing. He was already enrolled in treatment, and that it was more like he didn't have a chance to complete it when he was arrested for this charge. So he is denying those allegations. Is that right, Mr. Cueva?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Agent Ortega, what do you want to do with 3 through 5?
Well, I never received any proof that he was attending treatment, but at the end of the day, the result is the same. Whether he finished or not, he did go back to prison because he committed a crime. Although it was dismissed, it happened. No one can deny that that ever happened. It was dismissed, and I'm concerned because Mr. Cueva doesn't seem to be taking this serious. If I have to work harder than him, it just doesn't make any sense.
Agent, if I may ask Agent Ortega, so with 3 and 5, what I hear you saying is that you're not prepared to dismiss them at this time, because even if he complete or did the evaluation or started treatment, you didn't have proof of that.
Yeah.
So you're maintaining those allegations.
He can submit proof that he was attending treatment, but at the end of the day, he didn't complete it either.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Cueva, do you want to enter no contest on those 3?
Yes.
Based on that information? Okay, we'll do no contest on 3 through 5. That should resolve all the allegations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I didn't realize I was talking to Agent Ortega until after I swore you in. So my apologies.
No worries.
Okay, so based on the no contest police allegations 1, 3, 4, and 5, and the stipulated motion to strike number 2, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your November 12th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. What we're asking for is 90 days and another attempt at parole. He'd like to start that at a halfway house. He plans to return to his same job where he was doing underground plumbing. As we just discussed, he was already started treatment. Yeah, I believe he did his assessment, and so he's already enrolled, still should be enrolled, and can continue that treatment that he was doing. So that is his plan, and what he will do so that he can be successful on this parole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Ortega?
I feel that Mr. Cueva should terminate directly from prison. When he barely got out, I contacted him and I asked him to come to the office, and he told me that he was busy at work. And I supervised him before, and that's not the first time that situations like that happened. I feel like I had to remind him sometimes and negotiate with him about having to come to the office, report to the office. And I do like the fact that he was given importance to his work, because we like to see people working and, you know, reintegrating themselves into society. However, I emphasized it so many times that his parole took priority. And if he was incarcerated, he couldn't continue working. In my opinion, he never took his parole serious. It was always like, oh, I'm busy, I'm work. And he will always try to change his appointments. And at some point, I told him straight out, I'm not going to continue changing your appointments. It's just not going to happen. You have to show up. And this is your priority. And also, one of my biggest concerns, and I take this pretty serious, although these allegations were dismissed, he has a history of getting involved in situations that have something to do with domestic violence. So I don't want to see something happen in the future where whatever didn't materialize this time, it happens and he end up hurting somebody really bad. So I feel that he should terminate his sentence in prison.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else, APMP?
No,
Okay.
ma'am, that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go over these allegations. Number one, sir, was failure to report to APMP as ordered. What was the issue with reporting this parole?
Are you speaking to me, ma'am?
Yes.
That was my fault. So when I got out of the halfway house, I had an address lined up, but when I went to go move in, the person that owned the place ended up telling me, oh, you can't stay here now. So it kind of put me in a position where I was kind of on the streets and not being able to, you know what I mean, figure things out. So I was kind of on the streets, sleeping out of my work truck and going to work. So it was just me trying to stack up enough money so that I can get my own place. Also, I signed a lease for a sober living and things like that. And when Eric Ortega said, oh, I called you and texted you and told you to come in, the day he told me to come in was the day that I was signing my lease for sober living. So it was kind of, I was already taking a couple hours out of work to go sign the lease. And then I couldn't make it to the APMP. So it's kind of just like, I don't know how to explain it. It was hard, you know?
Okay. In this report, and I looked at the last time you violated parole, it sounds like it was the same thing, like maybe I realized, you know, you were having a lot going on, just trying to find get set with a place to live, but it does seem like parole is down here on the list and there's things above it. So if the board does release you again, how are you going to make sure that parole is your number one priority?
Well, so I talked to the owner of the company for the company I was working for, and I told them, hey, look, I plan on actually going into classes this time, so it's not going to be over Skype like I was to ACES. I'm going to go to a new place, get a new evaluation, and I'm actually going to go in for the classes, so that way I make sure I'm on top of it, you know? And
okay, but yeah, I was going to say, but what about reporting?
That'll make it easier for me to report. So before it was an issue with work because my job didn't understand. Oh, why are you taking so many days off? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And it was just a constant battle with my parole officer and my work. So now this time I got it all clarified. I'll be able to put my parole first, you know?
Okay. And then number 2 was stricken. Number 3, 4, and 5 is in regards to this treatment. So tell me, when did you go get the domestic violence evaluation?
I'm not sure on the exact date, but it had to have been over a year ago. I was out on parole for over 18 months.
So if you got that evaluation a year ago, did you enroll and participate in treatment over that year?
Yes, ma'am. I was doing classes and everything.
Okay, where was that at?
ACEs counseling?
Okay, and did they send any information to APMP about that?
Yes, ma'am. Email, and I had them text, I believe.
And then CBT?
CBT?
Yeah, that was allegation number 4. It was cognitive behavioral therapy that you did not complete treatment. Did you enroll in treatment?
Yes, ma'am. That was through ACEs as well.
Okay. And then how about the substance abuse evaluation and recommended treatment?
I got all of them done through ACEs, all the evaluations.
Okay. So in regards to the classes, you mentioned you were doing some on Skype. Which classes were you doing? All 3? Were you just focused on one, this parole, and then moving down the list? How are you doing treatment?
I was starting with 2 because I didn't have enough to pay for all 3 of them at the time. So I was starting with them and getting that started.
And I'm sorry, I missed that. Which 2 were you participating in?
It was I think it was the CBT, and then also it was the domestic violence.
Okay, so what do you plan on doing for treatment?
I'm gonna look into going to inpatient instead of doing the outpatient. So that way I can get it all figured out right off the hand, you know?
Do you know where?
Right now, no. Still looking at places.
Okay, and so where were you working this parole?
Action Plumbing.
Okay, do you plan on going back to that or?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and where do you plan on living? I know you said inpatient, but once that's complete.
By then, hopefully I'll have enough to save up and get my own place.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else that you want to tell me about these violations or your plans for release?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to start off by saying that I understand how it looks like I'm not taking parole as a priority, but it's hard out there. It's not simple where I can just not work and not pay my bills to come in every single time. I understand it's a priority, but at the same time, I need to figure out how to survive as well. You know what I mean? So I was out there on parole for over 18 months and I was doing good. I didn't have any dirty UAs. I was starting my counseling. I was doing all these good things and I stopped checking in for 2 times. And it's not like I was running amok and just doing all these crimes and things like that. Like I'm trying, you know, and that's what
I think the issue the board has with that is those 2 times that you didn't report, no one knew what you were doing. And that's when the issue happens is, I think everyone realizes it is hard to get housing and your housing fell through and then to get housing and working and be able to hold on to a job. But at the same time, the board and APMP needs to know what you're doing and if you are doing treatment. And I think that's where the issue came is just they didn't know what was going on during that time. And if the board hears that, they're going to pull you back because there's a concern that maybe you are committing crimes. No one knows.
Yeah.
So is there anything else that you want to tell me?
I just hope I'm given another chance so I can get back out there and
Okay.
I got a newborn baby here, so I want to do good, you know?
Okay.
That's all.
All right, so the recommendations are different. So your attorney requested 120 days and then another parole. APMP is recommending that you just terminate from prison. Your expiration date is January 26, 2027. So that's the window the board has to work with in regards to this. So in probably the next 2 weeks, you'll find out which way they decide to go, or if they decide to do something completely different. It'll come to you in inmate mail, and at that time, if you do get a release, you'll also receive information regarding special conditions. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day. Thanks, APMP.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Shelby Ray Jordison, offender number 250411. Is that you, sir?
That's me.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Jade Espinosa from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Espinosa, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Jordison, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, so Kate, let's see, the board conducted a PD hearing back in October and continued it pending some charges. These have now been resolved in that let's see here. Case number 241403599. In that it looks like he pled guilty to fellow stop and command of law enforcement as a Class B misdemeanor, interfering with a peace officer, Class B misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct as an infraction. The court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. I'll take judicial notice of those convictions. I will amend allegation number 1 from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class B misdemeanor as well. And then do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading, and maybe we can amend number 2 to disorderly conduct, so it matches.
Okay, we can do that.
Let's amend that to disorderly conduct, and then with the amendment you already made on 1, and with the proposed amendment to number 2, he'll admit to all 3.
All right. Do you have any objection to the amendment for allegation number 2, Agent Espinosa?
I do not.
All right. All right, Mr. Jordison, with those amendments, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to these allegations today. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. Before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
I do.
Okay, if you all accept your admissions to these allegations, recommend the board revoke your March 14th, 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thanks. He has been in custody, as you are aware, for about 7 months, and he is asking for an immediate release and a second attempt at parole. It sounds like he plans to just kind of go back to what he had, which was living in San Pete County with a friend. He'll return to the same jobs, including his night job at Chevron. He's maybe in a better position this time to be successful, as he's made very good use of his time in custody. He's completed MRT, anger management, relationship classes. So been working on the tablet, doing a really good job. The one thing that we did want to address just briefly is there's some information in the packet about a protective order.
I was going to address that information as well.
Great. Okay. We believe that's
because
the wrong information and that a protective order is not needed. So we'll just let that be addressed then.
Okay, here's the way I was going to address it.
Okay.
Was that, as you may or may not know, is that Mr. Jorgensen did file a challenge to probable cause. However, the board denied it because it didn't actually address the pro violation allegations. So, Mr. Jorgensen, that's why I put in there, and because I was confused, so this took me a while to research this. APMP listed the protected person as Jade, who is not the protected person. The protected person currently is Emily. So as far as I could see, there was no protective order with Jade Jorgensen or Van Corler. So I was not going to recommend any sort of protective order because there's been no allegations that she's a victim in any way.
Okay.
I hope that clears up a lot of stuff, Mr. Jorgensen, is that, yeah, if they're doing some research, it's Emily was the protected person, not Miss Van Corder. Even though I did note that there were a couple of cases where Jade did petition for some protective orders, but both of those cases were dismissed by the court.
It was just a confusion with APMP, I guess. My parole officer, she recognized that there was no contact order between me and Jade. And
Right.
I just wanted to clear that up. I wasn't trying to break it. She just kept trying to reach out to me and I didn't want to be at risk for violating. So I'm actually trying.
As far now, the only thing I can say to you, Mr. Jorgensen, is there was, as of right now, from what I could find, there's no protective order. However, if the court in this, I think it's a child custody matter, if the court did order a protective order or did issue a protective order in that case, I don't have access to that case, so I'm not sure if there is or not, okay?
Understand.
All right. Okay, thank you. Agent Espinosa, what's your recommendation?
APMP is not opposed to him being granted a second opportunity on parole. It does sound like he has made the most of his time. One of my recommendations was anger management. So it sounds like he is, actively working on his mental health and trying to make the most of his time along with MRT. Another recommendation that we would have is domestic violence evaluation and comply with any recommendations to ensure that he gets the additional support that he would need along with your standard substance abuse and mental health evaluation and comply with the treatment that's recommended for there. He was very compliant through his last parole. However, the actions do show they are proximal to his charges. And so I just want to make sure that he does have the ongoing treatment and support that he needs while out in the community to deal with these kind of situations that he's going to be dealt with.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Jorgensen, we heard from APP, we've heard from your attorney. Tell me, and APP said you were compliant on this parole, so tell me what happened.
I was in court fighting for my custody for my kids. And it was an emotional charge situation. I let my emotions get the best of me, and that allowed me back here.
Okay. I mean, I understand, empathize with this, that it's pretty emotional and so I understand that and obviously I don't know your specific situation, but I know you're fighting for custody of your children, and I'm assuming you want what's best for your children, correct?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
And I'm also assuming that so does everybody else involved in this custody case, right?
Yes.
So, okay. And you have, I didn't know that you did complete anger management. So you've been taking positive steps. You're also in the substance use treatment program there in Beaver?
I am.
Okay. Do you know about when you're supposed to finish that program?
I'm partway through it. I don't know the exact date. I've completed most of it.
Okay, good. How's your mental health?
I feel it's okay.
Okay. You ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
I have not.
Okay. Take any medications?
I do. I don't.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No, I have a medical marijuana card for pain. That's it. I only use natural remedies, essential oils and natural remedies.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's good.
Okay. What type of pain are you having that you have a medical marijuana card?
I broke my back twice, my neck once.
Okay.
I operate heavy equipment, so it jars me around a lot in the machines.
Even with a good back, operating heavy equipment is tough.
Yeah.
When did you break your back and neck?
They're all separate situations. I just ride dirt bikes.
Okay. You plan on living in San Pete County?
Yes, in a small town called Chester.
Okay. And the Chevron, is that like the gas station convenience store or is there?
So I worked at the Chevron. I'm just gonna go there part-time. But my main job is actually working for J-Ride companies.
Okay.
Because I'm a heavy equipment operator. And my boss says he's gonna hold my job for me, so.
Okay. Good, good. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, that's all.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Jorgensen, here's what I'll have to go forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
I understand.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. We will conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agent Espinoza.
Thank you, Espinoza.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Thomas David Kirstein's offender number 247228. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers. Can you see her?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hand down, sir. Did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
So Kate, APP has, looks like 8 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading of the allegations, and at this time, we will admit to all of the 8 allegations.
All right, Mr. Kirstein. Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit all allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to have witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your admissions to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your April 4th of 2023 parole. And it looks like we have Agent Jorgensen just logged in. Can you hear us, Dan?
Yes, how you doing?
Good. Okay, Dan, let me get you sworn in real quick, okay?
Is that Mr. Kirstens? I'm covering for Regan.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are ahead of schedule.
Are we?
Yeah, 3:15.
No, we got him at 3 o'clock.
Oh, well, good enough. We'll get done earlier.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Just as a way of getting caught up, we just started. Mr. Kirstein was sworn in and he admitted to all of the allegations. So with that, Kate, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. I did speak with Mr. Kirstens on Monday, and we talked about these 2 last paroles, and ultimately, I don't know that he will be successful in Utah, and I don't think he thinks so either on parole, as he doesn't really have a lot of support or family here in Utah. So his request is to be terminated. He expires in November of next year. All his family, all his support, everything is in Tennessee. So he's hoping to be done with this as soon as possible so that he can move back to Tennessee and live his life there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Jorgensen, what's your recommendation?
I spoke with Regan just probably 30 minutes ago. He ended up needing to take a sick day for Mr. Kirstens. He's recommending that the compact, if granted another parole, the compact be completed prior to that, or he be placed in a halfway house because of the lack of support and housing and anything available to him in Utah, so that he could get that completed.
But as far as time, he's just, wanted to leave that up to the board, whatever they felt was appropriate. And he'd also be agreeable to, termination, as Ms. Connors stated.
Okay, thank you.
With the addition of restitution for that extradition.
Yep. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Kirsteins, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. I think Jorgensen did mention it. There is some restitution owed. It's $5,022.31, and that's what it cost APMP to bring you back from Tennessee. Are you willing to pay that?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to pay it all at once. What will happen is you'll get a bill from what's called OSDC. It's the Office of State Debt Collection. Then you just set up payments with them, okay?
All right.
All right. Okay, tell me what happened on this parole, sir.
Well, I ended up getting strung out on fentanyl, and I told my mom, because my mom is big out in, she's big in recovery out in Tennessee, and she said if I could get out there, that she put me in rehab, so I did, so I left. I didn't feel like I was gonna be able to like succeed or make it out here, let alone like be able to live, because I was doing pretty bad, smoking a lot of fentanyl and doing a lot of drugs, and I just feel like I was either gonna die or end up back in jail or something, so I left. I know it probably wasn't the right thing, but I don't have no family out here. My kids aren't out here. I don't have no friends out here, nothing. So I left.
Okay.
I got to Tennessee. I went to rehab, and I got a job. I got my own apartment. So my family's all out there. They all helped me when I was out there. So that's the big reason why I left.
Okay. Why didn't you talk to APMP before you left?
To be honest, I don't know. I just wasn't right in the head at the time. I just tried to figure out the fastest way to get out of here, and I felt like if APMP wasn't the fastest way, which it probably would have been better if I did it that way, but in my head at the time, I didn't think so.
Okay. I mean, I understand that when you're under the influence, you're not thinking correctly, but can I kind of give you a scenario of how this could have gone had you talked with APMP? APMP supports your interstate compact to Tennessee. Tennessee accepts you. You go back to live with your mom. You complete RSUT, and you might be off parole.
Yeah.
Right? You're definitely not back in Utah or Beaver County. Possibly, right? Who knows? But you're with your family and friends in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Is that, because the previous parole, you were arrested in Kansas. Were you on your way to or from Tennessee when you were arrested back then too?
Yeah, I was on my way to Tennessee.
Okay.
Ray, can I add just one brief thing?
Yeah.
Mr. Kirsten's on his way back from Tennessee repeatedly told, Agent Ray that he had completed some lengthy amount of treatment out there.
Right.
Ray asked him to get that sent to him by family members. He's never received anything.
Okay.
If he has anything, or if his family could send something directly to the board, that may or may not support his request.
I mean, yeah, I have it that in the warrant request, Agent Ray did put that Mr. Kirstein's told him that he completed a program and was working full-time, and also made that same request. So that would help.
I don't really talk to her right now, but I could call her and ask.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine, right? Okay, Mr. Kirsteins. So no support in Utah. You definitely don't want to stay here. You want to go to Tennessee. You admitted to using fentanyl. Did you use any other controlled substances while you were gone?
I was smoking weed and I smoked a little bit of meth, but most of it was just fentanyl.
Okay. How often were you using the fentanyl?
It was every day, all day.
Every day, okay. I mean, you mentioned it, and the stuff that's on the streets now, fentanyl. You're lucky you're in the Beaver County jail, right?
Yes, sir.
instead of some graveyard in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
How's your mental health?
It's all right.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
I'm diagnosed schizophrenic.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
No, not right. Not at this moment. I used to, but not right now.
Did you take some while you were on parole?
When I was at the halfway house, I did. But once I left the halfway house, I went to a sober living in Spanish Fork, and they wouldn't let me be on the meds I was on, so I had to get off them.
Okay.
So I haven't been able to take them.
How's your physical health?
It's good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
No, I'm currently not. I'm waiting to be transferred to another jail.
Okay. And you want a termination, correct? So that's your preference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you accept another parole?
I will, yes.
Okay. And if you're paroled, you'll interstate compact to Tennessee?
Yeah, I already have the packet filled out and everything. I'm just waiting to see. I just need a date.
Okay, right. Okay, if you got the packet filled out, I guess, here's my advice to you. If you have not, don't pay the $50 fee yet.
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay, because if the board gives you a termination, you might not get that money back.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, that's it.
All right, Mr. Kirstein, here's what'll happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kirstein. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. I'll cover Mr.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Johnny Daniels, offender number 221161. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons of Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, Agent Kelly Allen from AP&P on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Allen, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Put your hands down. Mr. Daniels, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And for your information, the board did receive a couple of letters. One was, I think, yesterday, and then I think they were both yesterday. So if you have not received a copy of them, you should receive them soon, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay. So Kate, Mr. Daniels did have a pending case number 2418025543, in that he pled guilty to DV disorderly conduct. The court sentenced him to 1 year of court probation. So I will amend allegation number 1 for property destruction to disorderly conduct per that, and take judicial notice. Do you wait formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas? You're on mute, Kate.
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and you made the amendment I was planning on making with number 1. With that amendment, we will admit to that. In speaking with Mr. Daniels on Monday, he said that he did start treatment and believed that AP&P had proof that he started treatment. And on that basis, he was planning on denying 2 through 4 and asking AP&P to strike that.
Yeah. Agent Allen, what do you want to do with allegations 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, I don't have all the information on that, but where she alleged that there was no treatment, just looking through notes here, I'd have to disagree with striking those. It looked like he completed the treatment as he was supposed to.
Okay.
So Agent, what I think I hear you saying is based on your notes that you're reading from Agent Dalton, that she would probably ask for an evidentiary hearing on those allegations?
Yes.
So Mr. Daniels, do you want to talk about this further, or do you want to enter no contest on whether or not you provided proof of the treatment you were doing to AP&P?
Well, because I don't know, like, and I'm not, no disrespect to who this PO is, I don't know who he is.
Sure.
And Mike, I've been talking to Mike Adams, I think that's his name or whatever, and Misty, we've shown her. And Mike's been talking to my girl, and he has proof of it. You know what I'm saying? He has proof. We talked about it. That's why they want to go with the 45 to 90 days, because I have started all that. You know what I'm saying? I was just there. I was about to get my payer money for the rent. Like, that's all at the same building. You know what I'm saying? So I've got all that done. No, I don't have it done, but I've started it.
Okay, I guess the better question is whether your agent knew and had proof of everything you had.
Yeah, Missy's been gone for I don't know how long. So it's been Mike. I want to say it's Mike Adams is his name or something like that. And he was my PO. And we've been talking to him as I've been in here. And he's like, oh, okay, you do got proof of this. And that's why it's like, it's kind of, you know, it's no disrespect to him, but he doesn't, of course he doesn't have it all. He doesn't know me. You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure. Okay, I guess with that information, we may need to have an evidentiary hearing. Just so you know, sir, those are set out about 4 to 6 weeks, but we'll try and get you on that calendar as soon as possible.
But what does that mean? Like,
And I'm happy to talk to you about it more if you'd like to, so we don't have to talk about it publicly. Do you want to have a?
Let's do that, yeah.
Let's do a breakout. Thanks.
Let's do a breakout, so let's go off the record.
Thank you.
I'm confused.
All right, we're back on the record for the parole violation hearing for Johnny Daniels, offender number 221161. He just had an opportunity to speak with his counsel, Ms. Conyers. Kate, what did we decide on allegations 2, 3, and 4?
So after having a better understanding about kind of what this means and what evidentiary hearing entails, Mr. Daniels has decided to say no contest on 2 through 4.
Okay. All right, Mr. Daniels. My understanding is that you'd be willing to admit to allegation number 1 as amended and then plead no contest to allegations 2, 3, and 4 today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. State would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your pleas to these allegations. Recommend the board revoke your August 6th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. We had a good conversation. Mr. Daniels does know that with this is his 7th parole, that classes are really important, and showing the board that he's following through is important. So he took no contest on these allegations because he doesn't want to wait for an evidentiary hearing, but he does believe that proof was provided, and he believes that his girlfriend, who may be listening to this hearing, has that proof. But it sounds like one way or another, there is proof that he's been doing this treatment. He will absolutely get it to APMP. Maybe his girlfriend can assist with that so that they have it ASAP, so that the board knows, and to the board, so that the board knows that he was following through with what he needed to be doing in regards to treatment, and he knows what he needs to do to be successful on parole. What he's asking for is 90 days and another attempt at parole, where he will return to the treatment that he had already previously started. He plans to live with his girlfriend in Ogden, I believe submitted an address already. He will be probably working at Wingers. His girlfriend has a hookup at Wingers and is helping make that arrangement so that he can work there. But it sounds like Mr. Daniels does know what he needs to do to be successful, and is asking this board to give him another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Allen, what's your recommendation?
Yeah, APMP recommends 180 days, and then continued domestic violence courses, of course, and then no contact with Jennifer Miller, as she was the victim in this case.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Daniels, you've heard from APMP, we've heard from your attorney. Before I ask you questions, I'm going to kind of hopefully answer some questions that you have. APMP recommended no contact with the victim. Usually what will happen is the board says no contact unless approved by APMP and your DV therapist, okay?
Yeah.
So it's not a strict no contact. I've seen the board can and has done that in the past, but usually what they say is unless approved, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I hope that answers at least one of your questions.
Yeah, I got a bunch of questions.
I figured you would. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I got a bunch of questions. Like, I don't understand how this has to do with anything with my girl. Like the DV, like let me explain the like domestic violence. Like I think because I have on my parole agreement or whatever, it has domestic violence. Like I ain't never put my hands on a girl ever. You know what I'm saying? And my girl had nothing to do with what was going on that night. I just realized my mom was in the hospital for 3 days and I didn't know.
Okay.
So I got mad and I hit the wall. It had nothing to do with her.
Well,
You know
okay,
what I'm
so
saying?
here let me answer that concern or address that concern real quick. Is domestic violence does not necessarily have to include putting hands on somebody.
Yes, sir. And but in this incident, obviously it has something to do with it because how like you're gonna this is my wife. As we're both on our lease. Like no contact. Like, how is that even, like, what are you doing?
Well, and that's no contact unless approved. Okay, so here's my thing is if you and or your girlfriend, wife,
Yeah,
significant other provides that proof to APNP,
yeah.
then they can approve the contact. Right? So it might be able, you might be able to have contact even before you're released, right? And APNP might be like, okay, you provided proof, we're cool.
Proof of what? Like
That you've been attending treatment, DV treatment.
Okay, so me attending DV treatment is gonna take off the DV hold or whatever that they want to put me on with my girl.
It could, yes. It's up to APNP.
I need more information, man, because like my girl's written you guys 4 times. You know what I'm
Right.
saying all those letters are from her.
Right, I know.
She's a grown woman, so if she wouldn't want to, if she thought that I was doing something to her or whatever, like she could have walked off. You know what I'm saying? She's a grown woman.
Mr. Daniels, statistics prove that that's not necessarily the case. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I obviously don't know your relationship with her, and I don't know her. However, most people who are victims of domestic violence don't walk away.
Yeah, nothing, yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, like, it wasn't towards her at all.
Right.
It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? I can understand.
that.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with her. You know what I'm saying? I hit the hole in the wall and the cops were called. You know what I'm saying? By the time I walked outside to go smoke a cigarette to chill, like, they were already there. You know what I'm saying? So it had nothing to do with her. So like I don't understand why you would, now you're just making a whole bunch of other stuff harder. Like now my address is already in.
Okay.
Like, what's going on? And like,
Well, it's up to APNP, even though you submitted the address, it's up to APNP to approve that address.
yeah, and it seems like they're not going to.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
So, yeah, okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
no.
Okay,
But I do have my marijuana card. I do
Okay.
have that. Yeah.
are you still gang affiliated?
Yes.
Okay. Are you active?
Yes.
Are you active while in the community?
No. I'm at
Okay.
I'm at home watching Netflix.
Okay. I always try to make that distinction because I understand when you're incarcerated, it's much different than when you're out in the community.
Yeah.
Okay. How's your mental health?
Good.
I mean, obviously, I've read the letters from.
I mean, I'm kind of going through some with, like, my mom has Alzheimer's.
Right,
So-
I read those letters, so
Yeah, so it's
I
going.
understand you're going through stuff.
It's kind of nerve wracking, you know what I'm saying? But
Right.
like, I'm trying to deal with it the best that I can, you know what I'm saying? Where I'm helping her out. I need to get out to help with the house and all the stuff that she needs help with. You know what I'm saying? Get out there and do that.
Okay.
And yeah,
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
ADHD.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
No, this was when I was a kid.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
Yeah, so I did a domestic violence class.
Okay.
Got the certificate right here. I did an anger management class. And I did a kind of a dementia class, just trying to learn how dementia and Alzheimer's is hitting my mom, like what I could
Okay.
learn about it and stuff like that. So
Here's what I'd like you to do, Mr. Daniels,
Uh-huh.
is when you get back to your section, either talk to your case manager or one of the officers there, have them scan and email those certificates to the board, okay?
Okay.
Because I don't remember seeing those, so I don't think we have a copy of them.
Okay.
All right, okay. You want to go live in Ogden with your girlfriend?
Yeah.
And do you have like a plan B in case APMP doesn't approve that right away?
Well, no.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. I encourage you to kind of think of some other options in case that happens, okay? That way you're prepared,
Okay.
okay? Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
Yeah, or the board, I mean, I think you guys kind of got everything, but I just need APP to know, like, I've been trying to get a hold, like, of Misty for, I don't know what she's doing, I don't know where she's at, like, I don't know what's going on. And, like, my girl, she's gone into the office and all this, you know what I'm saying? And she just doesn't, like, she's not communicating, you know what I'm saying? And I need that.
Okay.
Obviously, I need that. So, like, I'm really talking to him. Like, I need you to talk. I know you're speaking for Misty right now. You know what I'm saying? So I need you to go talk to her. I need you to say, hey, his people are trying to get a hold of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need this. Because I can't do it from in here. So, like, I have to rely on my girl going up there. And if she's not there, like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of messy. She texts her every day. Like, it's just a big mess. And this is why I wanted to do this. You know what I'm saying? This is why I wanted to get a hold of her. Because I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen with her not being here. You know what I'm saying? I thought she might be here, but obviously she ain't. And,
okay.
Yeah, so trust me, with the board, you guys will have copies of everything here in shit by tomorrow. By tomorrow,
Okay.
you guys will have everything. You and him.
Good. Okay. All right, Mr. Daniels. Here's what will happen is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Now, I'm going to hold off on this report until as late as possible.
Okay.
That way I give you the biggest opportunity to submit what I've asked you to submit and if there's any other additional information, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daniels. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Offender number 237-173. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Dan Jorgensen from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Right, thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Jorgensen was sworn in at a previous hearing and he is still under oath. Mr. Riley, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Briefly.
Okay. Do you feel like you need more time to speak with her?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. So K, the board conducted a PV hearing back in August, during which Mr. Riley pled no contest to allegations 1 through 3. He denied allegations 4 through 6. Board scheduled an evidentiary hearing, then canceled it because a case was filed. That was case number 2410-01321. In that, he was charged with failure to comply with duties at vehicle accident, property damage, Class B misdemeanor, and then a medical cannabis card holder violation, an infraction. That case was dismissed without prejudice. So I will affirm his no contest pleas to allegations 1 through 3. And then do we waive formal reading of the allegations, and do we have any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading of the allegations. There was a case filed stemming from this traffic stop on May 20th, 2024. Those charges, however, were dismissed. So we were going to ask, now that the case has been resolved as of almost 2 months ago, if APMP was going to strike those allegations.
We're willing to strike them, Ms. Connors. Agent Ray does want the board to consider whether DUI conditions and as well as the interlock would be appropriate for his next parole, though, just to make you aware.
Okay, sounds like with that stipulated motion to strike 4, 5, and 6, sounds like all the allegations are now resolved.
Okay. All right. So here's, okay, I'll affirm is no contest. 3, notice denials to allegations 4, 5, and 6, and APMP's agreement to dismiss them. I'll also affirm his, the board revoked his July 11th of 2023 parole. So with that, I'll take your recommendation, Kate.
We are asking for an immediate release. He's been in custody for over 7 months. He does have an address in Provo with his fiance and plans to go to school for to be an esthetician. He does, I believe, receive disability. His main focus is going to be a full-time father. So that is his motivation to make sure that this next parole, which would be his second parole if granted the opportunity, is his last and successful parole.
Okay.
That's what we're asking for.
Thank you. All right, Agent Jorgensen, do you have a length of time recommendation?
No, Agent Ray wanted to leave that to the boards, whatever they feel is appropriate. He did want the board to consider possibly stabilization at TCTC, just long enough to give Agent Ray some time to consider whether with the admitted drinking issues or the no contest anyway, and the alcohol that was found in the vehicle, whether that's going to continue to be a good place or not. And like I mentioned, the consideration of DUI conditions, if the board feels those are appropriate, and then at least a continued substance abuse condition. As far, I know he recently completed treatment, but the alcohol stuff came up after, so maybe at least an evaluation would be appropriate to see if that's going to be an issue.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Riley, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to try to avoid this incident, but I'm still going to ask some other questions and make some statements about that. The reason being is because even though that case was dismissed, it was dismissed without prejudice, meaning it can be refiled. Okay, and I don't want you to incriminate yourself during this hearing. You did admit or plead no contest to consuming or possessing alcohol, which is obviously worrisome with your no contest plea to the failure to comply with the duties. My question for you is, or my statement is, my question is, you allegedly get into a car crash or somehow your car becomes disabled and instead of calling the police, you leave the scene and appear to walk through, because I know exactly where this at, a pond or a lake because your pants were wet. And you go to the IFA, and then you tell the police that it was after this crash at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's when you started to drink alcohol. Can you imagine why I'm somewhat skeptical of that story?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Tell me what happened on this parole then.
So everything's been going good. I completed my rehabilitation program with flying colors. I had 0 out of 37 positive UAs. I've been on track to terminate my parole. It was supposed to be January 8th of 2025.
Right.
I know it looks bad, you know, but there's a lot of things that look bad in this world these days. And the charges have been adjudicated. Not only that, I've actually been here 9 months. I've been incarceration since May. I was held from May till September when they filed the 4 other charges for the marijuana.
Right.
When they knowingly, my PO has a copy of my medical marijuana charge. So that's my medication.
Well, even though you have a medical marijuana card, there are restrictions in the way you can use it.
Yeah. And I wasn't
So-
doing anything wrong. That's
Okay.
why all 9 of them allegations were dismissed.
Okay.
And as far as the beer cans and the scene of the accident, there was a lot of tampering with evidence because from the story I heard, whoever moved my car, the cans were all thrown inside of my car. And that's not how it all played out.
Okay.
So, yeah, we got a little situation here. But I've been here 9 months, no write-ups, no situations. I'm actually the current section rep for Ironwood.
Okay. Are you still gang affiliated?
No,
How's your mental health?
my mental health is amazing.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Back, following 2016, right after my mother passing away, I had some issues with my depression, kind of got out of control on the prescriptions I was on, started dabbling with other drugs and narcotics, and I went to the point where I was diagnosed schizophrenic and bipolar.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
Currently, I'm taking, it's like a dual diagnosis medication for pain and depression, I guess.
Is it gabapentin?
No, they're not giving that to me. That's usually what I take on when I'm home.
Okay.
But they won't give it to me here.
Okay. You got one disciplinary violation?
Yeah, it was a tattoo write-up.
Okay. Why didn't you stay with the car when it crashed?
So to be honest with you, as soon as I was submerged in the water, I looked to my left, looked to my right. Water was up to the windowsill on my door. And I looked for my phone. I looked in the passenger floorboard of my phone and it was already submerged in water. I picked it up out of the water. It was blinking. By the grace of God, I had been able to not make a phone call, but send my fiance my location, not even knowing if she was awake or she was going to show up. She picked me up and we called 911. And from there, I met up with the officers at the IFA and I turned myself in.
Okay. So once she picked you up, why didn't you both stay there?
She did. She stayed with, and she wrote out a statement of what happened.
Right, but you guys went to the IFA to meet the police. Why didn't you stay where the car was?
Well, it wasn't a safe location. It was on the, there was nowhere, there's no shoulder right there to stay.
Okay.
And so she decided, okay, well, we're gonna get somewhere safe, call 911 and turn yourself in. And I agreed to that.
Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Not today.
Okay. All right, Mr. Riley, here's what I'll have to go forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Riley. We'll conclude this hearing. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Kate, it looks like we have a little 10-minute break before Mr. Lewis.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tyree Deshaun Lewis, offender number 258646. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dion Walzer from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Walzer, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear affirming the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Lewis, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Okay, did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Kate, this is really just a dispositional hearing because the board conducted a PV hearing back in November, in which Mr. Lewis admitted to allegations 1 and 2, pled no contest to allegation 3. The board then continued the hearing because he did have an order to show cause in case number 231500169. And then it looks like in that case, back in December, the court revoked his probation and then terminated it unsuccessfully and closed the case. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is my understanding about where we are.
Okay, good, okay. He did have another case, but it was just a Class B misdemeanor and it's not related to any allegations. So I will affirm his previous pleas and the board's revocation of his May 21st of 2024 parole. And with that, I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, just a quick note about Odyssey House. It does sound like he did want to engage in that treatment. I know he said no contest. Sounded like he did want to engage in that treatment, but because he's a medicinal marijuana card holder and not from Utah, it sounded like there was an issue with whether he could be there. He is interested in complying with APMP and doing what he needs to do. He is asking for another opportunity of parole. He plans to stay in Utah. He'd like to stabilize first at a halfway house. And he plans to get work with the local 99, setting up concerts and doing other work like that. His main priority for this parole is his daughter. Sounds like that's what will motivate him to be successful this go around if given the opportunity. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay, I'm assuming you're requesting an immediate release then?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
All right, Dion, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation is that he serve the 6 months, which with credit for time served already, and be released with the same conditions as previously ordered by the board.
Okay. Okay. So essentially, I mean, even though both you and Ms. Conyers stated it differently, it's basically an immediate release. Being immediate release with the board is
After the address approval, we got to be careful with that language.
right. Well, I mean, an immediate release for the board is no sooner than 30 days, which puts it real close to the 6 months you're recommending.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis. We've heard from your attorney. We've heard from APMP. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I got released. Odyssey House picked me up. They took me to Odyssey House. They did my evaluation, and due to me not being a resident, because I never had a Utah state ID, so due to me not having an address, and where I get mail from is in Las Vegas, in my sister's house. So due to me not having an address out here, marijuana not being a strong enough drug, they was like, you don't qualify for the program, and dropped me off at APMP. I walked off APMP property when I could have just went in and talked to my PO and did it a lot better than I could, but I took things on my own hand and violated and went absconded.
How come you just walked away when Odyssey House dropped you off?
To be honest, before I got released, I had just lost my mom, so I was in a state of mind okay, like in I don't care mode.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever used any other controlled substances besides marijuana?
No, I haven't. I never did any treatment. When I was on probation, I got drug tested once, and I test positive for like ecstasy because I popped the ecstasy pill, and it was like ecstasy, methamphetamine mixed in the pill, I guess, and so I test positive for that, but only one time.
Okay. Why did you tell AP&P that they needed to come catch you in Atlanta or Nevada?
Because when I was going to Odyssey House, I was planning on doing interstate compact back to Vegas to my sister, but then when the Odyssey House was like, okay, they dropped me off at AP&P in Salt Lake City. I just like in my head, I was like, okay, like I was just like an I don't care moment.
Okay. Now with the interstate compact process, if there's a board here in Utah, either Nevada or Atlanta are gonna accept you, right? I mean, because you gotta go kind of through AP&P to apply for that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Where were you for the time you were fugitive?
I was at my girlfriend's house.
Okay. What were you doing?
I was at her house. I just stayed in the house.
You didn't go to work?
No, because I didn't have my ID or birth certificate. But since I came back this time, I did the application and got my birth certificate, my ID, my social security card, so I can be able to obtain a job.
Good. Okay. Good. Are you still gang affiliated?
No, I modified.
Okay. When did you enter the modified?
I don't remember it was Zach which day, but I know I talked to STG and I filled out the modification paper.
Okay.
And they approved it.
Okay. How's your mental health?
My mental health is good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
I've been diagnosed with ADHD, bipolar, PTSD, ADD.
Do you take any medications?
No.
How's your physical health?
My physical health is good.
Looks like you just started anger management.
Yeah, I just started anger management and impact of crime.
Yep, there it is. Okay. All right. Looks like you have 3 disciplinary violations.
Yeah.
Okay. One was for some brew.
Yeah, when they wrote me and my cellie up. So since then neither one of us took the chance to like saying whose was it, they wrote us both out.
Okay.
So I just admitted and said it was mine.
Okay. Then you have 2 for being out of bounds past your rack-in time.
Yeah.
Why were you out of bounds?
They were doing commissary, so they called me out for property, and I went from my cell to the microwave, and the CEO called over the speaker, was like, Lewis, like, you know, you're out of bounds. I was like, yeah, I take responsibility for that. He's like, okay, you know, there's going to be a write-up.
Okay. So you knew it was a violation, then you did it a second time.
The second time.
You were out playing basketball?
That one, so I put in for my levels. So they did OMR, and I wasn't informed that my level was denied.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And you want to go to halfway house for stabilization?
Yes.
All right. And working for the union?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's good union. It's good work. Hard work.
Yeah.
But it'll keep you busy. There's lots of concerts and other shows going on, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, not at the moment.
All right, Mr. Lewis, here's what'll happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dion.
Yep, see you guys later.
Earl Kohler, offender number 143188. Is that you, sir?
That is correct.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Parole and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Brandon Boyles from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
I can. Yes.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Boyles, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. You swear affirming the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Kohler, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I certainly did.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I certainly have.
All right. Okay, APMP has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. There are no motions. He will say no contest on both of the 2 allegations.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kohler, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to both these allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
I do.
Okay. I'll accept your no contest. Please recommend the board revoke your June 11th of 2024 parole. I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. Mr. Kohler has been working really hard to make arrangements so that he can be successful this go around. If given another opportunity at parole, we would ask for 90 days with credit for the about 2.5 months that he served in custody. He's been working with the Mormon Church to find an apartment where he can live and also working with them to help him find an appropriate program. He does plan to continue working with Alpha, but then whatever other resources that they can assist him with, he's welcome and open to. He does plan on living in Salt Lake City for medical reasons, but he has quite a few plans. I enjoyed talking to Mr. Kohler on Monday about all of those plans. I'm sure he will summarize more of them than I have here in a moment. One thing that we did want to address is that his packet says that he admitted to accessing internet in the center, and that is not true. He says he did not access internet in the center, so wanted to see if we could fix that.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Boyles, what's your recommendation?
So this is Mr. Kohler's third parole opportunity. APMP recommends a minimum of 180 days before the board considers a fourth parole opportunity.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Kohler, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. When Ms. Conyers said that you did not access internet in the halfway house, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Was that like while you were physically in the halfway house?
While I was not under they have a time period when we're allowed to use our telephones within the halfway house. And the way that it was written in the warrant request, it indicated that I had said that I was doing it while it was outside of that time frame.
Okay.
I never did. And that's what I want to make sure is clear.
Okay. But, okay. So they have like a certain, let's say, like a 2-hour window where you can access the internet.
Like a 1 hour window. It was our phone time, and that was the only time that I would.
So it was during that time that you accessed the internet, not outside that time?
Correct.
Okay. During that time, did you access the pornography?
No, I did not.
Okay, so it was like you're out in the community, you're on like work search.
Right. That was.
You have your phone with you. That's when
it was accessed. And
okay,
I'm willingly admitting to that because that is what it actually did.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Of course.
Okay. This is your third parole attempt, correct?
This would be the third one, yes.
And this is also the third time that you've accessed sexually stimulating material.
Unfortunately, yes, that's one of the things I spoke with Ms. Conyers about that's one of the things I'm trying to work with the church on to discover and find methods of counteracting that, because that is a significant problem I realize I have, and I need to work on a method of preventing that from that being the go-ahead.
Okay. Good, I'm glad, because, I mean, I'm gonna express my concerns, right?
Sure.
You're on parole for
Yep.
sexual exploitation of a minor that was accessed through internet, a phone. You've done 3 paroles now, and all 3 paroles have had the same results.
Same results, right. And I recognize how that appears, and that's why I really want to make sure that I can nip it in the bud, if you will.
Good.
Because that is an ongoing problem, and I hope that I can find a way to address it and resolve it, because I'm scared of myself, to be perfectly honest with you.
I mean, when you say that, I'm glad you recognize that, but you're scared of yourself. Imagine what the community feels.
I can empathize with that entirely. So, like I said, I want to make certain that I have those stop gaps put in so it does not reoccur, because I don't like that happening. I really don't.
I'm gonna ask you a tough question.
Okay.
You don't have to answer it right now. I want you to take a second to think about it. Given what we've just talked about and your continued behavior, why should the board grant you another parole?
I think the biggest reason would be is because I don't want to be a strain on the system. Because my health is such a fragile thing, especially while here in Gunnison. Just as evidence is when I was in here 6 months before, I was provided with medication that was inappropriate. And because of that, I suffered a heart attack 3 months later.
Okay.
I don't want to have that be on the state's conscience of me passing away under their care.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances?
No, that is because I have such difficulty controlling my diabetes to begin with. I really don't need the help of something that's going to make it worse.
Okay, good. I'm glad you recognize that, because unfortunately, a lot of people with diabetes don't.
Well, I can attest that to the teachings that my mother kind of forced me on first, and I didn't recognize the value of it, but it's something that's definitely kept me away from that stuff.
How's your mental health?
It's a mishmash. That's
Okay.
one of the things I'm trying to work with the LDS church on, acquiring some better coping strategies and tools with which to deal with what I believe is what has led me down this path. So.
Okay, good. Do you access any other mental health resources while you're there?
I've tried to. It's kind of spotty here.
Okay.
Not something that I'm looking forward to being able to continue doing, because they don't really have what I believe I need.
Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Yes, several.
What?
Dysthymia, post-traumatic stress disorder. One of the biggest ones was what occurred when I first came in here in Gunnison. So I'm constantly flashing back to that, and that's troublesome.
Okay. When you first came in, like when you originally came to prison?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
About
Okay.
20 years ago. So
All right. So dysthymia and PTSD.
dysthymia, post-traumatic stress disorder, non-specific impulsivity disorder. As a teenager, well, actually, before I was even a teenager, I think it's called oppositional defiant disorder.
Okay.
Those are the ones I can pull off the top of my head at the moment. There's probably several others that I'm unaware of or just have completely ignored.
That's okay. Do you take any medications?
No, I don't.
All right. You mentioned diabetes. Do you take insulin or metformin?
Yes, I take insulin, insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus, so metformin wouldn't do squat for me.
All right. And you stated you had a heart attack.
I did.
You take any medications for?
I do. I take, right now, I don't remember the name of the blood thinner, but I'm on a blood thinner because I had 3 stents installed. I want to make sure that those don't clot because that would be totally catastrophic and we definitely don't need that.
Okay. Do you have any other physical health issues?
I do have arthritis in my left shoulder and it makes it difficult for me to put my arm behind my back. And so in here, it's very complicated because they want me to tuck my shirt in and that's kind of hard to do.
Okay. Do you take any other medications at all?
Other than the blood thinner, the acetaminophen for the pain and the arthritis, no.
Okay.
And the insulin, no.
Okay. Are you doing any programming right now?
I'm trying to get into some, but it's kind of complicated and I wasn't allowed into it and that kind of
We
irritated
know
me
that
just a
there's a
bit.
wait list and now there's a starting date for everything and yeah, okay. All right. Okay. You want to live in Salt Lake.
Correct.
Would you be willing to go back to the halfway house?
If that is the only option, I would be willing to give it another try. The biggest problem I have with that though is as I mentioned to Ms. Conyers, it took me 4 months to find the one job that I did have for only 2 weeks, and that's problematic.
Right.
Whereas in Salt Lake, it only takes me about a month at most to find something.
Okay. Do you have plans for employment?
Not presently. I've been working through temp agencies to try to find a start. And it's under the recommendation of my father is just get a positive work history at first. And it's like, okay, that makes perfect sense, is get something to work with other than the prison jobs, because those are not the best placed on resumes, but.
Well, I mean, it's still something, right?
It is something, and I do
saying it's not
actually
placed-
put those on my resumes, believe it or
And
not.
you should, because it is experience. And
Yeah.
a lot of employers, especially, you know, if you're working in the kitchen and you go apply at a restaurant, they go, well, you've got kitchen experience. Okay, right?
Yep.
So it is still a positive.
Yeah.
The one thing about the halfway house and then your residents and seeking assistance from the LDS churches, the board doesn't specify which halfway house you go to.
Right.
Okay, that's up to APNP. So my suggestion is always talk to your case manager. Tell him you prefer a halfway house in the Salt Lake area. Okay, and then they can tell that to APNP. If you don't have an approved residence, maybe they can get you to a halfway house. I mean, the only halfway house that doesn't take sex offenders is Fortitude. So there's a couple more in Salt Lake that are options for you instead of TCTC, okay?
Understood.
All right, is there anything else you'd like the board to know, Mr. Kohler?
No, I think that's been pretty well covered.
All right. Here's what'll happen is I'll pack up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Understood.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kohler. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jet Tumanoval, offender number 243729. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Brandon Boyles from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you on a oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Boyles was sworn in at a previous hearing and he is still under oath. Mr. Tumanoval, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Kate, APMP has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading at this time. I don't believe I have any motions. And speaking with Mr. Tumanoval on Monday, it is my understanding that he would like to enter denials on these 2 allegations for the basis that he did take all possible actions and steps towards doing evaluations and treatment when he was at TCTC. So we are asking with that information for Agent Boyles to consider striking these allegations.
Okay, give me just 1 sec before he answers that. X, TZ. All right, Agent Boyles, you're up. Ms. Conyers is requesting to dismiss these allegations. What would you like to do?
So Tumanoval, did you do a substance abuse evaluation and a DV evaluation while you were here?
I feel like I wasn't given enough time to do them. That's my feelings on it.
Gotcha.
Because I had every intention of doing them.
Yeah.
I don't have proof that I was gonna do them because I don't have any way to show that.
Okay.
But I disagree with that.
So you're here 32 days. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. That's fine. I'll agree with that.
Do you agree to dismiss them?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tumanoval. Counsel on your behalf has entered denials to the allegations. APMP has agreed to dismiss them. Here's the one caveat to that. The board is not required to agree to it. Okay? I'm just letting you know in case the board orders an evidentiary hearing, that is their authority to do so.
Okay.
Okay? I'm also noting that your sentence does expire on June 5th of 2025.
Yes.
So, there are also there's obviously also, this would probably resolve all the other issues. But I still have some questions for you. And then we'll go over some of the other issues that might arise, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No, I did not.
Okay. Because there was a positive test on December 12th. Did you have a prescription?
I believe the positive test was for THC and I had a medical marijuana card at the time.
Because I have it listed as Suboxone.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Okay. How's your mental health?
I would say it's good.
Okay. You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
Yes, I've been diagnosed with PTSD and depression.
Do you take any medications besides the medical marijuana?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's good. I exercise every day.
Okay, good. And it looks like you just started anger management?
Yes.
Okay. And there is one pending disciplinary?
Yes, I believe I was written up for having a naproxen medication that wasn't mine, that was left by one of my old cellies.
If you haven't seen the IDHO, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet, so.
Okay, all right, okay. So here's the issue that I want to talk about. Because most likely what will happen is if the board agrees to council's recommendation and APMP's agreement to dismiss, is that you wrote a couple letters to the board stating you did not sign a parole agreement. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. Here's my issue, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here because I searched our records system and could not find a signed parole agreement. Okay, so most likely they're gonna force you to sign a parole agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. I also noted in your letters that you requested either a termination or expiration.
Yes.
Okay. If the board says reinstate on parole, will you sign a parole agreement?
I don't want to.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm asking this question because obviously this is a very unique situation. So I don't know what the board's going to decide. Okay?
Okay.
You came from TCTC. Are you willing to go back to a halfway house? Not specifically TCTC?
I'd be willing to go back to Fortitude.
Okay. 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 The board doesn't specify which halfway house you go to. That's up to APMP. So I would encourage you to speak with your case manager.
Okay.
Requesting FTC.
Okay.
Don't see anything in your criminal history that would prevent you from going to FTC, okay? All right. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tamanoval, here's what I'll have to go forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week.
Okay, thank you.
Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tamanoval.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Trey. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. We'll see you next week.